team.
I love Sonic Adventure. Just want to start out with that. Okay, so after the failed launch of the Sega Saturn in the States, Sega Technical Institute attempted to release Sonic X-treme. The game went through a pretty lengthy development hell, until finally getting cancelled in 1997. Meanwhile in Japan, Sonic Team, consisting of most of the people who worked on the previous Sonic games, was busy developing Nights into Dreams, which got released in the summer of 1996. Of course, the next task for Sonic Team would have been to make a brand new Sonic game. While creators Naoto Oshima and Yuji Naka were aware that they'd need to make a new Sonic game eventually, it was actually Takashi Iizuka who was pushing for a new Sonic game to get released. At this point in time, Iizuka had only been a senior game designer for Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but now he would be placed in the lead director's chair for this next big Sonic game. Not only was this going to be the first true 3D Sonic game, but Iizuka initially wanted to make a Sonic RPG. He wanted more playable characters and a larger focus on story, to somewhat build on the narrative angle that Sonic 3 and Knuckles had. While the concept was explored briefly, the RPG aspect was dropped in favor of making a more traditional platform game, though they would still hold on to the idea of having multiple playable characters and story-driven aspects. Production of Sonic's first true 3D title initially began on the Sega Saturn, which didn't last too long, considering how difficult it could be to make a fully 3D game on the Saturn. So instead of making it a Saturn title, Sonic Team would have to move on to a completely new Sega console that was about to be announced in 1998. While the original Saturn version was abandoned, Iizuka didn't want everything that the team had worked on to go to waste, so an early build of the game was reworked into the Sonic world for Sonic Jam. Yep, Sonic World was built on a Sonic Adventure prototype, which is really fucking cool. With newer hardware, and a new generation of gaming on the horizon, it was not only decided that this would be Sonic's first 3D game, but it was also decided that the principal Sonic cast and world would need to be redesigned. So Sonic Team brought on artist Yuji Yukawa, who had previously designed Rystar. In earlier builds of Adventure, the original classic designs, as seen from the Sega Saturn era, were initially being used, until Yukawa-san was brought on because they just felt that the classic designs didn't fit well in 3D. Under Naoto Oshima's supervision, most of the characters were redesigned to look edgier and even more Western influenced, mainly inspired by graffiti art. Not only would Yukawa be in charge of redesigning older characters, but also with designing newer characters like Big, Gamma, Tikal, and more. Well, the brand new Sega console that this Sonic game was being made for would finally be announced in May 1998, and it was the Sega Dreamcast, the very system that would end up becoming Sega's final game console. While the new Sonic game wasn't revealed yet, around this time, this screenshot of the game leaked online. Looking at this now, it's obviously just a grainy shot of Sonic running in Speed Highway. However, back in '98, fans online were actually debating if this was even from a Sonic game, just based on how low quality the photo was. It's kinda crazy how this grainy image was probably a lot of people's first glimpse at this new version of Sonic the Hedgehog. The character redesigns were actually kept secret for a while too, but the first ever tease we got of the Yukawa-san redesigns was done with this officially released image. A silhouetted Sonic with the infamous green eyes and that iconic adventure smile. I love this image so much. I could talk about it for hours. Eventually, full art renders of every redesigned character would be released, and these redesigns were not met without controversy. Since Sonic fans are Sonic fans, not a lot of people were into the green eyes, lanky legs, longer quills, and all the other changes made to these characters, but I think I'll move on from this topic for now. So, with the Dreamcast revealed, this meant that Sonic Team's brand new Sonic game would have to be announced soon. And despite a few more leaked images popping up on the internet, the big reveal of Sonic Adventure ended up happening on August 22nd, 1998, at the Tokyo International Forum. The entire event was filmed and you can actually find it on YouTube. It's pretty cool to watch. First thing I want to mention about it, I just want to play the clip of Yuji Naka's entrance at this presentation, because it is the wildest introduction I've ever watched.
Producer of the Sonic team, Mr. Naka! Producer of the Sonic team, Mr. Naka! Ladies and gentlemen!
Honestly, say what you will about the guy, but him showing up with this bombastic introduction with the SA1 version of It Doesn't Matter playing, it's pretty badass. There's a pretty fun portion of the presentation dedicated to a pretty humorous video that Sonic Team filmed showcasing how development of Sonic Adventure was going. It's really charming and fun. Kind of related, a fellow content creator that I watched for years, Wendy, did an English translation of this presentation on her YouTube channel, but unfortunately, at the time of this re-review, Wendy's entire channel was taken down for a pretty crappy copyright notice, which meant all of her video and game translations were removed entirely. Thankfully, I did download the subtitles for the Tokyo International Forum video she did, which got re-uploaded. Again, I'll provide a link to it, but I also wish the best of luck to Wendy in getting her channel back up. It's really unfair that this happened because she did a lot of great work. So please go support her and try to convince YouTube to bring back her channel. Seeing a small channel like hers, which gave a lot to the community for so many years, only to get punished this badly is such a shame. But back to the event, seriously, if you love Sonic Adventure, I'd heavily recommend watching this presentation. It's a really good time. It's also just a great look at the first official public appearance of Sonic Adventure 1, along with showcasing the powerhouse of the Sega Dreamcast hardware. Even Yuji Naka would go on to describe the event as intense, and that he gave it his all. Yeah, with his entrance in mind, he seriously did. So, the Sega Dreamcast launched on November 27th, 1998, with Sonic Adventure releasing just 1 month later on December 23rd. While releasing on time was a good thing, Sonic Adventure had a pretty intensely rushed production. So much so that the original 1998 Japan release was riddled with bugs and other issues. Now, this wasn't Sonic 06 heavy, but the release was also kind of done on purpose. Sonic Team wanted to launch a Sonic game around the same time the Dreamcast released to help push console sales, which it did, though this would mean that they would have to put out a patched up version of the game in later releases. Both the Dreamcast and Sonic Adventure would not be released in America until the specifically timed date of September 9th, 1999. 9999. Unlike the Sega Saturn, Sega was not gonna fuck up the American launch of the Dreamcast. Not only would Sonic Adventure be released in the US for the first time, but this version of the game would also feature bug fixes, along with, obviously, English localizations. Though I'd say the localization changes were not as severe as what the classic games got. I'll explain why later. This patched version would get released in Japan as Sonic Adventure International. However, there was a limited edition of SA1 that was released in June 1999, a few months ahead of the official release. This version of Sonic Adventure was only available as a rental from Hollywood Video, so because of that, copies of it are extremely rare to come across. I wouldn't recommend getting it anyways. It's just an earlier version of the game with some of the same bugs that were in the initial 98 release. Thankfully, there is a ripped image file of it online, uploaded by famed Sonic community member DRX, so you can go play it yourself for free. The first ever exposure of Sonic Adventure that I had as a kid was through a History of Sonic video I came across on YouTube around 2006 to 2007. I can't find the original upload, but I think it might have just been the history video that was included in Sonic Mega Collection, which also makes a mention of the Sonic and Garfield collection on PC for some reason. It's canon. For SA1, it mostly showed the opening FMV with Chaos destroying the city. At this point in time, I was most familiar with the classic designs, so seeing all of this craziness mixed with these cooler redesigns of the characters just looks so sick to me. Around that same time, I would often look up cutscenes from the 3D Sonic games, mostly Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, but I never bothered looking up the cutscenes for Sonic Adventure 1. Like, it didn't occur to 9-year-old me at the time that Sonic Adventure 1 was also a game like Sonic Adventure 2 where it had cutscenes. I hadn't become a hardcore Sonic fan until December 2011, thanks to the Sonic CD remaster by Christian Whitehead. After playing that, I tried tracking down every Sonic game I could get my hands on, with the most recent game system I had at the time being a PS3.
I'm talking about that PS Triple. The PS Triple. I ain't talking about that Wii.
So naturally, back in January 2012, once I saw that Sonic Adventure was on the PSN store, I bought it immediately. And I really didn't like it. Now, this was the HD port, but the reason I didn't like it wasn't for the same reasons why I hate SADX nowadays. It was more so, I wasn't having a lot of fun with the game. I liked the regular Sonic levels just fine, but I hated the hub areas because I'd always get lost in them, and they keep preventing me from playing the rest of the levels. I also thought the cutscenes were super cringy to watch, so I'd always skip them. I dropped Sonic Adventure pretty quickly and didn't bother picking it back up, until the HD port of Sonic Adventure 2 was announced to be released later in October 2012. So I went back to Sonic Adventure, finished the game 100%, and I had grown more fond of it. Though, through researching the game in the later years, I discovered that the port I played on PS3 actually looked significantly different, and worse, compared to the original Dreamcast version. It wasn't until 2016 when I finally tracked down a Sega Dreamcast and a copy of Sonic Adventure. And after going through 3 copies of both the console and the game itself, I finally got to play through the original Sonic Adventure, and I loved it. Yep, the first time I played the Dreamcast version was for the initial Cooper's Perspective review. Well, it's been close to 6 whole years since then, and my love for this game has definitely grown a lot more. And I am so excited to finally talk about this game again. I dedicate this re-review to my piece of crap Dreamcast and its shitty disc reader. I actually had to re-record my gameplay footage 3 whole times, and each time, the disc reader only worked when it felt like it. I'll get this out the way now. I'm gonna be looking at the original Dreamcast version first, and get to the DX ports much later on. Though if there is anything I want to mention from those ports, I'll bring them up. But for now, here's my re-review of Sonic Adventure 1 on the Sega Dreamcast. Okay, first off, the story. You guys should know the drill by now, but if you don't, I'm gonna be here discussing this for a while. There are chapters in these videos now, so if you don't want to hear me talk about these games' stories for a long ass time, then use the timestamps in the description before bitching about it in the comments. The plot of Sonic Adventure is quite a major one. To set this up, there are 6 playable characters in the game, and each of them have their own stories with their own viewpoints and differing cutscenes. There's Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Big the Cat, I'll get to him, and E102 Gamma. There's also a final story for Super Sonic. The plot is being told out of order based on when you unlock the characters, so I'm gonna try to summarize it in chronological order as best as I could. So Knuckles is chilling on Angel Island, looking over the Master Emerald, until he sees it get shattered. This releases a completely new antagonist, Chaos, an ancient monster made of water. The main reason Chaos is a water monster was because Sonic Team really wanted to show off how good the Dreamcast can make the water graphics look, so they had the main villain be made out of water. Smart. With the Master Emerald shattered, Angel Island falls into the ocean, leading Knuckles to have to track down the missing pieces of the Emerald in order to restore Angel Island. Meanwhile, in a city called Station Square, Sonic is hopping around on rooftops until he discovers a disturbance happening at the city's town hall, leading Sonic to encounter Chaos for the first time, which was being overseen by Eggman.
You know nothing, fool! It's Chaos, the god of destruction!
What the hell are you doing on the roof? Anyway, Sonic meets up with Tails, who joins him in the adventure where they encounter Eggman again. However, Eggman manages to snag a Chaos Emerald that Tails had. It turns out Eggman was the one who released Chaos, and he's also teamed up with him and starts feeding him Chaos Emeralds, with Eggman's main goal being that he'll have Chaos destroy Station Square using the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds.
Together, we'll destroy Station Square! And on its ruins, I'll build Robotnik Land, the ultimate city, where I will rule it all!
Robotnik Land. Yeah, about that, Doctor. Okay, while Eggman is still called Robotnik in the US version of the game, Sonic does slip in this cute little joke referring to his Japanese name.
Look, it's a giant talking egg!
Silence! I am Dr. Robotnik, the greatest scientific genius in the world!
Whatever you say, Eggman!
While all of this is happening, a purple cat named Big is sleeping in a jungle area called the Mystic Ruins. What does this have to do with the plot? Well, while Big is sleeping, his pet frog, Froggy, comes upon this tiny part of Chaos, which he ends up devouring. This leads to Froggy growing a tail and running off, but not before swallowing a Chaos Emerald that Big had, causing Big to chase after him. Turns out Eggman wants a piece of that tail, why did I word it like that? So he gets a special Batnik built for the job, E102 Gamma, who he sends out to find Froggy. Yes, this was the best possible way I could work in Big the Cat's story into the summary. What else is happening? Oh yeah, Amy Rose is out shopping one day, until she looks up in the sky to discover Eggman's floating masterpiece, the Egg Carrier. She's then suddenly hit in the face by a small Flicky, which leads to her getting ambushed by a robot called Zero, which she manages to get away from. She almost immediately tracks down Sonic and asks him to help protect the small birdie she just found. This leads to Amy and the Flicky getting kidnapped by Zero, meaning Sonic has to go save them. While trapped on the egg carrier, Gamma goes see Amy to retrieve the Flicky. However, the bird appears to trigger this hidden memory inside of Gamma, leading to him releasing Amy. Though that just leads to her getting caught by Eggman. Turns out the little Flicky was holding on to another Chaos Emerald. Sonic and Tails arrive, but Eggman takes off, leaving them to fight Gamma. Though Amy interjects and begs Sonic to leave Gamma alone, which he does. Well, it turns out the egg carrier is falling out the sky, which means Tails has to leave with Amy, with Gamma flying off too. Meanwhile, Eggman takes the Chaos Emerald and Froggy to a different section of the ship. So it turns out the little portion of Chaos that Froggy swallowed, well, it turns out it's Chaos's tail. Not to mention Froggy swallowed that Chaos Emerald from earlier. So Eggman makes Froggy spit out the emerald, leading to the best cutscene in the franchise. What the hell did I just watch? Well, Chaos now has 6 Chaos Emeralds, and is in the strongest form he's ever been in. But Sonic defeats him, returns Froggy to Big. Oh, Knuckles is here too, I guess. Huh. Okay, this is taking a while to get wrapped up. I kind of forgot how jumbled the story can get. I'll try to go faster. Keyword being try. Sonic pursues Eggman back to the Mystic Ruins, and defeats him in his hidden base. Tails goes on a personal journey to become more independent from Sonic, leading to him defeating Eggman in Station Square. Knuckles also fights off Chaos 6, and returns with the shattered pieces of the Master Emerald, putting Angel Island back into the sky. During that, Amy helps the Flicky she's been protecting find her family, defeats the Zero Robot, and eventually decides that she'll also become more independent from Sonic, which none of the later games follow up on. Big and Froggy return to the Mystic Ruins and dance? Also, Gamma goes on a personal mission to destroy all the E-Series robots in order to free the animals trapped inside them, leading to Gamma dying in the process and being freed as another Flicky. It's really sad and beautiful, but it has nothing to do with the rest of the plot. Okay, I think that's about all of the main plot summarized, so... Oh my god, Tikal! I am Tikal, and I will do the fall. Who the hell is Tikal? Well, she was a member of this ancient echidna tribe from thousands of years ago, as shown in multiple flashbacks throughout the stories. It turns out she was the one who discovered Chaos while she was looking after these cute little creatures called Chow. However, one day the whole echidna tribe turned on Tikal and attacked her, along with the rest of the Chow. This led to Chaos getting super pissed, so he obliterated the entire echidna tribe. Tikal, completely heartbroken, realized that she needed to seal Chaos inside of the Master Emerald in order to keep his wrath from destroying the whole world, which explains why when the Master Emerald was destroyed, it caused Chaos to appear, along with Tikal appearing as a little glowing ball in each character's stories. Also, Knuckles is the last descendant of the old Echidna tribe, which explains why he's the only Echidna to appear in these games. Okay, did you get all that? Cool. So in the final story, Eggman comes across a still living Chaos who attacks him. Then Angel Island falls back into the ocean again. You see, at the end of Knuckles' story, he ends up taking several Chaos Emeralds back with him, which explains why in the final story, Chaos goes after Knuckles after attacking Eggman. Meanwhile, Sonic is just sorta chilling until Tails shows up and informs Sonic that Angel Island has fallen again. They go investigate, leading to them discovering that Chaos is back and has 6 of the emeralds again. But it turns out Tails still has the last emerald inside his plane, but before they could go retrieve it, Chaos ends up nabbing it, meaning he finally has all 7 emeralds. This leads to the awesome FMV opening of the game finally happening, where Chaos floods the entirety of Station Square. Like, he completely demolishes it. But it turns out, however, that there were somehow 0 casualties in this. What the hell? There has to be at least 2 million people in this city and not a single one died in this disaster? That's impossible. So with Chaos in his final form, which looks suspiciously a lot like Biolante, Tikal finally shows herself outside of a flashback to explain what's going on. Turns out that Chaos absorbed all the negative energy from the emeralds, leaving them to look empty and colorless. Big, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy with Gamma's Flicky, I love that little detail, all recover the blank Chaos Emeralds. Tails explains that while Chaos absorbed all the negative energy, the positive energy still remains.
Sonic, you should be able to harness their real power!
As much as I hate to admit it, I think Tails is right about this.
Wait, why does Knuckles hate to admit that Tails is right about this?
Go, Sonic! Yeah, Sonic!
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 Negative forces aren't the only way to empower the Chaos Emeralds. Our positive feelings toward each other can make them worse.
Fun fact, the crowd chanting Sonic in the background was apparently a live recording from E3 1998, if I recall, which is pretty cool. Kinda reminds me of when they recorded 2 separate crowds chanting Happy Birthday Sonic for Sonic Generations. I love that shit. So, as Super Sonic, Sonic defeats Perfect Chaos and obliterates all the negative energy from Chaos as a result.
Chaos has changed again, this time for the better.
Yeah! Super Sonic must have neutralized it, so it's nice again.
Why did Tails phrase it like Super Sonic is a completely different character from Sonic himself? This isn't the Fleetway comics. Well, Tikal appears again and gives thanks to everyone for restoring peace to chaos. Thus, she floats away with him in the sky, peace finally being restored. Kind of. Station Square is still in ruins, so they didn't bother fixing that.
All's well that ends well, right?
The city's been fucking destroyed!
That was the plot of Sonic Adventure, and it's a lot. I think as a whole, the plot itself is decently entertaining and engaging. It being told through multiple characters' respective stories is an interesting idea on paper, but the execution itself is very disorganized. Sonic's story is a fine stop Eggman and save the day scenario. I think Tails going on this neat path of growing and reflecting on his dependency on Sonic is interesting. We even get a flashback of when Tails met Sonic for the first time. Pretty cool. Knuckles' story is just alright. I'd probably say his was the most disappointing. I love the backstory with the Echidna tribe. It built off the original Japan lore that Sonic 3 and Knuckles established, and I really wish it had more focus for Knuckles. However, you only really get to see these parts at random sections during the character stories, and Knuckles only gets about 2 flashbacks. Even then, he's not that entirely involved with what's going on. It's mainly Sonic that gets the most info. Like, yeah, I know it's Sonic Adventure, but Knuckles being the last descendant of this ancient Echidna tribe really leaves a lot of his character development being unexplored. I really wish Knuckles had more time in these flashbacks. It could have led to more good character moments. But with that said, I do really like Knuckles' closing monologue at the end of his story. I'd probably say it's one of his best shining moments in the whole series, and really reflects his whole character perfectly.
I may not know the whole story behind this, but perhaps it's better that way. I'm at peace once more.
Yeah, remember when Knuckles was a deep, involving character and not just a meathead? While we're on that topic, I do really like the cute callback to Sonic 3 and Knuckles where it shows Eggman tricking Knuckles into ambushing Sonic like before, and it leads to Knuckles redeeming himself pretty quickly. That's what you call character development. And yeah, Sonic Adventure seems to follow the original lore from Japan, instead of the weird Americanized version, which I'm grateful for. I know there's plenty of Mobius fans out there, but oh well, cope with it. I also did want to quickly mention this, but seeing the Echidna tribe lore be established in the movies, especially the second one, was honestly pretty sick. I love that so much. Okay, when it comes to Amy, Big, and Gamma stories, well, they're very closed off when it comes to the rest of the plot. Amy goes on her own personal journey and helps her Flicky find the rest of its family, and upon defeating Zero, decides she'll become more independent after the whole thing. This was an interesting path for her character to go in, seeing how she's always been conceived as this obsessive fangirl of Sonic, but my main gripe with this story is mostly related to how the later games handle it. This independence of hers is never brought up in future games, which sucks because this is easily my favorite version of Amy Rose ever written. I still love her in some of the later stuff, but it really sucks that they didn't bother building off the arc in Adventure 1. Big and Gamma are easily the most worthless stories. Big's is just all around pointless, with Froggy swallowing a Chaos Emerald being the only real link to the plot. Apart from that, there's nothing else. It's just worthless. And Gamma, self-contained, I do like his story. It's fascinating and has a very sad but touching ending. But in relation to everything else, I don't understand why we need to see any of this. Going back to Tikal's flashbacks, while I understand her showing Sonic and Knuckles some of this Echidna stuff, why exactly does she bother with Tails, Amy, Gamma, and Big? What exactly is Gamma or Big supposed to do with all this information? Like, why do they need to see all this crap? The final story is entertaining like the rest of the game, but it also just has a bleak presence in it. We literally see Chaos destroy the entirety of Station Square, and even after Sonic stops him, the city is still in ruins. They don't bother showing it get restored or anything. I mean, it's technically a happy ending, but like, you couldn't just have the city warp back to normal or something? Was it out of the budget? Jesus. The cutscenes themselves are a bit rough. They look worse with each port, but just focusing on the Dreamcast version, they get the job done, but could definitely be better. Knowing how rushed development was, I'm not too shocked with how kinda shoddy these cutscenes can look. I will admit, while I thought they were pretty cringe when I first played this game a decade ago, I have grown a huge soft spot for them. I love the way some of these animations can look, as they can range from being just fine to laughably entertaining. The characters' faces can be so expressive, almost to the point of hilarity. So yeah, while they are pretty rough nowadays, I'll still give the cutscenes credit for being fun to watch. Though something you may notice is that some characters can cross paths in their own stories. To make up for this, the dialogue was actually slightly rewritten for each story, so you're not just watching the same cutscenes again. This might not seem that huge a deal for some people, but I always appreciated that extra effort being made. While the in-game cutscenes can be rough, I think we can all agree that the pre-rendered CG cutscenes look really great. The best one being Station Square getting destroyed by chaos, which we see in the intro, and again during the final story. It looks fantastic, even nowadays. I also love the CG shots of Angel Island falling into the ocean, and the one where it goes back up in the sky. It looks so gorgeous. And while the egg carrier can look a bit iffy in regular cutscenes, it is a true work of beauty in the FMVs. We'll thankfully get to see even more pre-rendered cutscenes in the future games, so that'll be exciting. However, despite me excusing a few things, there are two major flaws I have with the cutscenes. First off, the lip syncing can be pretty awful. Obviously, the game's cutscenes were originally meant to fit the Japanese voices, but for the international releases, it doesn't seem like they were able to resync the cutscenes well with the English voice acting, so it could look outright bad at some points. You also can't skip them in the Dreamcast version. Personally, I wouldn't want to because I think they're so entertaining, but skipping the cutscenes still should have been implemented, which is like one of the only updates I'll give SADX credit for. Is there anything else I haven't discussed yet? Oh yeah, the voice acting. Okay, for those who aren't aware, I've had a pretty awful history with blabbing on for way too long about the voice acting in Sonic games, but I'm gonna try my best not to do that anymore, because I've talked enough about the story and these voice actor talks are just kinda boring. I'll try keeping it brief. Sonic Adventure was the first true Sonic game to have full-on voice acting in cutscenes. Sonic was voiced by Ryan Drummond. Getting straight to the point, he is my all-time favorite voice actor for the character. The energy and charisma he puts into Sonic's voice is so charming and unmatched in my opinion, which is kinda crazy considering how he found the voice to begin with. He just went in for an audition, saw a stand-up display of the character, and was simply told by the voice director, "What voice do you hear coming out of this character?" And he just came up with it on the spot. It's magical.
To take it back even a step further, I remember at the audition, they literally had a picture of Sonic pasted up in the recording booth. Right before I went in, they said, there's a picture of Sonic in the booth. Look at that picture and just think to yourself, if a voice came out of that creature, what would it sound like? Like, I just looked at the picture and I had a list, on a sheet of paper on a music stand in front of me, and the microphone is right there, and they just said, and go. And I didn't have time to think about it. I just started speaking, and that's the voice that came out, and that's the voice that you all know.
I love him. I love him so much that I actually had him sign my copy of Sonic Adventure and a few games at Sonic Revolution 2019. Honestly, one of the proudest moments of my life. And shout out to my friend Emmy. Corey Bringus voices Tails, and he does a solid job. A young boy's voice fits the character super well. Michael McGaharn voices Knuckles, the only time he ever voiced the character, and I honestly feel he's super underrated. He seriously found the perfect tone for the character, one that I feel Scott Dreyer would later perfect in Sonic Adventure 2 and Heroes. Michael was a great Knuckles, and I really think he deserves more respect. Jenny Dooyer voices Amy. Like Ryan, she is literally my favorite voice of Amy. I love her portrayal so damn much. The late but great Dean Bristow voices Eggman. I feel like most of everyone can be mixed on this voice cast, but I think most people can agree that Dean is undeniably great as Eggman. He is the best actor to have stepped foot in this role ever. I swear, I adore this version of the character so much. Wrapping up, there's John St. John as Big and Gamma, who's fine, plus Elra Bowman as the voice of Tikal, who I don't think I even mentioned in my original review. I love her Tikal voice. It's the definitive portrayal of the character, mainly because this was Tikal's only real appearance. That's probably a good thing. So, I love all of these actors, and I think the voices they give the characters are just about perfect. But the acting, well, it's sometimes good, but it's mostly really bad. It does have that fun, bad 90s voice acting charm that most video games had at the time, but there actually is a legitimate reason why the acting is so uneven. According to Ryan Drummond, when the actors recorded their lines, they were given a voice director, who was Lonnie Manella, who would later voice characters like Rouge the Bat in the future games. However, Ryan also described that there wasn't just a voice director in the studio, but there were also about 10 or so Sega employees there judging them. To make things worse, not all of them knew English that well, and often interfered with the voice direction and gave weird suggestions that made zero sense. Not only that, but apparently every actor wasn't given the full story scripts for the game, they were just given their characters' lines. So not only were they lacking proper voice direction, but also context as to why their character was even reacting to certain things. As a result, we got such amazing line deliveries like these.
Watch out! You're gonna crash! Ah!
That's Eggman! I wonder what happened to Sonic.
Chaos!
Is this a dream? It's more like a nightmare.
Come on, Sonic! We need to get busy!
You're right, my friend. So here we go!
Uh-oh. What's this?
Where's this?
Let's investigate, wanna?
Oh yeah, that's another thing that's more just the case of the times. The localization is a bit whack. Specifically, there's a few mistranslations in the game's English script, explaining awkward lines like, "Where's this?" and whatnot. Wendy did a video showcasing a more accurate Japanese script translation, and while her channel was sadly taken down, the translation she did for Sonic Adventure and a few other games did get re-uploaded. I'll provide a link in the description. Not only that, but her Sonic Adventure translation was also made into a mod called Sonic Adventure Retranslated. So I'd recommend checking this out if any of you were curious to see what got changed and what was just screwed up. I think that's all I'll say about the story and voice acting. It's not perfect, but it's entertaining as hell and I really love it. So now I'll get to talking about the actual game itself. I know, thank God. Hopefully this video won't be super long. Update, I finished the script. I'm fucked. Like I said before, you get to play as 6 characters in this game. Starting out with Sonic, his gameplay in Sonic Adventure is a near perfect one-to-one conversion of the classic games. Sonic's levels are all about high-speed platforming, which means he has his spin dash, which functions just like it did in 3D Blast where you have to hold the action button down to charge it up. However, in SA1, it's actually super broken because you can just spam the spin dash button over and over again, making Sonic zoom across these levels. It's quite amusing, and this is the only game in the series where the spin dash is this broken, which is actually pretty useful for speedrunning. Of course, the most obvious addition to Sonic's moves is the homing attack. While we technically saw this first in 3D Blast, Adventure 1 is where the homing attack became a default move. To use it, you just press the jump button twice when you're near an enemy, or an item box. Obviously, this move was added since jumping onto enemies is a little more difficult to pull off in 3D. I love the homing attack. I think it's a very welcome addition to Sonic's moveset, and really helps at maintaining the quick pace in levels. However, Sonic Adventure also introduces power-ups that characters can pick up in hub areas, so Sonic can get 3 upgrades. First, there are the Lightspeed shoes, which allow Sonic to charge up the spin dash for a little bit, then he stops and has this aura around him. This allows him to zoom across any trail of rings, which can be used for accessing areas or finding shortcuts in levels. Sonic can also get this crystal ring on his wrist, which can shorten up the charge up time for the Light Dash. The last power-up that Sonic can get is the Ancient Light, which grants Sonic the ability to automatically home in on enemies after charging up the Spin Dash. All 3 of these upgrades can be pretty useful, and the Lightspeed Dash would continue to appear in the future games, though it would function way differently. My one gripe with these power-ups, which becomes a much bigger problem in later games, is how most of them are mainly mapped on the same button. While it's not a huge issue in SA1, I just don't like this simplistic button layout, especially considering the Dreamcast controller has 4 damn buttons on it. So yeah, expect me to bitch about this even more with SA2 and Heroes. Moving on to Tails, he sadly can't spin dash, but he still controls great and can fly. He even gets a power up to improve his flying as well. Plus there's a ribbon upgrade that can let Tails do this sick ass breakdance move. I fucking love the Rhythm Badge. This has to be the most underrated power-up in Sonic history. It's a great move for Tails. Seriously, if we ever see a fully playable 3D Tails again, I want to see him have this move again. Don't just give him the dummy rings from Heroes in 06. Let the man bust a move. Next is Knuckles, who also can't spin dash anymore. Oh well. Thankfully, his glide and wall crawling more than make up for it, along with being able to punch, which is sick. And he could later get upgrades that could help him dig into the ground to find important items, which I'll be discussing in a bit. He even gets his own Ancient Light move, which functions pretty similar to Sonic's. Okay, Amy. Amy. She runs super slow, which is her biggest downfall in terms of gameplay. Apart from that, I do really like using her hammer. Like if you're running and get enough speed, you can slam the hammer on the ground and do this sick-ass somersault. It's pretty cool. However, Amy's main attack can mostly be used when she's standing perfectly still, which can really halt the pace in levels. She does get solid power-ups that can extend her attack range and give her a cool spin attack, but it's not really enough to improve her gameplay. I feel like a 3D Amy has a lot of potential, but SA1's version of her can really underperform in a lot of areas. Her top speed is the main thing that kills this. Because of how slow Amy could be, I usually jump in the air to help pick up speed immediately. Plus she even has a hammer attack in the air, which is way more effective. But honestly, if they did a 3D Amy more similar to how she plays in the advanced games, I think that would really kick ass. Overall, I do like Amy, but I don't really go back to replay her levels. All 3 of them. Anyways, next is, oh fuck, Big the Cat. Memes aside, Big's gameplay is not that great. His levels are about fishing. Yeah, fishing. What, you don't play a Sonic game for this? Basically, you just gotta catch Froggy. So you just cast the lure and hope to God that Froggy takes the bait. Once he grabs it, just reel that shit in and hope your damn fishing line doesn't snap, which can happen. Getting this out the way right now, Big's gameplay sucks, and it's easily the worst part of the game. I don't remember what I must have said in my original review, but it can be a little tricky beating Big's levels. Basically, once Froggy grabs the lure, you have to move the analog stick around so it'll hook onto him, since you can actually move the lure yourself underwater. The manual actually makes mention of this, but who the hell is gonna read the game manual? Also, when it comes to his upgrades, Big can get a floaty and some better fishing lures. Thank God. So yeah, this might be a huge shocker, but I never go back to play Big's levels when I replay Sonic Adventure. Thankfully, Big's story can probably be considered the shortest since he only has 4 levels. So I personally don't think it's as huge a deal as so many detesters for this game make it out to be. Like when you factor in all the other characters' stories, Big's story being as short as it is really isn't that huge a deal. Wait, why does Big have more levels than Amy? Okay, the last character is E102 Gamma. Gamma's levels are all about shooting things up. You just hold down the action button to lock onto a bunch of enemies, then let go of the button to destroy all of them. Though you can't target forever, otherwise it'll just cancel out if you hold the button for too long. However, it is encouraged that you lock onto as many enemies as you can, since Gamma's timer is actually counting down. And once it reaches 0, well, Gamma's out of commission. So the more enemies you kill, the more time you'll get. Fair trade. Gamma also has some of the best power-ups, which can range from weapon upgrades and a hover ability. The reason for Gamma's inclusion was actually because Sonic Team would get a ton of fan mail requesting that Sonic be able to shoot enemies in a future game. They didn't want to give Sonic a gun because why the fuck would you do that? So they made an entirely new character just for shooting levels, which I really like. It's a fair compromise and Gamma's levels can be a lot of fun. Also, damn, I wish this Sonic Team was still around when the Shadow the Hedgehog game was being conceived. And that's all the characters. But I guess before I discuss the levels, I want to talk about the hub areas. Basically, all the zones are connected through 3 different overworlds: Station Square, Mystic Ruins, and the Egg Carrier. While these hub areas were a big turnoff for me when I first played the game, 10 years later, they're honestly one of my favorite things ever in a Sonic game. I really love the atmosphere that each area can convey. There's just so much charm and detail to it. Not only can you run around and explore the hub areas, but there's also a few fun Easter eggs to be found. One of the best ones is when you go into Eggman's hidden base in the Mystic Ruins. You can find these green tubes that contain a Robot Sonic and Metal Sonic. Yeah, he's in the game, but this is his only appearance. I still really love seeing him. Plus that other Robot Sonic is pretty fascinating. I'm not sure if this was new for this game or maybe a reference to a previous Robot Sonic. Who knows, he looks rad. Hell, in both Station Square and Mystic Ruins, there are NPCs walking about and standing around, and you can talk to just about all of them. Some NPCs can actually have their own subplot going on as you play through the game. My favorite one is probably the girl at the burger shop, who has a crush on the guy that works there. She gradually works up the courage to go into the burger shop, but she's still nervous to even speak to the guy, and it ends with her just getting a job working with him, and he's still completely oblivious to the fact that this girl has a crush on him. It's really cute. Yeah, there are some oddball storylines going on, like the Mystic Ruins explorer who at one point is struggling to find the ruins. Somehow. Like it's literally in the jungle, dude. The only hub area that doesn't really have NPCs in them is the egg carrier, mainly since there's just Eggman's robots wandering around. If you want to find out more about the NPCs, I'd recommend watching Cybershell's video about them, because there's a few more interesting ones that I really don't have enough time to look at in this video. I absolutely love the way this game can look. Sonic Adventure was mainly created to showcase the power of the Dreamcast, and for a launch title, it did that considerably well. Actually, early in development, members of Sonic Team traveled to exotic locations in Central and South America so that they could find good inspiration for the look of the levels in Adventure. Lots of photographs were taken during the trip, and you can even see a little bit of it documented in the International Forum video. They wanted this game to look the most unique out of all the other Sonic games, and even some of the photos they took were used as textures in the game itself, which is super cool. I honestly still think this game holds up great graphically. The lighting can be super nice. One of my favorite details I just love is when it's nighttime, and there's just this blue light in the Mystic Ruins. It's so pretty. Fuck you, DX, for ruining it. The character models are also some of the cutest in my opinion. I really love Sonic's character model. He's got the modern look, but still seems a bit pudgy with his round body shape and all. It's almost like a perfect transition from classic to modern Sonic. It feels very gradual. The same can be said for Tails and Knuckles as well. Plus, Dreamcast Amy is probably my absolute favorite. Best version of Amy Rose, bar none. Not even just talking about the character models, but the Yukawa-san artwork that they were designed after is phenomenal. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this in previous videos, but Yuji Yukawa's redesigns for everyone is my all-time favorite aesthetic the series ever got. Sonic's adventure appearance is so good looking. I love how stylized these official renders can look. It's just filled with so much personality and charm. I love this art direction. I think my favorite redesign has to be Amy's, mainly because it's much more unique when compared to her original CD design. Like, she's not just a pink Sonic anymore. Don't get me wrong, I still love Little Rosie, but Adventure truly is where Amy Rose became Amy Rose. I know that there are a few people who hate the redesigns and still prefer the original Oshima designs, which is totally fine. I love those designs too. We all have different preferences for art and whatnot. However, I do get bothered when people feel like the redesigns were a pointless marketing ploy to reinvent Sonic for cool 90s kids. I just think that greatly devalues the hard work that Yukawa-san really put into reinventing these characters. It was a bold new way of introducing newer generations to Sonic the Hedgehog, and I think he seriously nailed it. You don't have to like the redesigns, but I don't think calling them pointless is all that necessary either. I guess you can also say Sonic Adventure was the start of having different types of Sonic fans start to pop up. Like, instead of kids playing Sonic 2 first and getting used to the classic design, now kids were getting to play Sonic Adventure first and meeting Adventure Sonic. Then again, I guess there already were fans who were introduced to Sonic by the comics or cartoons, which could also be seen as radically different to what the games were doing. I guess my basic point is, Sonic fans don't actually know what they want because all of them have different ideas on what Sonic the Hedgehog should be based on which era they were introduced to. What the hell was I talking about? Getting back to the game, the gameplay is running at 30 frames a second, which kinda sucks, but it's not a huge deal breaker. though earlier footage of the game actually showed it playing at 60 frames a second, along with the lighting system looking a lot more dynamic too. But it also seems like the game was suffering a lot of slowdown in some areas. I'm gonna guess they had to scale back the frame rate and lighting details a few notches, just so the game could run better on Dreamcast hardware. Honestly, with how much I love the Dreamcast version in terms of graphics, lighting, character models, and so many other things, it just makes me despise how the DX ports kept changing and making the game appear worse. But I'll wait to talk about that crap. One super important aspect about this game that greatly enhances it is the soundtrack. The man in charge of Sonic Adventure's soundtrack was Jun Senoue, in his first time in charge as the sound director. It's not just Jun, but it's several other composers who bring a lot to the table. I am gonna make this crystal clear right now. Sonic Adventure 1 has my all-time favorite soundtrack out of any video game. Even when compared to previous games like Sonic 3 and CD, Sonic Adventure just ticks every box for me. This soundtrack does an amazing job at enhancing the gameplay experience, especially since it's a mixture of all kinds of genres and whatnot, leading to massive variety all throughout the game's music. Every level, hub area, and even cutscene have the perfect song accompanying it. I love how lively Station Square's music can come off, Mystic Ruins theme is super atmospheric, plus the Egg Carrier's theme is pretty excellent. When it comes to the level music, it's phenomenal, and it's also where the soundtrack gets a bit interesting. With Jun in charge, he actually decided to reuse select songs from the Genesis version of Sonic 3D Blast, another game he worked on. I already went over this in my 3D Blast re-review, but I think it's super resourceful and cool that Jun decided to rearrange these songs. And with the help of that recently released demo tape, we discovered that 3D Blast soundtrack actually had a lot more ties with Adventure than we may have thought. The obvious first one that comes to mind is Green Grove Act 1, getting rearranged for Windy Valley's third act, The Air. The second obvious track from 3D Blast was the song used in Twinkle Park's first act, Twinkle Cart. It's actually a rearrangement of Panic Puppet Act 1. Plus, after hearing the demo tape version, it's pretty clear that Jun didn't have to do much changing to begin with. The song was already a bop. The last known song to be reused from 3D Blast actually turned out to be Act 3 of Twinkle Park, Pleasure Castle. It's actually from an unused track from the demo tape, known as Bonus Stage Knuckles. Also, yes, the levels in this game are somewhat played in separate acts or different sections. I'll delve more into this when I get to the zone breakdown. Not only does Sonic Adventure have great level and cutscene music, but it was also the first Sonic game to feature multiple vocal tracks, with each character having their own theme song. Yeah, not just an opening and closing theme like in CD. Sonic has It Doesn't Matter, Tails has Believe in Myself, Knuckles has Unknown from ME, Amy has My Sweet Passion, and Big has Lazy Days Living in Paradise. Gamma and Eggman also have their own themes, but they're more so just regular game music, not vocal songs. But that'll change for Eggman in SA2, just you wait. Breaking down the vocal songs, I love just about all of them, for entirely different reasons. Most of the songs were composed by Jun himself, and I feel that each of them fit the characters perfectly. When it comes to It Doesn't Matter, it features Tony Harnell on vocals. The SA1 version of It Doesn't Matter is not only my favorite vocal theme in the game, but it's also probably my favorite vocal theme ever made for a Sonic game. I feel that it perfectly captures the spirit of Sonic's character. Plus, Tony Harnell is a severely underrated singer. I mean, his voice just sounds so spectacular. It's so full of energy and power. He's apparently got one of the widest vocal ranges out of any singer in the industry, which kinda makes it a miracle that someone like him got hired to sing on a Sonic game. Multiple Sonic games even. What a gift.
Long as the voice inside me says go, I will always keep on running. There is no way to stop me from going to the very top. It doesn't matter who is wrong or who is right.
When it comes to the vocal themes for Tails and Knuckles, I think they're pretty great. Believe in Myself is an uplifting song that fits Tails' character arc in the game. Plus, Karen Blake sounds great on it. Unknown from ME is also good, even though one of the singers attached to it, Dread Fox, most well known for voicing Parappa the Rapper, ain't really a great dude. Apart from that, it's still a great song and a good fit for Knuckles. Plus, Marlon Saunders sounds great on it. Both themes sound good.
I wanna fly high so I can reach the highest of all the heavens. Somebody will be waiting for me, so I have gotta fly higher. Born on an island in the heavens, the blood of my ancestors flows inside me. My duty is to save the flower.
The last two vocal tracks, My Sweet Passion and Lazy Days, are just fun songs. My Sweet Passion, which features Nikki Gregoroff singing, is one of my personal favorites, though it's also the longest character theme, but it's super funky and nice. Such a bop. I greatly appreciate the Dreamcast Amy dominance. Lazy Days is extremely goofy, but seeing how it's supposed to be Big the Cat's theme, it perfectly fits his character. Plus, it also features Ted Poley on vocals, who we're going to be seeing a lot more of in future games, which is pretty exciting.
Sweet, you're so sweet. So many things I want. Sweet, sweet, you're so sweet. I wanna be a wonderful girl. Sweet, sweet, you're so sweet. I'm not simple-minded. Sweet, sweet, you're so sweet. And I won't be a pearl. Hey, big guy. Hey, little guy. Can you tell me who came first? Sorry, but I don't know. We are simply natural.
By the way, if you really like Sonic Adventure's soundtrack, and you also really enjoyed Lazy Days, I'd recommend looking up the original demo version of the song, which got officially released on the compilation album, True Colors, The Best of Sonic the Hedgehog Part 2, which was put out in 2009. It's a pretty interesting version of the song, and I kinda prefer it. I love how rad the guitar can sound. Am I missing something? Is there another artist on this soundtrack that has left such a huge mark on the franchise and is beloved by millions of fans? Of course there is, you morons. It's Open Your Heart by Crush 40. Crush 40 is a band formed by Jun Sonoy where he's on lead guitar and Johnny Gioeli on lead vocals, who is a phenomenal singer by the way. Open Your Heart isn't a character theme, but it's actually the main theme of the game. This was the first time Crush 40 was featured in a Sonic game, and they would obviously appear much later on, even if they weren't doing the main vocal theme. Open Your Heart is a fantastic theme song. Obviously you heard it in the opening FMV, then you hear it on the title screen, the main menus, and the last story credits. This is honestly the greatest introduction song that I think Crush 40 could have ever done to cement their place in Sonic history. And I'm also gonna surprise a lot of people with the hottest of takes, but I personally prefer Open Your Heart over Live and Learn. Now hold up, I love Live and Learn, and I will go on about how much I love that song in the SA2 re-review, but right now, I'm just saying I personally think Open Your Heart is a better song. I adore the guitar solos, I like the lyrics here more, and I don't really understand why there has to be some great debate about whether Open Your Heart or Live and Learn are superior. They're both great, just like both, you fucking dorks.
I'm not gonna think this way, nor will I count on others. Close my eyes and feel it burn.
by the way, when I say these songs sound great, I'm not trying to play this off as they sound great for a Sonic game. What I mean is that they sound great as music in general. Are some of the songs cheesy? Sure, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And with how well made a lot of Crush 40's songs can be, I just want them to be recognized for the artists that they truly are, not just label it as butt rock or whatever other terms that people use to devalue how good the songs are. Open Your Heart and all the other vocal themes are fantastic, and I wish more people would just fully embrace how great they are. They also add a lot more to this great soundtrack that I adore. An official soundtrack album was released in 1999, but only in Japan. This was the Digilog Conversation, a 2-disc soundtrack containing most of the game's music, so basically all the level themes, cutscene music, and a few others. Aside from Open Your Heart, none of the other vocal themes were included, but they were included on a mini-album called Songs with Attitude, which released a good month before Digilog in 1998. These two releases never came to the States, which is heartbreaking in my opinion. Though Digilog did finally see a release here as the Sonic Adventure Volume 1 and 2 releases, which is the version that's currently up on streaming services. Jun Tsunoi also released a special album, Passion and Pride, Anthems with Attitude from the Sonic Adventure era, which contained both the vocal themes and the instrumental tracks from Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. This was the first time that the instrumentals for SA1 were ever officially released, which was pretty sweet to finally see. Passion and Pride would also get a digital release too, so most of the entire Sonic Adventure soundtrack is available right now, which makes me so happy. I feel like I've been talking about the soundtrack for a long time, but to sort of quickly mention this, the Sonic Adventure Music Experience CDs. I already did a video about this back in September 2020, but these two CDs were exclusively handed out at these special concerts that Jun Tsunoi did, where he and a band played these new rearranged versions of a few adventure tracks, and some of these remixes were included on a few of the non-stop music selection albums, though not every remix has been officially released outside these CDs. Thankfully, since the video I put up, both were tracked down and archived online, so I recommend looking these remixes up and listening to them. As a die-hard adventure fan, with SA1 being my favorite video game soundtrack of all time, the music experience versions of these songs are a treat to listen to. I'm using them as background noise for this re-review, so I'd recommend again just go check them out for yourselves. While still on the topic of soundtrack releases, of course there were the official Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 vinyls released in 2018. These were released by Brave Wave Productions in cooperation with Jun Tsunoi himself. Sadly, it was a limited release kind of deal, so both records can be pretty pricey these days, especially the SA2 vinyl. Best of luck to any of you collectors out there trying to get this. It's almost like a multi-dimensional 2.0. However, I did manage to get the SA1 vinyl. It was kind of a top priority since it's my favorite and all. It's a great release. It felt nice to finally see the adventure soundtrack get some recognition for a change. Okay, I think I've talked enough about the soundtrack and its official releases, like holy fuck. I love Sonic Adventure's music, it's my favorite, and it brings a smile to my face every time I hear any song from it. Also, the Generations remixes are solid too. And if you think this re-review has gone on long enough for my constant rambling, tough shit, I'm nowhere near done talking about SA1. Speaking of which, the levels. In total, there are 11 zones in this game, or action stages, but not all the characters get to go to every level. Nope, not even Sonic. He has 10 stages, the most out of every character. Meanwhile, Tails and Knuckles have 5, Amy only has 3, Big has 4 for some reason, and Gamma also has 5. Since there are 6 playable characters with different movesets, just about every level needed to be designed around each character and their abilities. So not only are the levels fast-paced for Sonic, but there's also a solid amount of platforming and hidden secrets to be found if you're more into exploring. I'm actually shocked at how faithful the 3D layouts in Adventure are compared to the classics. Like, they honestly nailed it the first time around. Not only are a lot of the layouts solid, but their structure is really well executed. You mostly notice this as Sonic, but every time you reach the end of an area, you get loaded into another section. This essentially means that the levels are kind of broken up into acts, which is another huge aspect that's like the classics. But this also means that every level act has a different piece of level music too. God, I love this soundtrack. All 6 characters travel through the levels doing different tasks. Sonic's levels are just about reaching the end, usually bursting open an animal capsule. Tails is typically about racing Sonic or another character to the end, which a lot of the time you can cheese easily by using his flying move. Like seriously, it's barely a race. Knuckles' levels are, well, a bit more complicated. His levels are more for exploration since he's trying to find the shattered pieces of the Master Emerald, with him needing to find 3 in each level. He's even equipped with a radar that can help detect each piece, which glows redder the closer you get to them. Knuckles' levels get a lot of shit for how lengthy it could be to find the pieces, though I personally feel this problem gets even worse in SA2. I actually greatly prefer them in SA1 for how pretty compact the levels can be, compared to how massive they can get in SA2. Plus, the radar is a million times better here because it detects all 3 pieces, not just one at a time, which I really fucking hate, but I will get to that shit much later. Okay, wrapping up the last 3, Amy's levels are just about getting to the end while running away from the Zero robot, Gamma's levels are about shooting things and tracking down a target, and Big's levels are fishing. The latter 2 I already talked about before, so I'll just get to the level breakdown. Emerald Coast is an excellent level, one of my all-time favorites in a Sonic game. I'd even reckon it's the best first level for a 3D Sonic game ever. I love the beach aesthetic and the music is so good. Plus, that shot of Sonic running away from the killer whale is spectacular. I'm stealing this quote, but I'm sure this shot sold the Dreamcast for a lot of people. It's just so epic and iconic. You get to go to this stage as Sonic, Gamma, and Big, with Sonic going through both acts, Gamma going through a shortened version of the first act, and Big's Emerald Coast is a modified version of the end of Act 1. At this point in the game, you should have the floaty upgrade, which makes this the easiest level to catch Froggy in. I think I should mention this real quick, but most of the power-ups are back from the classics. This includes the ring boxes, 1-ups, speed shoes, and all that. The standard shield is also back, but now it's green instead of blue. Cool. However, they also brought back the electric shield, but the only thing it does is attract rings to you. I know a few of you may be thinking, yeah, dipshit, that's what it always did. You made a 94-minute video on Sonic 3, you fucking loser! What I mean is that it only attracts rings. You can no longer double jump, mainly because tapping jump twice just does the homing attack or air dash. Not to mention, and this is a detail that I don't see anyone talking about, it doesn't even protect you from electric elements. What the fuck? Did Sonic Team just forget that the electric shield is supposed to protect you from electric attacks as well? You're probably thinking, well, maybe that's not an electric attack. What if it's just a different looking shard attack? Even if that was the case, later on in SA2, the electric shield still can't protect you from electric attacks. And the electric obstacles are way more blatant in that game when compared to SA1. Can someone please create a mod that fixes the electric shield? And if the double jump can also be incorporated, that would be pretty sick. But please, at least fix it to where it could bypass enemies with electric attacks. My brother in Christ, Azuka, you worked on Sonic 3! Anyways, back to Emerald Coast. I guess I should address the elephant in the room. That being the second loop in the level that's recently become infamous by morons who don't know how to play Sonic games, or video games in general. Unlike the classic games where you had to build up enough speed to run through a loop, in this game, and most of the 3D games, they're automated, meaning you have to keep holding up to run through the whole loop. It's an incredibly simple task that anyone can easily do. So why the hell is this second loop causing so much of a fuss? In case you didn't hear, it is the second loop in the level. That means you had to run through the other one earlier. What the hell is wrong with people? Though when it comes to the whole concept of putting loops in 3D, it honestly seems pretty tricky. Though I'd probably say the game that did them the most correct was that fucking Roblox Speed Simulator. They were sort of automated, but I kinda liked it. I actually wouldn't mind seeing loops work this way in official games. But going back to SA1, I think the automated loops are handled fine. Like sure, if you purposely try to, you can clip into the second one, but that's your fault, you fucking baby. Get over it. Also, this is a very dorky rant, But if you've already watched this far into the re-review, then you're probably used to that. But I fucking hate that water is just a bottomless pit in this game, and many other future games. Seriously, why is this such a common thing in multiple modern Sonic games? It's so disappointing to me that we don't have these open ocean areas that just act as underwater areas. Why do they have to be bottomless pits? Is Sonic allergic to water now? I'm not asking for some horribly unfun water level, but I think just having small underwater sections is way better than having just massive bottomless pits surrounding the whole level. I don't know. I just really hope this trend fucks off in Frontiers or something. Otherwise, I'm gonna be upset. I guess I will briefly mention that Emerald Coast got brought back in Sonic Generations on 3DS, which I still haven't gotten to play for myself. But looking at gameplay footage, it looks fine. I'm not sure when I'll ever look at the 3DS version of Generations, but I guess it'll still be cool to play through a different version of Emerald Coast. Though my absolute favorite part of these new versions of Emerald Coast are the remixes, in the sense that they don't really sound like the usual classic and modern remixes in Generations, but they sound more like rearranged versions of Emerald Coast Act 1 and Act 2. Seriously, the Generations remixes are almost like precursors to the Sonic Adventure music experience CDs. I wonder if doing those remixes back in 2011 inspired June to want to do even more of them in 2016. It's pretty interesting. Getting back to the Dreamcast version, every time you beat a level, you earn an emblem, which are kind of like the Power Stars in Mario 64 in the sense that you can collect a bunch of them throughout the game. What's the point of getting all the emblems? I'll talk about it later. The next level is Windy Valley, where Sonic, Tails, and Gamma get to go. This one's a little more straightforward when compared to Emerald Coast. The first act is pretty simple, and it ends with you getting sucked into a tornado, with the second act of the level being about climbing up the tornado. And the third act is just a regular set piece where you run down a few more automated sections. This is the first level for Gamma where he has to destroy one of his E-Series brethren, which is, I'll get to it. Windy Valley is also Tails' first level, which just involves him racing against Sonic. And it is stupendously easy seeing how his flying can really break the game. I'm starting to see why they limited Tails' levels to just racing. While I do like Windy Valley just fine, the version of the level in the final game wasn't always going to be this straightforward and simple. Early footage of Sonic Adventure showed a vastly different looking Windy Valley, which looked far more open-ended, and visually more dynamic with its blue textures and whatnot. I'm not too sure why, but it was decided pretty late into development that Windy Valley would have to be completely redesigned. This early version of the level was initially only seen in pre-release screenshots and brief clips, along with a quick frame of it being shown in Amy's flashbacks. However, a near-complete version of the original Windy Valley managed to get discovered on an older build of the game called the Auto Demo. Thus, the level layouts were ripped from the Auto Demo and made into a mod for the PC version. So you can play the beta version of Windy Valley right now if you're interested. And I highly recommend it if you're super into 3D Sonic games like I am. This is quite possibly the best designed level in Sonic Adventure, and it honestly breaks my heart that they scrapped this earlier version because I am in love with it. There's so many different pathways, open space, hidden item boxes, and I really love the blue textures a lot. Seeing all of this get restored is fantastic. You can always rely on Sonic fans to help preserve the best shit. Hell, the mod even reworks Tails and Gamma's missions to fit the new layout, which is super cool. So yeah, I like Windy Valley, but I greatly prefer the auto demo. Next is Casinopolis, which is alright, but I don't go back to it too often. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles go here. Sonic's Casinopolis includes pinball machines, where you gotta rack up enough rings, and deposit all of them in a room to reach the animal capsule. There's two different pinball machines, one that's just Sonic themed, and another that's based on Nights into Dreams. This one is super cool and even has a few fun bits where you can fly through areas to see Knights flying about. I really like it. So while the pinball stuff is fun, trying to gain enough rings to beat the level can be pretty time consuming. So when I play this level, I usually try to head to the Dilapidated Way, a secret area where you travel through vents, which can contain a lot of ring boxes. This area is also where Tails' level takes place, mainly since it's more compact and straightforward. By the way, I call this area the Dilapidated Way because that's what it's called on the official soundtrack. And surprise, surprise, it's one of my absolute favorite songs. Knuckles Casinopolis just has them in the main lobby area, which include these weird robot pirates, and a much better look at this sick-ass golden Sonic statue, which you could ironically miss pretty easily when playing as Sonic. There's even a small crack on his shoe, which Knuckles can punch, causing the whole thing to fall apart. Fun fact about this zone, in the original 1998 Japanese version, there was a cowgirl statue you can get to as Knuckles, which made moaning sounds whenever you got close to it. This was obviously removed for the 1999 international releases, but there is a mod on PC to restore the statue, so go have fun with that. Next is Ice Cap from Sonic 3? Yes, kind of. Obviously, they couldn't use the original level music for reasons, but the new music June came up with still sounds phenomenal. Ice Cap looks so fucking pretty on Dreamcast. I really love the bluish details on the snow. It just looks so lively. You travel to this level as Sonic, Tails, and Big, of course. Sonic gets the usual 3 acts, with the final act ending with a sick-ass snowboarding set piece. Tails' Ice Cap is just a snowboard race with Sonic, which makes sense. Big's Ice Cap is just fishing again. But I did notice something interesting when playing the Dreamcast version for the first time. Big's Ice Cap takes place at nighttime, which you can't really see that well in the DX ports. It's such an odd detail, but I really like it. Up next is Twinkle Park for Sonic, Amy, and Big. Sonic's first act has him riding in this little bumper car. It's a pretty fun part, and you can even change the camera angle using the D-pad. It even includes a first-person view, which is fun. And then Act 2 is just a regular stage with solid platforming. Some of the best in the game, I'd say. Also, yes, I'm very aware that this game isn't technically perfect, meaning there are a few bugs and glitches you can do. The one really fun thing I like doing in this level is when you get to this part with the merry-go-round, I usually use the game's whacked up physics to shoot up in the air, and I managed to go inside the merry-go-round. Yeah, you can go over the invisible wall and walk around the merry-go-round. What does it have to do with the rest of the level? Nothing at all. I just think it's fun. Amy's version of Twinkle Park is pretty interesting. She starts out in Act 2, but then immediately enters this indoor area that no other character can go to, which includes a few mirror rooms and whatnot. This part of the level is fine, but what really sells this section is the damn music. It can sound pretty creepy. Like, it's mostly just the piano and ambient noise. There's even a fucking voice clip of a baby crying. What the fuck? Really goddamn spooky. Also, in case you're wondering, Big gets to go fishing in the pool area in the second act. I know, it's exciting. I guess I should mention that Twinkle Park is Big's first level, and this is your first impression of his gameplay. This is all you're doing. Have fun! Speed Highway. Probably the most popular level in the game, and it's easily one of the best. You go here as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Sonic has another fast-paced, good-ass time in Act 1, leading to a pretty awesome set piece in Act 2, with him running down the side of a skyscraper. Kinda like the killer whale in Emerald Coast, this has to be one of the most iconic images in Sonic history. Okay, as good and fun as the first 2 acts are, I honestly prefer the third act the most, which me and a lot of fans like to call At Dawn, mainly because that's what the soundtrack calls it, and it's another one of my favorites. Try to take a shot every time I said that in this review. The reason it's my favorite part is because it's pretty explorative, with Sonic being able to travel on rooftops and such. It's a lot of fun. And of course, with how open this area is, that means this is where Knuckles searches for the Emerald Shards, which means I get to spend more time in At Dawn, which I don't mind at all. A lot of you may be aware, but Speed Highway was brought back and remade in Sonic Generations. And while it's one of my favorite levels in Generations, I also adore the remixes. The one gripe that I hold against it is that they didn't bother doing their own At Dawn section. It was mostly just a remake of the first 2 acts. Pretty disappointing, but then again, the gameplay in Generations and Adventure are pretty different, so it probably would have been really tricky to add an At Dawn section. And it also breaks my heart that we didn't get a remix of At Dawn. Oh well, the rest of the level was still fun. Getting back to Adventure, Speed Highway is Knuckles' first level, but for Tails, it's his last. He's in Act 1 racing against Eggman instead of Sonic this time, meaning he can go to different parts of the level that Sonic can't reach, mainly thanks to Tails' flying ability. I also really love how characters drop voice clips in Tails' levels, leading to some fun dialogue exchanges. It also causes a pretty hilarious reaction from Eggman at the start of the level.
You think you can keep up with me? What? He's caught up!
Next is Red Mountain. This level's a lot of fun. Sonic, Knuckles, and Gamma go to it. I really like how explorative this level can be for Knuckles. It's almost like a predecessor for Pumpkin Hill. That's how massive in scope this zone can be. Knuckles only has the first act, while Sonic gets to go through 2 acts, and Gamma only has the second act. Act 2 is pretty noteworthy for having these weird, ghostly prisoners behind jail cells. They don't really do anything. They're just a background element, and they seemingly get burned to death by the lava rising immediately after you encounter them. So rest in peace again, I guess. Sky Deck. This level gets a lot of shit, but it's actually one of my personal favorites. I love the feel of adrenaline this zone can give me. The first act has Sonic platforming around like usual, but one really awesome visual detail is that when the egg carrier ascends and descends, the lighting in the level changes. That's so freaking rad. Tails and Knuckles also go to this zone, with Tails racing Sonic in Act 1, while Knuckles is emerald hunting in Act 3. Though what's kind of a cool continuity thing, Knuckles' level gives him access to this lever that changes which angle the ship can be. And in Sonic's level, the egg carrier starts shifting angles the further you get into the level. It's almost implying that Sonic and Knuckles are in this level at the exact same time, but they just barely miss each other. That's so cool. The next action stage I'm gonna bring up is pretty special because it's the only level that Sonic doesn't go to, and it's another level that's on the egg carrier, Hot Shelter. This level's for Amy, Big, and Gamma. Amy and Gamma spend the longest time here. Amy has a few easy puzzle solving areas, with one of them ending with Zero appearing on the TV screen before bursting out. It's a pretty cool visual. Since this is Gamma's final level, that means he fights the last E-Series robot here, and this one has a bunch of Dreamcasts on its textures. This is still in the DX ports too. I always loved that little detail. Oh yeah, Big goes fishing in the aquarium. Thank God this is his last level. It's kind of a shame that Sonic doesn't get to go here, though I'm sure there's mods on PC that make it possible. Next is Lost World. No, not that Lost World! This level takes place inside of the Mystic Ruins Temple, with Sonic and Knuckles getting the go here. Sonic's level lasts about 2 to 3 acts, and Knuckles' emerald hunting takes place in Act 2. In Act 1, there's an underwater section that's actually one of the very few times in the game you can travel underwater. Though, if you just go walk out the entrance, it'll instantly put you out the water. So yeah, they kinda missed that part. Act 2 also has a pretty interesting anti-gravity segment, where Sonic can run up walls when they're lit. I usually just spin the hash up in the air to reach the top. It's a great speedrun technique. While Knuckles' level takes place in Act 2, it uses a different music track that Sonic can't normally hear on regular playthroughs. You can actually hear the music piece in Sonic's level when you get to the very brief third act, so the song can end pretty quickly right when you arrive. It's a very underrated track too. I like it. I do like Lost World, but kinda like Casinopolis, this is one of those levels that I go back to the least. Not that it's awful or anything, but I'm just not super crazy about the level design. I do like some set pieces like running from the boulder, and even the dark room where you have to light up your way. I think that seriously showcases how great the lighting engine is, but aside from those cool parts, this level isn't in my top 5. The final level is Final Egg. You go here as Sonic, Amy, and Gamma. It's the last level for both Sonic and Amy, but it's the first level for Gamma, which is kinda funny. Final Egg, in my opinion, is one of the best 3D Sonic stages ever made. This one perfects so much that I love about Sonic level design. Fast-paced sections, differing pathways, hidden secrets, and a great amount of replay value. I love Final Egg so much. And we really need more levels like this in the future games. I like the cool rotating cylinders in Act 1. Kinda reminds me of the ones in Metropolis Zone and Flying Battery. Act 2 has a pretty cool set piece where Sonic can't risk falling down. Otherwise, he'll fall into a deep void at the bottom of the level. It is a weird obstacle and placement for a bottomless pit, but I still really like it. By the way, this visual effect was butchered in SADX, so Sonic just sort of falls into nothing. But whatever, I'll get to DX when I do. Act 3 has these funny Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles dolls that you can kill easily. They're a fun detail. Oh yeah, Amy's level features this weird section where you have to choose the right door in an area. And this section is randomized every time you replay the level, so the exit isn't always going to be in the same spot. It's a really interesting gimmick. Again, I adore this level, and I think it's the perfect example of how to do 3D Sonic almost flawlessly. I shit you not, Final Egg is right up there with Beta Windy Valley for me. God, I love this game so much. Okay, those are all the main levels, but there's also these short sub-game levels too. The first two are both acts of Sky Chase. You have to play both these acts in Sonic and Tails' stories. These are basically rail shooter levels modeled after a different Sega IP, Panzer Dragoon. You just move the tornado around, target enemies by holding a button, then release to shoot them down. These two levels are a decent amount of fun, though being forced to replay them in Sonic and Tails' stories can be a bit redundant. Another subgame you end up playing is in Tails' story, Sand Hill. I'm not doing the joke. It's just a basic snowboarding level, just in the desert, with Tails being able to go through these goalposts that can multiply your score at the end. It's decent fun. Another subgame is an extra level in Twinkle Park, Twinkle Circuit. This one's just about lapping this little race course 3 times, and that's it. Though the music does contain a cute remix of It Doesn't Matter. There's another subgame listed in the menu for Hedgehog Hammer, which is a minigame that Amy gets to play in her story, which can help her unlock an upgrade. You just smack the Sonic and Supersonic heads. Supersonic gives you more points, and you gotta avoid all the Eggman heads because it'll reduce your score. It's there. I do like that they give you the option to replay it in the hub area. Like, sure, after you beat it, it's a pretty pointless minigame, but I still just like having the option to replay it, okay? Little details like that just make me love the hub areas even more. And I think that just about wraps up all the action stages and sub-games. For fuck's sake, look how long this re-review is! Why do I talk about Sonic so much? Okay, the boss fights. First off, I'll discuss the character battles, because they're all pretty awful. Basically, as certain characters cross paths in their respective stories, they could end up fighting each other. The results are kind of embarrassing. The Sonic and Knuckles fights are pretty infamously horrible. As Sonic, you can just spam the homing attack, or as Knuckles, you can just use the punch button over and over again, ending the fights in seconds. Every character battle is like this. It's pathetic.
Oh no!
The Gamma fights are all just terrible. You can just mash the target button over and over again, ending each character fight so fast. Look, I love this game and all, but it sure as hell ain't perfect. Holy crap. I do kind of like the Hot Shelter fight with Gamma, not only because of the Dreamcast textures on the boss fight, but the floor is rotating, meaning you have to do more than just stand still, but it could still be ridiculously easy. When it comes to the actual boss fights, they're relatively solid. Sonic's story actually starts out with a short boss fight with Chaos Zero. Yeah, the game starts with a boss fight. I know some obnoxious YouTubers consider this to be bad game design, for some reason. If the boss was really difficult, I'd kinda get it, but this is literally one of the easiest boss fights in the whole series. Like, who the fuck would die to Chaos Zero?
I don't even know what to do.
Exactly right. I guess when he's doing an attack, oh, I died.
Why am I not surprised? Like the character battles, certain boss fights can actually be repeated in stories. So both Sonic and Tails fight the Egg Hornet, which is a fine first Eggman boss. The other Eggman encounters include the Egg Viper for Sonic's final boss, and the Egg Walker for Tails. The Egg Walker's pretty cool. I love that this boss makes you use Tails' spin attack to cripple it. It's a lot of fun, and god I miss this move. The Egg Viper is a decent fight, though it has become pretty infamous for that voice clip.
Get a load at this! 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 Get a load at this!
Which is actually a reused line from an earlier cutscene when Sonic and Tails first arrive on the egg carrier.
You haven't seen the power this vessel really has! Get a load at this!
Now that's what you call resourceful. While Gamma's fights with the E-Series robots are pretty terrible, he does get an actual final boss in his story with E-101 Mark II. This fight is pretty solid, therefore making it the best E-Series fight. It takes place outside the egg carrier where you gotta dodge 101's projectiles and target him when there's an opening. Amy also gets her own final boss in the same area, pinning her against the Zero robot that's been chasing her throughout the game. It's another decent boss fight, and it's probably the best part of her story. Like I mentioned before, the start of the game has you fight Chaos Zero, but we also get to fight 4 different forms of him. The Chaos 2 fight happens in Knuckles' story. This version of Chaos can bounce around as little water bubbles. It's not a bad fight. It's probably the most underrated one from Chaos. Then there's the Chaos 4 fight, which is fun enough on its own, but you're forced to fight him 3 separate times as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, which can be a bit repetitive, especially if you're crazy like me and you're trying to play through the whole game in one sitting. Also, it's pretty funny how Tails fought Chaos 4 just fine in this game, but then in Sonic Forces he was cowering in fear against Chaos Zero. What a travesty. Next is Chaos 6, who Sonic and Knuckles get to fight, with this being Knuckles' final boss. This is probably the best Chaos fight in the game. I love using those little robot things to freeze up Chaos, just so you can smash him into pieces. I really love that effect. It's also got one of the best music tracks in the game, which I think Jun Sonoy said that Chaos 6's boss theme is his favorite song he made for the game. And yeah, it's seriously one of the best tracks. Oh yeah, this boss fight also happens at the end of Big's story too, meaning this is Big's only boss fight. And all you have to do is just launch the lure at Froggy to win. Awesome. Before I talk about the true final boss, I should probably bring up how throughout the game, we see and fight multiple different forms of Chaos. To recap, you fight Chaos 0 at the start, you see Chaos 1 in a cutscene, then Chaos 2, 4, and 6 are bosses. However, there are 2 forms that we never get to see, Chaos 3 and Chaos 5. Of course, fans like to speculate and create fan art of what Chaos 3 and 5 might have looked like, but it's pretty interesting how it's never addressed in the actual game. But there is one final form of Chaos that I have yet to discuss, Chaos 7, aka Perfect Chaos, the true final boss of the game that you don't get to fight until Supersonic's story. The requirement to unlock Supersonic's story is by beating every other character's story, which for some people who, let's say, hate Big or even Amy's stories, this can become very time consuming. I am a bit biased because this is one of my favorite video games, and I don't mind playing through the whole thing, but in my honest opinion, it just gets kinda worse in the future games. Anyways, Perfect Chaos has 2 phases, and you fight both as Supersonic. To attack Chaos, you just gotta pick up the right amount of speed and go ram right into him, while also avoiding a bunch of obstacles and stuff that can break your pace. You hit him 3 times in each phase, and that's pretty much it. As a final boss, it's pretty decent, and it's a fun reward to finally play as Supersonic, but there are 2 issues I have with this boss fight. The first phase of Perfect Chaos plays Open Your Heart, which is awesome. However, it only plays during the first phase. The second phase plays a different orchestral piece. It still sounds great, but I don't know. I feel like the music tracks probably should have been swapped. I think it would have been way more impactful to end the fight with Open Your Heart, which thankfully, later games like SA2 and Sonic Heroes would fix. Plus there are mods on the PC version that do this simple fix. The second issue I have with this boss is more so just an issue with the game itself. While you do get to play as Supersonic in this boss fight, this is the only part of the game where you get to play as him. Yep, Sonic Adventure was the first in a line of games where you couldn't play as Supersonic in regular levels. It's disappointing, but it also doesn't break the game for me personally. And again, there are mods on PC that can let you play as Supersonic outside the final boss. But this can lead to some pretty messy results as Supersonic can outrun and break a lot of the level structures, which was probably the main contributing factor why he was only playable in the final boss. These stages were very clearly not designed with Supersonic in mind. Though, on an interesting note, the decision to cut Supersonic out of regular levels was very likely made at the last minute, because in the game's files, there's an unused voice clip from Tikal that said this.
Gather 50 rings and press the action button while you jump. You'll transform into Supersonic, but watch out for your ring consumption.
Fascinating stuff. So it's pretty cool to see this idea get realized in PC mods. Of course, Perfect Chaos was brought back in Sonic Generations, and it was a pretty fun remake of the fight, and it's a bit more interesting because you're playing as regular Sonic instead of Supersonic. Not to mention, Perfect Chaos got a really good redesign. Apparently, this is how they originally wanted Chaos to look on the Dreamcast, but they weren't able to do it with the technology at the time. So it's pretty cool that they took advantage of that with Generations. Plus, the Circuit Freak remix of Open Your Heart sounds awesome. But getting back to Sonic Adventure on Dreamcast, not sure what else to talk about. Oh snap, there's one major thing for me to bring up, and it's one of the most popular parts of both adventure games, the Chow Garden! Let's fucking go! So for the average Joe who decided to watch this re-review, just what the hell is the Chow Garden? Well, it's an extra part of the game where you can raise these cute little creatures called Chow. You hatch them from an egg at first, but over time, they'll grow into really strong creatures. You see, while playing the levels, you may notice that small animals pop out the badniks whenever you kill them, just like in the classic games, but you can actually pick them up and collect them. How come? Well, you can bring the animals back to the Chow Garden and give them to your Chow, which can help them gain more stats. Chow stats can actually differ depending on which version of SA1 you're playing. Going off the original Dreamcast version, there's Swim, Flight, Run, and Power. A Chow can gain a stat in a certain category depending on which animal you give him. So what's the point of leveling up your Chow? Well, you can get them to participate in Chow races, and winning all of them can help you earn a few more emblems. Raising Chow can be an extremely time-consuming process, especially if you're playing the OG Dreamcast version. What's pretty asinine is that the only way you can check your stats on Dreamcast is by loading your Chow into the visual memory unit. These were basically cool memory cards for the Dreamcast that you plug into the controller. Upon putting your Chow into the VMU, it'll install a minigame called Chow Adventure. Here, your Chow can go on these little strolls, you can play minigames to earn fruit for your Chow and whatnot, and you can check your stats here. I'll be honest, I'm not too crazy about the Chow Garden in the original Dreamcast version. It comes off more like a tech demo and it's super bare bones. This is actually one of the rare points where I'd say stick to the DX ports. Hell, even the Chow Garden in SA2 is vastly superior in terms of features, a lot of which would be incorporated into DX on GameCube, since that port got released a whole 2 years after SA2. SADX and SA2 add a lot of improvements to the Chow Garden, including being able to read your Chow's stats by simply picking them up, along with adding a 5th stat for stamina, which is pretty standard. However, the Dreamcast version actually did have a 5th stat, and it was for HP? What? What the hell was that for? Well, you can actually harm the Chow, and in Dreamcast SA1, thanks to the HP stat, you can straight up kill them. While you can still technically do this in SA2 and SADX, those games try to play it off as just the Chow fading away, but the Dreamcast version straight up kills them. It's so morbid. So yeah, just be on the lookout that you don't accidentally spin dash your Chow or something. I'm not too sure why you would want to kill the Chow to begin with. For those of you watching who are Chow killers, shame on you, you sick fucks. The most experience I had with SA1's Chow Garden was on the PS3. I go back to it every now and then to check in on my Chow, who are still here after 10 whole years. It's still great to see them, but I do kind of wish I could transfer them over to a different console port. Thankfully on PC, the Chow Fusion editor helped me recreate all my Chow, so I don't have to keep booting up that whack-ass port. As a whole, I really like the Chow Garden, and I do appreciate the changes that DX brought to it, along with how much improved it'll be in SA2. I'll obviously delve more into it in that re-review, so hope you look forward to that. If you thought this was all there was to the Chow Garden, you ain't seen nothing yet. By the way, go watch Cybershell's Chow video, it's excellent. I guess the last thing worth discussing are the emblems. Like I said earlier, they're basically medals you collect throughout the game by completing either levels or tasks, along with being able to find them in the hub areas, which is fun. There are 130 emblems in total, and collecting all of them will reward you with nothing. At least in the Dreamcast version. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that they couldn't come up with a reward for getting all the emblems, since Adventure's development was super rushed. Though, in the DX port, you do unlock Metal Sonic, who's just a reskin of Sonic. Like, he literally plays the exact same as Sonic. Same levels and all, nothing else. Come on, at least give him Hot Shelter. His character model was also apparently ripped from SA2's multiplayer. Resourceful? Like, it's a fine enough reward, but it's pretty obvious that the DX devs couldn't come up with anything else. Oh well, at least we can finally get a reward for 100%ing the game. One quick thing I want to mention, Sonic Adventure was obviously designed to be a single player game, but remember back in Sonic 2 where if you plugged in a second controller, the second player could control Tails? Well, I'm not sure if everyone knew about this, but Sonic Adventure actually carried over this option. Yeah, a second player can control Tails. They could even do the spin attack and everything. It's the closest thing to a multiplayer mode that this game has, and it's kinda cool. So if anyone's curious to try this mode out, then have fun. Well, I guess that's just about everything from the Dreamcast version worth discussing. So I guess I should finally talk about the DX ports, right? Nope. There is one more thing I want to bring up. You see, the Sega Dreamcast was one of the first home consoles to incorporate online connectivity. Basically, you can access the internet to download certain stuff for your games on your VMU, which meant Sonic Adventure was the first game in the series to feature downloadable content, all of which was not included on the DX ports. That is so lame. Sadly, the official online servers for the Dreamcast were shut down years ago, but you could still access the internet using different methods. But in this case, every piece of DLC was archived and made into mods for the PC version of Sonic Adventure, which is how I'm going to be showing a few of them off. What exactly did the DLC consist of? Well, they're pretty simple stuff like a few holiday events, sponsorships that Sega promoted at the time, a Y2K celebration thingy, and a couple more. Some of these include decorating Station Square with a few things, like Christmas trees, and they play Christmas related music when you go up to them. It's honestly really cute, and I wish other versions of Sonic Adventure would include all of this content. What's pretty interesting is that different regions got exclusive DLC, so the US didn't get all the content that Japan and even Europe had. And I guess this is the part where I bring up that while just about every piece of Sonic Adventure DLC has been archived online, for a long time, there was one piece of downloadable content that was lost for years. This was the Katamatsu DLC, released only in Japan. It was a New Year's themed DLC release just a few days after the game's initial December 98 launch. It went missing mostly due to how shortly it was offered for download in Japan. Plus, with the Katamatsu decorations, it really didn't make much sense to release it in different regions. As a result, this DLC remained lost for 20 years. It wasn't until November 2019 when a fan named Moop the Hedgehog managed to find the data for the DLC on an old 4X memory card he purchased while visiting Japan. So he dumped the files online, and this lost piece of Sonic Adventure history was finally preserved. This was so amazing to finally see, and it's insane how it managed to pop up in the most random of locations. It's always super cool when lost media like this gets found. Okay, that is just about everything there is for me to discuss with Sonic Adventure on Dreamcast. I've damn well made it clear at this point that I absolutely love this game so much. Like, sure, it hasn't held up in some aspects. The cutscenes look rough, the voice acting is pretty bad, Big the Cat is laughable, and there are a few bugs here and there, but I still really adore so much about this game. The cutscenes are still entertaining, I love the voice cast, the soundtrack, the graphics, I love just about every level, I enjoy a lot of the extra content, and I just think SA1 is a beautiful time capsule of the late 90s Dreamcast era. It gets the job done amazingly well. I'd probably call it the best tech demo a video game console could ever get. But don't think that devalues the game as a whole though. It was an incredible display of how far video games had come at this moment in time. Sonic Adventure would go on to become the best-selling game on the Dreamcast, shipping 2.5 million copies worldwide. So if you have a Sega Dreamcast, definitely get the first Sonic Adventure. It's absolutely worth it. But I guess before I move on to SADX, I'll waste even more of your time by talking about the Sonic Adventure action figures for a bit. So a company called Resource got the rights to create official Sonic merchandise between 1999 to 2000. They released multiple figures in two different series. Series 1 included Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and this 11-inch Sonic figure that looks super rad. Series 2 included Skiing Sonic, based on this official piece of artwork, Amy Rose, Big the Cat, and E102 Gamma. As you can see, I own just about all of them, except Gamma, mainly because the Series 2 figures were actually released close to when Resource was going out of business, so the Series 2 figures became pretty rare to find. And with this being Gamma's only action figure ever, it quickly became the most sought after Resource figure. So even if you can find a listing for it, it'll likely cost you hundreds of dollars. So aside from Gamma, I at least have the rest of them. I got these figures because I actually have a lot of nostalgia for them. Not because I had them as a kid, but more because I remember seeing a lot of these figures in Sonic Tilt's old stop-motion videos. I watched them all the time when I was little, and I always liked the look of these figures. Plus, finding out that they were made in promotion for Sonic Adventure is so awesome to me. I've heard that some people find Sonic's huge pupils to be a bit goofy, but I honestly love the way this figure looks. It's probably my favorite Sonic action figure ever. Though I will admit, the Skiing Sonic would probably be the perfect figure if he didn't have different shoes. Also, because of how much I love Dreamcast Amy, it really warmed my heart to have an official action figure of her. Resource actually planned on doing a third series for Sonic Adventure 2, but they never got made due to the company going out of business in 2000. Quite a shame. Their action figures were really solid, if a bit fragile. But yeah, I love these figures a lot, and I hope to God I can get that damn Gamma figure in the future. It's probably the best action figure Resource ever made. Though a bit of warning, if you plan on tracking down these figures, just be aware that some bootleg figures can pop up every now and then. But if you do the right research, they can be pretty easy to point out. Alright, enough with the bullshit. So, let's say you don't want to play Sonic Adventure on Dreamcast, because you don't want to go through the hell of finding a Dreamcast that'll still work properly. Well, in 2003, Sonic Adventure would see a special release on the GameCube called Sonic Adventure DX, Director's Cut. Yeah, despite being called the Director's Cut, this version of the game wasn't actually handled by Takashi Iizuka, mainly because he was too busy working on Sonic Heroes, though the American title of the game still calls it a Director's Cut even though it technically isn't. I think this comment from a Cybershell video sums it up perfectly. SADX includes updates to the game like upgrading the framerate from 30 to 60 FPS, the character models were changed to look closer to the SA2 models, you can now skip the cutscenes, the FMVs are in better quality, just about every level in the game were given new textures. They also implemented a free camera system, but it's not that great. Each hub area has a map now, which is alright. There's a new mission mode, just about all the Game Gear games are unlockable, and they added Metal Sonic as a reward for getting all 130 emblems. Okay, putting it bluntly, I don't like the way SADX looks. The updated graphics seemed really unnecessary to me. Like, I can get why they updated the character models. Sure, maybe I love them, but they don't exactly scream impressive in 2003 when compared to 1998. But why did they bother changing the textures in every level and hub area? Were they really that outdated looking? Who made this choice? I feel like this major change is a huge spit in the face of the original game devs because remember that trip that Sonic Team went on to find real life locations to base the game off of? I mentioned that some of their photographs from the trip were actually incorporated into the Dreamcast version as actual level textures. So now I'm just worried if SADX just got rid of them for no goddamn reason. Also, if you're one of those people who think the textures in SADX look better than the ones on the Dreamcast version, you're objectively wrong. Like, you can prefer it and say you like it more, that's fine, but they are objectively worse looking on GameCube than they were on Dreamcast. Countless textures and other effects suffer really awful compression and whatnot. Like, what game dev saw this and thought it looked good? What the fuck happened to these lights at the end of Dilapidated Way in Casinopolis? It's so ugly! Why does Ice Cap look so washed out? Why isn't Red Mountain red anymore? Was updating Speed Highway's textures really necessary? That was probably the best looking level on the Dreamcast. Why does the water look like jelly water now? Also, while most of the main characters got updated models, they didn't bother updating the NPCs, including the fucking Echidna tribe. So you can go back in time as the new shinier Knuckles model next to the out-of-place Dreamcast Echidna models. Why didn't they bother updating these? I know some of you may be thinking, well, you only go back in time at a few parts in the game, and each time is very brief. Who cares? I care! They updated Tikal for fuck's sake. They're all using the same character model anyways. Why not just take Knuckles' new model, recolor it, and give it clothing? Were they rushing to get this port out? What the fuck? Not only that, but it appears this port was just half-assed in a lot of areas. The 60 frame a second boost is very nice, but it doesn't seem like they adjusted parts of the game's internal logic to fit with it, especially with the enemy AI, most notably with Leon, a Batnik you encounter in a few areas who now disappears way faster in levels. He's not supposed to be fading away this fast, which can really be a bitch to deal with if you're trying to find the Master Emerald shards. Another issue I take with the visuals is how fucked the lighting is. The lighting in the original Dreamcast version was pretty fantastic for its time, and DX just butchered it. I honestly can't believe how badly this was handled. I know that there's plenty of people out there who don't care about the lighting or if the game was changed that much, much, but I am not one of those people. I will never stand for this crap. Well, I guess the big new feature is the mission mode, but I honestly don't want to go over it for too long. A lot of the missions can range from extremely tedious to just plain boring. It is the most uninspired extra in the game, which is kind of crazy considering the Dreamcast version had all of that cool downloadable content, which DX didn't even bother to include. By the way, the worst fucking mission is that stupid ass jump in Ice Cap. Seriously, fuck this jump and the person who made this mission. Why is this here? Okay, if you don't mind the visual changes and weird bugs that DX brought to the table, then I guess maybe check out Sonic Adventure DX. However, if you are gonna play DX, get the GameCube version. As much as I dislike a lot of the changes that this version introduced, subsequent ports of SADX would somehow keep getting worse. The GameCube version was later ported to PC in 2004, and this port had a lot of the same features and issues as the GameCube version, but somehow the lighting system was completely obliterated. Like, it still didn't look that great on GameCube, but the PC version made it look way worse. It's fucking abysmal. And to make it even worse, Sonic Adventure would later get a port on HD consoles in 2010, and it somehow managed to find more problems. This was the first version of Sonic Adventure I got to play, and I don't think I'll ever play it again. The HD port was actually based off the 2004 PC version, only now the game is surrounded by this ugly purple border. Why the hell did they put a border on the game? Like, this isn't a perfect port to begin with. You might as well let this broken ass port play in widescreen so more issues could follow. And why did it have to be some ugly purple scanline shit? Why not just use official artwork or something? That's what I fucking did! Another weird thing about the HD port is that it keeps a lot of the same features from DX on GameCube, but it removed the Game Gear titles for some reason. I'm gonna guess Sega didn't want to bother working on a Game Gear emulator to put in this port again. Nice. Oh yeah, this HD port was later ported again on Steam in 2012. So yes, the Steam version is a port of a port of a port of a port of a Dreamcast game. Mind-blowing, ain't it? Oh yeah, DX also added Cream, but she's only there as a background element, and for some reason the PC version fucked up her textures. I already complained about the lighting system, but on the HD port, the lighting in the Chaos 4 boss fight is so fucking bad that the character models look like they're cel-shaded. I could seriously spend several hours going over every change that SADX included that I hated, but this re-review is long enough and I really don't want to be here forever, so I'll just recommend checking out Cybershell's video about DX, because he perfectly addresses all the same issues that I had. Also, I'm pretty sure this is like the second or third fucking promotion I've given him in this video alone. So hopefully I have very likely made it clear at this point that I love Sonic Adventure so goddamn much, and it fucking pains me that the only version people have access to is the worst version of the game. That's not even a knock at DX. I know people who prefer SADX but hate the HD ports. So even DX fans are aware that these ports can be way better. But thankfully, there is a benefit to be found here. With SADX being on PC and Steam, this means that there are plenty of mods that can help benefit your experience with the game. For a while, Better SADX was seen as the most superior mod for the game, since it actually fixes a few bugs and other issues, like adding widescreen support and putting the Game Gear games back in. However, in my original review from Cooper's perspective, I propose mods be made to change SADX back to the original Dreamcast version. Well, a few months after that review, and right around the game's 18th anniversary, a group of fans put out the Dreamcast conversion mod, which does exactly what it says. It just about perfectly restores SADX back to the original Dreamcast graphics, textures, lighting, and all. Yes, these geniuses somehow managed to fix this game's lighting system, which absolutely blows my mind. The conversion mod was overseen by a fan named PKR, with help from a few others, and it's such an amazing effort. So pretty much, if you want to play the original Dreamcast version of SA1, but you don't want to get the console for it, then I'd just recommend getting SADX on Steam and installing the Dreamcast mods. You can even get an option for it when installing Better SADX nowadays. Honestly, these fans are a bunch of legends for restoring this game way better than Sega ever could. While I'm at it, I'd also recommend trying out other mods like one that enables the light dash to function like it does in SA2, and a cool mod called New Tricks. This mod adds really sweet features like Tails and Knuckles getting their spin dash back, plus Amy can get a double jump, and has a few additional hammer moves, including her spinning glide from Heroes, which is so sick. It's honestly never been a better time to be an adventure fan than now. But I really do hope that Sega wises up and lets fans handle making a superior port of SADX that isn't the vanilla releases on HD systems and Steam, because this game deserves a lot more respect. Back in 2016 when I made that initial review, one of my biggest goals was to help give Sonic Adventure more respect than I feel like it was getting at the time. I guess that was also the point of this re-review too. I just hope whatever I had to say about the game meant something to anyone watching. Sonic Adventure has always been a very special game for me. I consider it my personal favorite 3D Sonic game of all time, because the gameplay showed so much potential for the series to keep improving on. It just has the best set of levels that I have the most fun replaying, especially when compared to the other 3D games. I didn't even grow up with this game, and while I did first experience it with one of the worst versions, a part of me still felt like there was something special about SA1 when I first played it 10 years ago. Seeing as I've gone back to play it on Dreamcast several times, made 2 completely different reviews of it, plus I needed to re-record my footage of the game like 3 goddamn times, and I'm somehow still not sick of playing this game, or talking about it for that matter. I don't know, I just really love Sonic Adventure. I appreciate a lot of the craft and effort that went into it, but I honestly wish I had more to talk about with this game. I know, seeing how damn long this re-review was and how much of a bitch it was to edit, I really want to keep talking about this game. I guess I should just end this before I'm here for several hours again. Quick thanks to my friend AJ for the Coop's Review title card I featured in the intro. He designed it for me as a little surprise, so I figured it would fit perfectly in this video. That shit looked nice. I will see you all in the next review, and thanks for watching. Go play Sonic Adventure now! After the original Japanese release of Sonic Adventure, a good portion of Sonic Team in Japan would actually move all the way to San Francisco, California, which was where the headquarters of Sega of America were. Among the team members who moved were co-creator Yuji Naka and game director Takashi Iizuka, who intended on forming an American Sonic Team division, which was plainly titled Sonic Team USA, and their first project would be localizing Sonic Adventure for international release in 1999. The new team would also focus on Phantasy Star Online in 2000, and after a while, they would eventually work on their next big project, a sequel to Sonic Adventure. To recap a little, Sonic the Hedgehog was initially created in a collaborative effort between game programmer Yuji Naka and character designer Naoto Oshima. After the release of Sonic Adventure 1, Oshima would actually leave Sega to pursue his own projects, and also marked Sonic Adventure as the last Sonic game to feature any involvement from co-creator Naoto Oshima, until Sonic Superstars 25 years later. Kind of insane to think that just under the franchise's 10-year run, only one of Sonic's original creators would still be around working on the games. And speaking of said creator, who the hell would have thought that in between the release of my SA1 re-review and this SA2 re-review that Yuji Naka would get arrested? That's crazy. But getting back to the Adventure sequel, this game would get released to coincide with the franchise's 10th anniversary in 2001, with the team's main goal with the game to be taking everything that worked in Adventure 1 and continue to improve off it, even though there were far less people working on this game compared to the first one. I'm not kidding, like previously, SA1 was worked on by around 50 to 60 employees of Sonic Team back in Japan, but for SA2, remember that small number of employees who moved to America, which included Yuji Naka and Takashi Iizuka? Guess what? That's the team. Yes, those 11 or so people were the ones in charge of making SA2. Isn't that shit wild? That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen, but seeing how this was the late 90s to early 2000s, the gaming community at the time was much different. Even Iizuka would go on to say that this short amount of manpower didn't really affect the game too horribly. Honestly, I know not everyone loves this game, but it's still kind of a miracle that it came out as well as it did with the little amount of people who worked on it. Plus, Iizuka would go on to say that SA2 was the game he had the most fun making. So there's that. Well, after months of rumors, Sonic Adventure 2 was finally revealed at E3 on May 11th, 2000, one day before my second birthday. Thanks, Iizuka. Judging from the early trailers, it appeared that they decided to cut out the gameplay styles for Tails, Amy, and Big the Cat to focus on Sonic, Knuckles, and Gamma's gameplay. However, and for the first time ever in the series, Dr. Eggman was going to be made playable, in the place of Gamma since, well, Gamma died. The trailer would also tease a new character, a black Hedgehog whose identity remained a mystery for a few months. While the response to the game was rather strong, there was one character's absence that concerned a lot of fans at the time: Tails. Obviously, a lot of Sonic fans at the time were saddened to see that Tails was probably not going to be playable in Adventure 2, but Sonic Team wouldn't address this concern until sometime later. Development for Sonic Adventure 2 went back to being quiet until Sonic Team decided to throw this Sonic Team Festival on their website, where from September 22nd to October 1st, they would post 2 screenshots every day showing new levels and game mechanics, like rail grinding, an idea seemingly ripped straight from Jet Set Radio, which was actually released as Jet Grind Radio in the US back in 2000. Why did they do that? Jet Set was a way catchier title. Whatever. Sonic fans would once again get another tease of this game on Dreamcast with a special release of Phantasy Star Online, which included a bonus disc for a demo called Sonic Adventure 2 The Trial. This demo for SA2 would include the first level in the game, City Escape. It's a fun little demo, and I recommend tracking it down for collector's sake. And playing it nowadays, it becomes pretty obvious that a lot of aspects about the game just weren't finished yet. Like the music, the voice acting is still Japanese, and Sonic has his regular shoes, all 3 of which got changed for the final game, and I'll address that later. As Sonic fans were busy with the trial disc, the identity of this mysterious black hedgehog was still being talked about. While it's not known how long Sega were originally going to wait until revealing more info about this character, the name of said character, along with Rouge the Bat, would end up getting leaked to the public by a toy company that just so happened to be Resource. This was the same toy company that made those 6 Sonic Adventure figures I talked about in my SA1 re-review. So because of them, they inadvertently revealed the names of Shadow the Hedgehog and Rouge the Bat to the entire world. This was because they were planning on making a series of Adventure 2 figures featuring Shadow, Rouge, and Eggman, and Super Sonic 2 apparently. But the leak would end up being completely worthless in the end because Resource went bankrupt not too long after in 2000. It's pretty sad, and I kinda wish we got to see what their Adventure 2 figures were gonna look like. Thanks for the slip up, Resource, and may you rest in peace. I'm gonna assume because of the leak, Sega would start to promote Shadow and Rouge more in advertisements. Not only that, but a short while after the trial CD was released, Sega would sign a deal with the Soap Shoes company to license a modified version of the shoes to appear in the game. This would mean Sonic's classic red shoes would get an edgy upgrade, which I'm sure pissed off a lot of fans at the time, if blue arms and green eyes are to go by, but whatever. I love the shoes. I think they're rad as hell. Hell, at the time, they would even make a new Sonic plushie where he was wearing the soap shoes, and good luck finding one in the wild, you fucking assholes. It's one of the rarest Sonic plushies in history. Oh, but I want it though. Sonic Adventure 2 was initially meant to be released in spring 2001, but would get delayed to the appropriate release date of June 23rd, 2001, which was the 10th anniversary of the original Sonic game. More trailers and promos of the game would be shown off, revealing that 3 more characters had become playable, which were Shadow, Rouge, and Tails. Yep, they added the boy back in, just controlling his tornado as a mech. However, as Adventure 2 was nearing completion, something devastating would happen to Sega as a gaming company. First off, the Sega Dreamcast originally launched in 1998, and it was a decent success in Japan. It even performed pretty well when it released internationally in 1999, but the console would get overshadowed by the release of one of the biggest juggernauts of the gaming industry. Sony's second game console, the PlayStation 2, would be released worldwide in 2000 and went on to become the best-selling video game console of all time, which, as a lot of people have pointed out, was probably due to the console's built-in DVD player, which ended up making it the cheapest DVD player on the market at the time. So you'd get both a new video game console and you can watch The Matrix on this thing? What a deal! As the PS2 was dominating the market, sales for the Dreamcast would plummet significantly. At the end of the console's run, it would barely sell 9.13 million, which was a little over 100,000 less than the Sega Saturn's 9.26 million, not to mention being a far cry from the PS2's massive 155 million. What a unit. With the failure of the Dreamcast imminent, Sega was pushed to make a very difficult choice as a gaming company. On January 31st, 2001, Sega announced that the Dreamcast would be discontinued at the end of March that same year, just 3 months before Adventure 2 would get released. It was an incredibly sad time for Sega fans, and I'm sure it caused a lot of concern for people who were waiting for Sonic Adventure 2. But regardless of the console dying, SA2 would still be released in time, and received insanely positive reviews. I know that in the grand scheme of things, professional reviews should never really matter, but I don't think most people really fathom just how much acclaim Adventure 2 got when it debuted on Dreamcast. IGN's review was probably the most positive. They gave the game a 9.4 out of 10, GameSpot gave it an 8.6, and even GamePro gave it a 4.5 out of 5. It was such a different era for this franchise. It was respected. But since Adventure 2 was released on the Dreamcast just 3 months after its discontinuation, the game did not sell very well, meaning copies of it can be pretty pricey. With SA2 being a hit with most critics but not a commercial success, Sonic Team USA immediately began working on an updated version of the game, but not for Dreamcast. Since Sega was no longer producing Dreamcast games, they decided to become a third-party company, meaning they could still release games just for multiple platforms. And one of the first ever games to be released during this shift was a Nintendo GameCube port of Sonic Adventure 2. Yup, the first time a Sonic game was playable on a Nintendo console. The GameCube port would end up being known as Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which got released in Japan right near the end of 2001, and would also release worldwide in early 2002, alongside the first Sonic Advance game as well. It was quite a different time for Sonic fans in 2001, and while the Dreamcast release of SA2 didn't sell very well, the GameCube port would be the exact opposite. SA2 Battle did incredibly well, selling over 2 million copies, which was quite similar to the sales figures the first adventure game did back on Dreamcast. Plus, SA2 Battle would go on to rank as one of the best-selling GameCube games of all time. Derailing for a bit, but there was a bit of an unsung hero during this whole mess, and his name was Isao Okawa, the former chairman of Sega. He was the man who invested in the Dreamcast when they were at their lowest point. He pushed the company to go third party, and even had some ahead of its time thinking by pushing online gaming in a few Sega IPs. It's how we got Phantasy Star Online. Okawa would sadly pass away on March 16, 2001, shortly before the Dreamcast was officially discontinued. I wasn't sure where to fit this part in, but I felt that Okawa-san deserved the attention for investing in Sega, even though it probably didn't look like a good investment at the time, but still pushed for the company to succeed even near the end. His story gets buried a lot, and I feel like without him, we honestly wouldn't have got a lot of the future games in the Sonic series, and I doubt other Sega projects would have got off the ground as easily too. I highly recommend checking out the Golden Bolts The Fall of Sonic Team video. It's incredibly well made and even touches up on some of Okawa's involvement between 1998 to 2001. I also just recommend looking into the other stuff that Isao Okawa did. He truly was a national treasure for the company. They really wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for all his sacrifices. Mad respect, and may he rest in peace. Getting back to the main topic, the first ever experience I had with Sonic Adventure 2 was when I came across the cutscenes for the game uploaded to YouTube over a decade ago by GameChamp 3000. I just remember watching these cutscenes over and over almost every day. I was mostly used to the classic games at the time, so seeing a Sonic game look and sound like this for the first time was so mesmerizing to a 9-year-old me. I never actually got to play the game for myself until the HD port on PS3 back in 2012, but by that point, I was so well versed with the game after watching watching several Let's Plays, rewatching the cutscenes a million times, memorizing almost every iconic moment or line, so I was pretty damn excited to finally play this legendary Sonic game. And unlike my first experience with the crappy HD port of SADX, the HD port of Sonic Adventure 2 did not let me down, even though it does have its own issues that I'll address much later. But while I was satisfied enough with the HD port, a part of me still wanted to experience the original GameCube version of Battle, and at some point the OG Dreamcast version. Not too long after 100%ing the HD port, I managed to get a copy of GameCube Battle, which made me very happy. This was the version of the game that I mainly looked at for the original Cooper's Perspective review back in 2016. At the time, I had no clue if I was ever going to play the original Dreamcast version of SA2, so I figured the GameCube version was fine enough. However, in recent years, I did manage to get the original Dreamcast version of the game, and this is going to be the main version I'll be looking at for this re-review. I don't have as much experience with Dreamcast SA2 as I do with Dreamcast SA1, but I'm still excited to give the original version of the game a proper look. I'll be sure to bring up any significant differences with Battle when I can, though I will give the GameCube version and the HD ports a little more thorough looks much later in this review. But for now, let's look at the original Sonic Adventure 2, released on Dreamcast in June 2001. So the first Sonic Adventure had 6 different stories to play through, with a final story unlocking after you beat everything else. But in Sonic Adventure 2, there's only 2 stories, Hero and Dark, and beating both will unlock a last story. This means that the plot of the game is told through 2 different perspectives. So for this summary, I'm gonna attempt to talk about what happens in chronological order. At least there's only 2 stories to worry about here and not 6. Okay, the plot begins with a military base owned by an organization called the Guardian Units of Nations. Yep. Gun, getting invaded by Dr. Eggman. He breaks in to discover the military's top secret weapon, which was developed by his grandfather, Gerald Robotnik? Holy shit, he's called Robotnik in both the US and Japan, meaning Adventure 2 was the first mainline game in the series to officially canonize Robotnik as Eggman's real name. Despite that, SA2 is also where Eggman decided to start calling himself, well, Eggman. I guess that insult from Sonic in SA1 really stuck with him.
I am Dr. Robotnik, the greatest scientific genius in the world!
Whatever you say, Eggman!
So as Eggman makes it through the base, he finally approaches the top secret weapon, which leads to him releasing the ultimate life form, Shadow the Hedgehog. Easily one of the most badass introductions for also one of the most popular characters in the series, who's going to have a very hit-and-miss career after this game, but still, his first cutscene is incredible.
My name is Shadow. Since you were so kind to release me, my master, I will grant you one wish.
After breaking Shadow out, he requests Eggman to help him gather the 7 Chaos Emeralds and take them to an abandoned space colony called the Space Colony Ark. Meanwhile on Angel Island, I'm assuming? The Master Emerald's there. Is this supposed to be Sandopolis? Anyways, Knuckles is fending off the Master Emerald from another new character in this game, Rouge the Bat, a character who I'm certain was the awakening for many furries in the early 2000s. Though Eggman pops out of nowhere to steal the emerald for like the 2nd or 3rd time? This leads to Knuckles shattering the emerald to keep Eggman from stealing it, also probably dropping Angel Island back into the ocean, which means the pieces of the Master Emerald have to be recollected again, much to the dismay of both the players and Rouge.
I despise anyone who takes jewels from me. All the world's gems are mine to keep.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Batgirl.
So while Knuckles and Rouge are hunting down the Master Emerald pieces, Shadow is pretty much on the loose causing havoc, and steals a Chaos Emerald that was kept inside of a bank. Wait, they put Chaos Emeralds in banks? This is also where we learn what Shadow's true motivation is, and it's one of the darkest backstories ever made for a Sonic character. He suffers from PTSD and occasionally has flashbacks to a little girl named Maria, who died in a terrible accident that happened on the Space Colony Ark 50 years ago. Since that incident, Shadow promises that he'll get revenge on humanity for what they did to Maria, by using the space colony to destroy the entire planet. Based on info we get later, I'm not entirely sure how he concluded that Maria wanted him to get revenge on humanity, but I'll address it again way later. Also, maybe skip ahead a bit if you want to avoid spoilers for Sonic Movie 2, even though it's been out for well over a year now. But seeing how Shadow appears at the end, is he gonna have the same backstory and everything from the games? Would that mean we're gonna see Maria too? Like in a flashback scene where she gets shot by the military? Is that the part in the movie theater where Sonic fans pop off because, yeah, yeah, just like in SA2! Meanwhile, the general audience of just normal people who are also watching are probably gonna react like, what the hell is this? Why are they clapping about a little girl getting shot? What is this? Since Shadow is out causing trouble for the city, it leads to him getting misidentified as Sonic. I know a lot of people who love to complain about this game's plot always bring up, how could the people of Station Square be so stupid and not realize that Sonic and Shadow are different people? My take on that is this. People saw Sonic turn into Super Sonic, and I like to imagine that a lot of the general public in these games have very little information about Sonic the Hedgehog in comparison to, you know, a lot of us in real life who play these games for a living. Maybe they thought Sonic just changed into darker and red colors, then just became evil. I don't think that's too huge of a stretch, and I don't really see why people complain about that. But anyways, this leads to Sonic the Hedgehog getting mistakenly arrested. By the way, the Dark story opens with Eggman breaking into the gun base, while the Hero story opens with Sonic escaping a police helicopter. It's super over the top, but I honestly love this opening cutscene to death. It's one of my favorites in the entire series. It also just makes Sonic look cool, and I like it.
Talk about low-budget flights, no food or movies. I'm out of here. I like running better.
As Sonic is on the run from the cops, he bumps into Shadow acquiring the Chaos Emerald. Though, after a very short encounter, Shadow Chaos controls his way out of the city, as Sonic gets arrested for Shadow's crimes. By the way, remember this cutscene where Sonic literally witnesses Shadow use Chaos Control, because I'm gonna discuss it a bit more in a future cutscene. Okay, what the hell else is happening? Oh yeah, Rouge comes across Eggman's hidden base in the desert, and discovers that Eggman went to the abandoned space colony. So she goes right up there to see what's up. Eggman went to the Ark to meet with Shadow again, who shows him a device that's capable of obliterating an entire planet, the Eclipse Cannon, which was invented by Shadow's creator and Eggman's grandfather, Gerald. Shadow explains that the Eclipse Cannon needs all 7 Chaos Emeralds to work at full power. As he's explaining this, Rouge eventually drops in and offers to help them find the rest of the emeralds. The first place they check is Prison Island, which is, at the exact same time, is where Sonic's being held. How convenient. Not only that, but Amy also shows up out of fucking nowhere. She's not even playable in the story mode, but she's still here anyways. I love her so much. She even mistakes Shadow for Sonic briefly, until realizing and runs away. Though to her credit, it does seem like Shadow was enjoying her hug. Oh, Tails arrives too, with the intention of breaking Sonic out of prison, and ends up having to save Amy from Eggman first.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. I'll be back.
Wow, Tails, you did it! But what are you doing here on this island?
I'm the one who should be asking that question. Don't you know it's dangerous here?
I know, but I'm here to save my hero, Sonic.
Again?
Yeah, remember Amy's claim at the end of SA1 where she said she'd be more independent and not have to rely on Sonic for everything anymore? Well, SA2 kind of backpedals that, which is a little disappointing for her character development, but whatever. I'm still happy she had some spot in this game's story. Plus, I guess she still is pretty independent because how the fuck else did she get here? But her involvement does lead to one of my all-time favorite interactions between Amy and Sonic as she's breaking him out of prison.
The reason I'm in here is because of that fake hedgehog.
You mean that black hedgehog?
Did you see it? Where is it now?
If I tell ya, will you marry me?
No way!
I thought I had you this time.
They're so cute. Anyways, they bust Sonic out of prison, and they try to escape from the island. Meanwhile, Eggman, Shadow, and Rouge are still commencing with their plan, which is to get the Chaos Emeralds that are on the island, and also blow the place to sky high because why the fuck not? Rouge manages to get 3 Chaos Emeralds that were there, but ends up getting trapped inside Gun's security hall, with Shadow overhearing her on his walkie-talkie.
This is Rouge. I've got a small problem. I can't believe that I'm trapped inside this locked safe with a Chaos Emerald. I guess I won't be able to call myself a treasure hunter anymore.
Okay, that is a beautiful character moment for Shadow, but like, can we focus on how initially content he was at the start of the cutscene? This man was perfectly fine with that bat blowing up. Whatever, I'll find the emeralds with her charred remains later. As Shadow's on his way to rescue Rouge, he bumps right into Sonic again, who was in the middle of escaping the island. And, you know what, I'm just gonna let the cutscene play for itself.
Hey, that's...
That blue hedgehog again, of all places.
I found you, Faker.
Faker? I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Huh? You're not even good enough to be
I'll
my
make you eat those words!
No words, it's just iconic. After this encounter, Shadow manages to rescue Rouge, and the rest of the group escapes the island as it blows up. With 4 emeralds now in their possession, Eggman delivers a message to the entire world to surrender to his empire. No, I'm not playing the fan dub clip. Otherwise, he's gonna collect the rest of the Chaos Emeralds and destroy the entire planet. And decides to demonstrate the power of the Eclipse Cannon by blowing up half the moon. Yeah, half the fucking moon gets blown up. Which is also gonna create a continuity error that other games are either gonna forget about or... In the hero story, we see Sonic, Tails, and Amy reacting in horror about the moon getting blown up. But in the Dark story, Shadow says this.
Something happened?
Our threats fell on deaf ears.
What? What are you talking about? You blew up half the moon! Did most of the world just not give a shit? Does Mobius Earth have more than one moon or something? Can they afford not having one moon? How would this not cause global panic? Alright, what's happening? Oh yeah, Knuckles joins the fucking team out of nowhere, and they head off to find Eggman's secret base. But the way they choose to find out where Eggman's base is located, they decide to pay a visit to... the president? Like, of what? The US? The world? What is he the president of? Gun? This is getting pretty fanficky. This is also his only cutscene in the entire game, too. It's pretty funny. So our heroes discover that Eggman's hidden base is at the desert, which leads to a cutscene that created one of my favorite meme images from this game. And after they break into Eggman's base, they get ambushed by Eggman. And after they get through that, they head to the Space Colony Ark by boarding a... rocket ship? Why is there a rocket in Eggman's pyramid base? We see him use that teleporter to get to the Ark, and we even see Rouge use it. A friend of mine theorized that maybe the teleporter was for Eggman and his mech, and maybe the rocket was for transporting supplies? I guess. It's believable enough.
What?
So, what? Why is NASA there? I'm so confused!
I gotta get on that plane! Oh no!
It's an ancient Egyptian space shuttle!
Alright, every main character and Amy are on the Ark now. So Sonic and Tails make up a plan to sabotage the Eclipse Cannon and save all of humanity. To do this, Tails somehow creates a fake Chaos Emerald that apparently has the same wavelength and properties, but it's also less powerful than a real one? How did Tails... Oh, who gives a shit? Somewhere else, Knuckles continues tracking down the emerald pieces, which leads to his final encounter with Rouge. After that, we get one last cutscene with the two of them, with Knuckles even saving Rouge when she slips off a ledge. Can't she just fly? Whatever, it still leads to one of my favorite character interactions in the whole series.
Finally!
What?
I'm sorry if I hurt you.
We should get going.
I just always enjoy little character interactions like this. Oh yeah, it turns out Rouge is a double agent sent by Gun to monitor Eggman and Shadow's activity. Might seem needlessly weird and out of nowhere, but Rouge makes it clear that she's only doing this for a reward. So it's perfectly in character for her.
Just a reminder, don't forget about my jewel.
Okay, I really like Sonic Adventure 2's story, but holy fuck is it an unorganized mess. Sonic heads out with the fake Chaos Emerald and nearly puts it in the Eclipse Cannon, but gets informed by Tails that Eggman is holding him and Amy hostage. Then, in one of the best moments displaying Sonic's character, he bails on the entire plan to go rescue Tails and Amy. That simple decision he makes seems microscopic in retrospect, but this important choice he made to go save his friends over saving the entire world first is such a cool thing I think he did. It also leads to, quite possibly, the greatest cutscene in the whole franchise.
Get the fuck out or I'm gonna shoot Amy in the fucking face! I swear to God! I'll do it, you bitch! Get out!
Sonic confronts Eggman and plans to trick him by handing over the fake emerald. However, Eggman is fully aware that Sonic is using a fake emerald, which we get to see in the Dark story, so he traps Sonic in a capsule and sends him off to explode. Yep, Eggman flat out tries to obliterate Sonic then and there. He's pretty fucking determined. Everything about this cutscene is perfect. The voice acting's well done, tension is great, it's so good. I love it so much. I love everything about it. I especially love when Eggman taunts Tails with this shit.
So, how did you know it wasn't the real one?
Tails! Because you just told me, Fox Boy.
Tails, don't listen. That bitch is lying. In fact, he's lying even more than he might realize because Sonic can be seen observing the fake Chaos Emerald, and before the capsule blows up, he attempts to use the Chaos Control that he saw Shadow perform earlier. I love how he even sounds hesitant about pulling it off.
The same wavelength and properties. But can I do this? Correct. My admirable adversary.
God, I love how real Tails and Amy's reactions are in this cutscene. It even leads to Tails having a great character moment that Sonic Forces wishes it could have.
Sonic!
Huh?
Sonic's asking for the first time to do something for him. I won't let him down. I won't give up!
So while everyone, and I mean everyone, thinks that Sonic perished in the capsule, Shadow comes across Rouge attempting to steal the Chaos Emeralds they all collected, with him confronting her for being a spy by saying, quite possibly one of the stupidest lines in the game.
So that was your plan from the very beginning, huh? Or was it a direct order from the president? Now I know who you are. You're that government spy, Rouge the Bat, aren't you?
Yeah, no shit. It's not like she's using a fake name or anything. Though, looking back at this line, it was 100% just a mistranslation. Sadly, the localization process was still all kinds of whack when it came to SA2. I don't think it necessarily ruins the game or the story all that much, but god damn, it could be miles better. Anyways, Shadow confronts Rouge and tells her to leave the emeralds be. Rouge also confronts Shadow with a newspaper article she found talking about the ultimate life form, which shows an image of a giant lizard that I don't think a lot of people who watch these cutscenes really catch. There was also an image of the lizard on a computer screen earlier. What's the purpose of the lizard? We'll see later. As Shadow and Rouge are talking, they get a message from Eggman, informing them that he managed to get the final Chaos Emerald, but that apparently something is still trying to get to the Eclipse Cannon. What is it? Well, we get to see just what this is in the hero story, as Knuckles senses a strange energy occurring, which leads to Sonic the fucking Hedgehog reappearing. Yes, this blue son of a bitch managed to escape the capsule using the Chaos Control, with the help of the fake Chaos Emerald that Tails made. Now, allow me to defend this amazing cutscene from the fucking idiots who bitch about it and don't understand what they're talking about. Why the fuck are people so shocked that Sonic was able to do this? It's very simple, guys. He's used the Chaos Emeralds several times in the previous games. He literally used them to go super in the last game. So clearly, Sonic has had a decent history with using the emeralds in the past, and he's well aware of the amazing power that they have, so I'm not shocked that he would take this huge risk to save his life, and perform this crazy new move that he only saw one character use before. If Sonic never saw Shadow use Chaos Control before, then I probably would be with the bank of people who think this cutscene doesn't make any sense. But having that simple cutscene with Shadow using Chaos Control earlier in front of Sonic totally justifies Sonic being able to use it, since he's aware of it existing, meaning he would probably have the same amount of willpower to perform this move, which he did. It's not that fucking hard to figure out, Johnny. Now you're probably thinking, fine, then how was Sonic even able to use Chaos Control with a fake emerald? That doesn't make sense either. Tails mentioned earlier that it has the same wavelength and properties despite being less powerful. Ergo, Sonic being able to pull off Chaos Control using a fake emerald is actually way more impressive, and it's a fantastic character moment for him. I hate when people overanalyze this cutscene to make it seem like it doesn't make any sense at all, when it's not that horribly complicated to begin with. Now, if I must explain this fucking cutscene one more goddamn time, I'm going to slap a Sonic fan across the face. So, with Sonic perfectly and logically using the Chaos Control to survive the capsule explosion, he heads off to sabotage the Eclipse Cannon and save the world. This leads to another iconic cutscene in the series that I just can't help but let play for itself.
You never cease to surprise me, Blue Hedgehog. I thought that capsule you were in exploded in space.
You know, what can I say? I die hard. You actually saved me, you know.
It was a Chaos Emerald, wasn't it? But there's no way you could have activated the Chaos Control using an emerald that's fake.
I just love how simple this cutscene is. They're not even fighting yet. They're just talking to each other. The voice acting's well done, the music is perfect, and it's the best pre-finale cutscene the hero and Dark stories possibly could have had. Well, the hero story ends with Sonic nuking the Eclipse Cannon and doing his iconic Nike smile. A very triumphant ending. But funnily enough, it's probably not the true one. The Dark story ends with Eggman heading to the Eclipse Cannon and putting the final Chaos Emerald in, laughing maniacally as he does it. But during his laugh, the computer screen starts flashing a message, which will lead us straight to the last story. The last story opens with a frustrated Eggman wondering why the Eclipse Cannon just isn't firing, with the computer showing an image of an old man, who Eggman immediately recognizes.
It's my grandfather, Gerald Robotnik.
In another section of the arc, Sonic and Knuckles bump into Rouge, who informs them that the space colony's on the crash course to Earth, and it'll be impacting soon. Then the computer shows the same footage of Gerald Robotnik again, and this is probably where the story becomes the darkest in the series so far, along with the messiest. It turns out a military raid happened on the arc 50 years ago, resulting in the deaths of several people. One of these people was Gerald's granddaughter, Maria, who Shadow had a close friendship with. This is where it gets a little messy. So, in the video message, it shows Gerald giving his last words, where he announces to the world what his plan with the Eclipse Cannon is gonna be.
Once I initiate this program, it cannot be disabled. All of you ungrateful humans who took everything away from me will feel my loss and despair.
Okay, dark as fuck. But here's where it starts to fall apart. When did Gerald get the opportunity to put this in the space colony's computer? The continuity doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense because it's heavily implied that this recording was made as Gerald was in custody and seemingly got executed shortly after. So how did this recording make it back to the Ark? Was it Shadow? Maybe? But the only evidence I could find of this was the cutscene where Maria sends Shadow away from the Ark in their final moment together. So I guess it's implied that during the probably brief period that Shadow was able to escape, did he hijack the video recording of Gerald in his final moments, and then make his way back to the Ark to fulfill Gerald's final wish? And when was Shadow captured by Gun and placed in their facility for 50 years? Was that part of his plan? Was this whole scheme really depending on Gerald's grandson, Ivo, to break Shadow out of prison 50 years after the incident? If that was the idea all along, then what a very lucky coincidence. What if Eggman just never had any interest in Gerald's plans at all? Like, what if he just never pursued his grandfather's ideas and just kept going with his own shtick that he's been doing in the previous games? Then what would have happened? Would Shadow have just stayed in prison in the Gun facility forever? Also, how come Eggman never says anything about Maria? Like, they were cousins. That just seems weird. Okay, look, I really like Sonic Adventure 2's story, and I enjoy it a lot, but it is far from perfect. There are other parts of the story that have some issues, but it's really the last story where things just don't make a lot of sense. Still, I do enjoy the story and the way the game is telling it, but I feel like the script itself probably could have used a few more rewrites. Plus, the localization process probably caused more issues to pop up. Getting back to what's going on, after everyone sees Gerald's last message, Eggman shows up to explain to everyone who his grandfather was.
Professor Gerald Robotnik, one of the greatest scientific minds in the world, and my grandfather. I'd have done this a long time ago if I had the chance.
What do you mean?
You're pretty persistent for a hedgehog, aren't you? you're still alive, huh?
Just letting Knuckles pilot the shuttle on the way over here was more dangerous than you could ever be.
Oh my god, I love that retort from Sonic so much. Another reason why I love this interaction so much is because Eggman was likely 100% convinced that Sonic died in that capsule from earlier. So him being surprised to see Sonic alive and still quipping is so fucking great. I know I was complaining earlier, but I fucking hate when fans overplay how big the plot holes are in this game, that a lot of them end up downplaying and almost never mentioning these legitimately amazing moments. Like, yeah, the story's not perfect, but this isn't Shakespeare, guys. Get a grip. Eggman hands Rouge a copy of Gerald's diary on a CD-ROM, it seems, and this is where we get even more dark details about Gerald's mental state after the military raid on the Ark, which also adds a few more questions to the whole thing. Did Shadow or someone else copy all of this onto the Ark's database? Actually, in an earlier cutscene where Amy was breaking Sonic out of prison, she looks at the writing on Sonic's jail cell and says this.
What's all that writing on the wall anyway? Did you write that?
The writing on the wall is from Gerald, which basically means Sonic was in Gerald's prison cell. Which, despite everything not really lining up, this is a pretty interesting background detail. But getting back to focusing on the diary, why is it worded like Gerald found out about Maria's death much later, and made him reprogram the Ark to collide with the Earth once all 7 Chaos Emeralds are collected, all somehow while still in prison? How? How did he do that? How did he reprogram the Ark while he was in custody? Was it really just Shadow doing all the work? When was Shadow informed of all this? And if we're gonna go with that theory that Shadow was the one who reprogrammed the Ark, then why didn't he just collect all the emeralds for himself, put them in the Ark, and then destroy all of humanity? Ergo, fulfilling the Doctor's and, at the time, Maria's apparent wish too? By the way, if you also think the story doesn't make a whole lot of sense here, somehow the Shadow the Hedgehog game is gonna make it a whole lot worse. I also want to specify that I don't mind the dark tone in this game's plot. I just feel like the logic and continuity wasn't really thought through during the last story. In terms of how dark it gets, I don't mind it, but I've seen a lot of reviewers who aren't Sonic fans complaining about this game's dark tone. Some of them even treating it like it's on the same level as the Shadow the Hedgehog game. And I feel like that one went way too overboard with its dark tone. And a lot of their criticisms usually just stop at, why did they put this dark plot in a Sonic game? Why does this need to be here? Why would they do this? Why not? I don't really understand that nothing criticism where they're not explaining what's wrong with it. They're just going, look how awful this is, and just assuming other people are gonna get what they mean. I don't get it. What's wrong with this? Children's media gets dark sometimes. The Sonic franchise doing this isn't really something new. This is coming from someone who watched Courage the Cowardly Dog growing up and was never scared by it, so I don't mind SA2's tone. But if this game's plot really shocked those people, then Shadow and 06 must have gave them heart attacks. Not defending those two games, and especially not their plots. Again, I just don't understand the nothing criticism. One big issue I have with the last story is how Shadow isn't really present until later. Despite the weird continuity issues going on, the Ark crashing into the Earth and destroying all of humanity was Shadow's plan all along. He essentially tricked Eggman and Rouge into bringing him the Chaos Emeralds with the intent to destroy the Earth. Like, Eggman just wanted world domination, and Rouge, she just wanted jewels. I genuinely wish we got a cutscene of the characters confronting Shadow for double-crossing them, but we never get to see a moment like that. So that was kind of a missed opportunity. Instead, Sonic teams up with everyone, including partnering with Dr. Eggman for the first time in the series, to put a stop to the Ark from destroying Earth. I love this delivery from Dean Bristow at the end. It's so awkward, but I can't help but love it.
Then, let's get to work!
So good. While everyone is heading to the Cannon's Core, Amy isn't really contributing to anything, but she does finally get her moment in the game, albeit a little forced. Amy stumbles across Shadow, who's just kinda chillin', I guess watching and waiting for the Earth to be destroyed. But then Amy delivers a very powerful speech to Shadow, telling him that he should give all of humanity a second chance, which seems to trigger a hidden memory for him.
Shadow, I beg you, please do it for them. Give them a chance.
Shadow, I beg of you, please, do it for me.
Maria!
In the future, for all people who live on that planet, give them a chance to be happy. Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
I promised her, and I must keep that promise. That's what Maria wished for. I've got to go now. I have to keep my promise to Maria and you.
Wait, Shadow just forgot that one really important piece of information that Maria told him during their final moments together? I mean, I guess it was 50 years ago, so would it really make sense for me to hold that against him? I wonder why she told him this. Maybe during her final moment she figured that Shadow never really interacted with another human before besides her or Gerald, so maybe this was her way of trying to explain to him that not all humans are violent monsters like the military raiding the base? This fucking last story hurts to analyze. Well, Shadow realizes he fucked up and heads off to save humanity with everyone else. Sonic and Knuckles make it to the Eclipse Cannon's core, where they come across the original Ultimate Lifeform prototype, the Bio Lizard, a giant fucking lizard monster. And yes, this was the original Ultimate Lifeform predating Shadow. Gerald went from a giant-ass lizard to a human-sized hedgehog. The less is more mentality, I see. Well, Shadow decides to redeem his entire character by defeating the Bio Lizard, as Sonic and Knuckles reach the cannon's core, leading to Knuckles reciting a very similar chant to what Takal recited back in SA1.
The 7 emeralds are the servers. Chaos is power, enriched by the heart.
The servers are the 7 chaos. Chaos is power. Power is enriched by the heart.
The controller serves to unify the chaos.
The controller is the one that unifies the chaos. Only you can do this. Stop the Chaos Emeralds!
I always loved that callback to the first adventure game. However, Knuckles' chant doesn't appear to work as the Bio Lizard teleports outside of the Ark. Eggman informs them that the lizard somehow fused with the space colony Ark and is heading on a crash course to Earth. So, in what's quite possibly one of the greatest finales in a Sonic game, Sonic and Shadow use the Chaos Emeralds to go super. Wait, what about Knuckles though? This transformation sequence is iconic, though I'm not entirely sure why each of them only grip one hand instead of two. Looks a little suggestive. Whatever, Super Sonic and Super Shadow join forces to destroy the mutated Bio Lizard and Ark, known as the Final Hazard. But during the fight, and this can be a little hard to pay attention to since you're kinda busy smacking into the bastard over and over again, it's implied that Shadow is losing power throughout the fight. This is made more evident by Sonic's voice lines, which you can very faintly hear in the final game.
Get all that power! Power against Chaos Emeralds? Shadow, are you okay?
After defeating the Final Hazard, the Ark is still on a crash course to Earth, so Sonic and Shadow use their combined energies in order to Chaos Control the Ark away. It works, but it's at the cost of Shadow, who falls straight to Earth.
Maria, this is what you wanted, right? This is my promise I made to you.
Being honest, while, yeah, Shadow literally returns in the later games and obviously didn't die here, it's still an incredibly sad moment, and it's accompanied by a very beautiful orchestral piece, and the FMV of the world celebrating, which, sure, the animation doesn't hold up too amazing, but it still gives off a good feeling. Oh, and during the FMV sequences, there's like this little blonde girl that the game keeps focusing on. I don't know why, but is she supposed to resemble Maria? Is that what the game's doing? It's a bit confusing. Well, the cutscene that follows is also very iconic and really nails the tone too, with Sonic returning and giving Rouge one of Shadow's inhibitor rings, which I like to think was the only part of Shadow that Sonic was able to save.
Do you really think that the professor created him, Shadow, to carry out the revenge on all those who live here on Earth?
He was what he was, a brave and heroic hedgehog who gave his life to save this planet. Shadow the Hedgehog.
As a child, I looked up to my grandfather because of all the great things he accomplished in his life. He was my hero, and I wanted to be a great scientist like him. But did he really mean to destroy us?
I don't know, but what I do know is we all did it together!
You're right.
Okay, weirdly positive and out of place line from Tails. But there's also some unused dialogue that I kinda wish was kept in the game.
Where are you going?
Next time I will pull this off without anyone's help. I will use my own power to take over the world. Next time we meet, all bets are off.
Same here!
But apart from Tails' very poorly placed positive comment, I still think the ending for this game is fantastic. The music track really helps it too. It's a very beautiful piano piece that really enhances the scene perfectly.
So what's next for you, Rouge? Off again to find those jewels you love so much?
Nah, I think I'm gonna give up this line of work. Too much work for too little pay. Anyway, I've got something better than jewels that I'm thinking about right now. It'll all work out, you'll see.
If you say so.
Created the ultimate life form.
What's the matter, Sonic?
Oh, it's nothing. Come on, let's go home. To the planet as cool and blue as me.
It always bugs me when people act like Ryan Drummond didn't have any range as Sonic. He could pull off the high-energy, quick-attitude teenager just fine, but he was also able to tone it back during moments where he needed to, and all while not losing the voice either. Take notes, Frontiers.
Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
I still think that's a beautiful note to end on. And that was Sonic Adventure 2's story, and it's very rough. It really is. I have pointed out where some faults in the writing occurs, especially during the last story segment, where the logic and continuity really starts to fall apart. I do wish it could be better, and I feel like a few more rewrites really could have helped the script, but at the same time, it's still an incredibly entertaining experience. It feels like a big American action movie starring the Sonic cast, which was one of the biggest influences on the story. The scenario script was written by Shiro Mikawa, who was a field designer and VMU game designer for Sonic Adventure 1. He would go on to write a few more Sonic games up until Black Knight, and his characterization for Sonic and the rest of the crew is pretty up for debate with the fan base. But for me personally, I think he wrote the characters the best. One phrase that I've seen some fans use to describe SA2's plot was describing it as a shonen story. I'm not an anime or manga person, so I'm probably making a lot of people cringe right now. So all I'll say is that if SA2's story does have similarities to shonen material, I can sort of understand why there would be some people who are annoyed or tired of this kind of story being told over and over again, but I also don't get why this game's story being shonen inspired should be a detriment to it. Like, I think complaining about this being shonen is about as ridiculous as complaining about this game's dark tone. Like, if it has these elements in the story, then why is it a bad thing? I'd get it if Sonic and the other characters' personalities were just heavily changed and it just doesn't feel the same, but to me, they all seem just fine and they're probably my favorite portrayals of these characters, so I don't think it's that huge a deal. If there is one genuine problem I have with the game's script, it's the localization process. More specifically, the mistranslations.
Hey, where are you going? Is that what Chaos Control is?
This was definitely a product of its time sort of deal, so a lot of gaming companies back then didn't really care if the Japanese to English translation was decent or not. But if you guys kinda do want to see a more accurate script translation for SA2, I'd recommend looking up Wendy's English retranslations of SA2's cutscenes. I'll provide a link to it in the description, along with a playlist that has all our other translations too. There's also a mod for the retranslation, so you can check it out there too. But regardless of the plot holes and the subpar localization, Adventure 2's story, for me, never loses steam. I still like to rewatch the cutscenes to this day, either by looking them up on YouTube like back then, or I'm just playing through the game again. I always find enjoyment from these cutscenes, though it's definitely not in the same fashion as to why I enjoy rewatching SA1's cutscenes. SA2's cutscenes were improved in two different fields. The first thing to note is, this game uses mocap for its cutscenes. It looks alright. I mean, this was a pretty early game to use mocap this extensively. Most of the animations are fine, but sometimes the characters, mainly Eggman, can make some awkward ass poses, but it just makes me wish we had any form of behind the scenes footage of the actors filming these scenes, or at least give me a behind the scenes photo. I want to see some making of material for SA2's mocap. I think it'd be pretty cool. The second aspect to be improved from the first game is the voice acting. For the most part. A decent portion of the SA1 voice cast returned for this game, and it feels like their voice direction was handled a bit better. Keyword being bit. There's still some pretty awkward line deliveries, along with but honestly, this is still a great improvement for the returning voice cast. Being Ryan Drummond, duh, still the best. Dean Bristow delivering probably his best portrayal of Eggman ever, though Heroes comes pretty close. And Jenny Duyard, who's still my favorite Amy. The other returning actor from SA1 is Steve Brody, who was the original voice of E102 Gamma, which I mistakenly credited to John St. John in my SA1 re-review. John didn't return for SA2 in any fashion. Brody voiced the president in that one cutscene, and once you figure that out, you are never gonna unhear Gamma.
Spare me the details. Exactly just what is it that you want? Dr. Eggman. Resistance is futile. Give me the bird.
While the president only had one cutscene in the game's files, there are some unused voice lines for the president, which was for a cutscene in the last story which got deleted.
Nothing can stop the colony now. That's ridiculous. There's no way two hedgehogs can stop the colony now. You know, when I was a kid, I used to dream about heroes like them and their heroic deeds.
Sadly, this would end up being one of Steve Brody's last voice acting roles, as he would pass away later in August 2001. I'd be willing to bet that if he was still around, he probably would have voiced Omega in Sonic Heroes. It would have been the perfect fit for him, though John St. John still did a really solid job as Omega. I know a lot of people hate hearing me talk about the voice acting in these games, but the reason I do this, especially for a series I love like Sonic, is because there are real people behind the voices of these iconic characters, and I want to give them the time of day to respect or even critique their performances, especially in cases like Steve Brody, who doesn't get enough recognition for his work. He had a hell of a great voice, and I'll always remember him as Gamma, and even his brief role as the president. He also voiced Pachacamac and the train announcer in SA1, which is pretty epic, and may he rest in peace. Moving on to the new voice actors, Tails wasn't voiced by Corey Bringus like he was in SA1 because, well, if you played Sonic Shuffle, which was released in between both adventure games, then you may have noticed a problem.
Hi, I'm Tails! That's impossible! Lumina, if you don't mind, can you tell us what's troubling you?
Yeah, Corey was going through puberty, so when SA2 got around to being made, they had to recast Tails. So who'd they get? Well, it's Corey's brother, Connor Bringus. Yeah, it's a pretty cute choice, and Connor sounds a hell of a lot like his brother too, which made casting him pretty perfect. Now, his delivery wasn't always on the mark.
I still can't believe that Sonic would destroy the military building or rob the bank. But how did he manage to harness all that energy? Looks like we're heading toward the center of the base.
But for the most part, I think he did a really solid job. I'm willing to bet that there's probably a lot of people out there who think this is just the same Tails actor from SA1, but it's not. It's his brother, and he sounds super similar to him. This would be Connor's only ever appearance as Tails, because probably for the same reasons as his brother, he likely got too old for the role and they had to recast him for Heroes. And kinda sort of going back to the topic of Sonic Shuffle, Michael McGohan did not return as Knuckles for that game or SA2. In fact, in Sonic Shuffle, and quite possibly one of the most hilarious casting loopholes I've ever seen, Knuckles was voiced by Sonic himself, Ryan fucking Drummond.
What is this place? Are we dreaming? Well, I've got nothing better to do.
Wow. Honestly, it's not that terrible a voice, but it's so fucking funny that Ryan got to voice Knuckles at one point too. So how exactly did this happen, and how come Ryan doesn't voice Knuckles in SA2? Well, according to Ryan, Sega were apparently not very happy when they learned that he was the voice of Knuckles, since they only signed him on to voice, well, Sonic. So Ryan would make a suggestion to the people in charge of casting a man who both looked and sounded like him, who was also in the same area at the time. That man was Scott Dreyer, who voiced Knuckles in SA2, along with all the other games through Heroes and Advance 3.
So they had auditions for Sonic Shuffle for these other voices, like for Knuckles and so forth. The people running the audition just had me and everybody else that was auditioning read for every character. And at that time, the Sega Japan team did not want to have more than one actor playing more than one part. But when they sent the sound files to them, they picked them out based on just how they sounded. And so I got the job as Knuckles because they didn't know it was me. And so they thought it was someone else. In fact, they asked me, because the studio said they want you to do the voice of Knuckles as well, but they don't want an actor doing more than one voice. So can we come up with a fake name for you? I honestly don't know if that ever appears in the credits or if it appears anywhere in the game. I honestly don't know. I originally recorded, for Sonic Shuffle, I recorded the lines for Knuckles under the name Sean Silver. So Ryan Drummond's doing the voice of Sonic, and this guy named Sean Silver is doing the voice of Knuckles. And then, of course, later, Sega found out it was me doing both voices, and they said we didn't want that. But they came to me and said, does Ryan know anybody who sounds like him? And I said, as a matter of fact, I do. There's an actor here in town. His name is Scott Dreyer. He's a good friend of mine. And he and I get confused each other all the time. And we kind of look similar, too. We sound similar and we look similar. And so he's kind of like this, like, twin that I never had. And so that was when I called up Scott Dreyer and said, can you come in and do this sound-alike for me? And that's how he got wrapped up in the Knuckles game.
Putting it bluntly, Scott was the best voice Knuckles ever got. He seriously nailed the character's mannerisms and personality. I can't really think of any other actor that voiced Knuckles as perfectly as him. Though I will give credit to Michael McGohan in SA1 for setting the foundation on how to voice Knuckles in the first place, because without his portrayal to go off of, I don't think Scott would have perfected the role as perfectly as he did. He was an excellent Knuckles voice.
Is that how you say thanks to someone who just saved your life?
Looking for the Master Emerald pieces was tougher than I thought it would be. I saw Eggman go inside the pyramid. And more importantly, I saw that Batgirl go inside with him as well. Huh? Who's there?
What? A ghost? Trying to not spend too much time highlighting the voice acting, Lonnie Manella, who was the voice director as well, was the voice of Rouge the Bat. Personally, she's my favorite Rouge voice, but I will admit the voice she gave her probably wasn't the most perfect take. Rouge is meant to be this young, sleazy jewel thief, but I still like the snarky voice that Lonnie gave her. I think she did an amazing job giving the character a likable tone and personality.
Saving my life. Don't think I owe you one. You just wanted to hold my hand, didn't you? That's why you saved me. You're such a creep. Look at you, throwing a tantrum like a little kid. How totally embarrassing. That was so unexpected. So unlike you, Shadow, to come and rescue me. But your ability to use the chaos control certainly comes in handy.
Shadow was voiced by David Humphrey, who's my favorite voice for the character, and I still think he's the best. Though part of the reason why is because of how well written Shadow is in SA2. It was his first ever appearance, and I think David did an excellent job with his voice. It's not over the top or super edgy, he has a very calm demeanor in his voice, and that greatly helps for Shadow. To put it short, he just sounds the coolest.
I'm the coolest. It all starts with this. A jewel containing the ultimate power. There's no way you could have activated the chaos control using an emerald that's fake. It's more than enough for the demonstration. So let's get the show on the road.
Oh yeah, there's also Gerald Robotnik, who was voiced by Mark Biaggi, who, despite the weird faults in the last story, really sells the bit where Gerald's diary is being played in front of everyone. Wanted to mention him here because some fans may not have realized that Biaggi voiced Gerald, but a lot of them will remember him for voicing a certain crocodile detective in the next game. He was also my favorite voice of him. So yeah, I love the voice cast and I think their acting is good, but there is one big factor that kinda screws it up, which you may have noticed from the clips I've been playing. Or maybe you heard it from elsewhere, or maybe you just have ears and noticed yourself because the sound mixing is not very good.
What you see is what you get. Just a guy that loves adventure. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog.
This time, as well as the Chaos Emerald.
I got it. Before the cannon fires, I'll slam dunk it in there!
And the thing is, this is the Dreamcast version, meaning this is supposed to be the best mixing out of all the versions, and it's still not that great. Apparently, kinda like SA1, the cutscenes were originally animated with the Japanese voices first, and also like SA1, they barely got changed or resynced for the English voice acting. As a result, a lot of cutscenes have the characters cutting off one another, and the lip syncing is so horrendous it might as well be non-existent. This doesn't kill the cutscenes for me, but I do wish it was better. And with the number of ports that this game got in the future, I'm shocked that not a single version bothered fixing the lip syncing or the sound mixing, which I will discuss later. TLDR, I like the voice cast, I like the plot as a whole, and despite some weird story / sound mixing issues, the cutscenes are still entertaining as hell to go back and watch. Okay, none of you care. No one cares. And I know several of you are probably commenting, "We don't care about the voice acting or the story, Cooper. I don't play video games for a story. It's a video game. Look at how long the video already is. Just talk about the game now." Okay, I will. You don't have to be a dick. Just like the first game, Sonic Adventure 2 has 6 playable characters, but only 3 returning gameplay styles, which you should already know about because I mentioned that at the start of the review. You may also remember that there were only 3 playable characters at first, and one character that wasn't originally playable was Tails. After a huge fan uproar about this, Sonic Team would add Tails back in, along with 2 other playable characters. So in the final game, we can play as Sonic and Shadow, Knuckles and Rouge, and Eggman and Tails, with each pair of characters characters sharing gameplay styles. Not just that, but the levels were also completely designed around their gameplay too. So Sonic and Shadow have faster paced platforming levels with memorable set pieces. Knuckles and Rouge's stages are all about treasure hunting in huge sandbox-like levels. Meanwhile, Eggman and Tails play, well, like regular platforming levels. But you're in a mech just shooting shit. Looking at each of the gameplay styles separately, Sonic and Shadow's gameplay is great. The controls from SA1, which were pretty perfect to begin with, were made a bit smoother this time around. As a result, it's probably the best ground control a Sonic game ever had. Their moves were carried over from SA1, so Sonic and Shadow have the homing attack and can spin dash. However, the spin dash got changed. In SA1, you can just spam the spin dash over and over again, basically plowing your way through a level as fast as possible. But in SA2, they fixed the spin dash where you have to hold down the button to charge it up. And yes, I said this was fixed. I know a lot of fans love the spammable spin dash, but this was very clearly not how they intended for the move to work. With SA2's change, it makes it function a little closer to how it does in the classic games, which I greatly appreciate. When you start the game, you'll immediately see that SA2 got rid of the hub areas from SA1, so now the levels operate stage to stage instead. I do still love the hub areas from SA1, but I'm not mad if a later game decides to just not have them. One aspect that did return from SA1 was the characters receiving upgrades. This time around, you can find upgrades in hidden sections of the levels, but not every character can receive the same upgrades. One returning power-up for Shadow and Sonic is the Light Dash, which was changed for this game. In SA1, you have to charge up the spin dash for a bit in order to use the Light Dash, but in SA2, they changed the Light Dash to where all you have to do is just tap the action button and you'll zoom across a trail of rings. Usually. I say usually because there's a really stupid design choice that kinda ruins this feature. You see, another move that Sonic and Shadow can do is a somersault. You can even receive an upgrade for the somersault that lets Sonic and Shadow have the ability to break open iron crates. It can be a pretty useful move. However, the somersault can be activated by tapping the action button. And when I say action button, I mean both action buttons. Yes, for some stupid ass reason, you use multiple different moves on the same two buttons. So let's say you're running fast in a Shadow or Sonic level, you see a trail of rings ahead of you and you decide to use the Light Dash. Sometimes it'll work, but other times you'll just do a somersault and completely break the pace of the level. What makes it worse is that Sonic can receive a new upgrade, the Bounce Bracelet, which can let Sonic bounce in ball mode by tapping the action button over and over again. It's a cool power-up and I like using it. However, it's also mapped to the two action buttons, being X and B on Dreamcast, which means it could potentially get in the way while you're trying to use the Light Dash. Hell, some of the same items from SA1 return, including the Electric Shield, which also still doesn't protect you from electric attacks, so modders please get on fixing that. But the Electric Shield can also mess up trails of rings in front of you, which can lead to the Light Dash acting all crazy. Really, the best solution for this problem simply would have been, you know, taking full advantage of the 4 buttons on the damn controller. Why didn't they just map the Light Dash and Spin Dash to the X button, while the Bounce Bracelet and Somersault could have been mapped to the B button? Hell, there's even a mod on the PC version that remaps the Light Dash to the Y button, and it works amazingly. I literally don't want to play the game any other way. And this is a joke that I cut out the SA1 re-review, which I will now place here. More than one button mapped to the same moves? Now whose bright idea could that have been? But despite how I feel about the button mapping, the gameplay for Sonic and Shadow is still really solid and they're easily the most fun to go back and replay. And thankfully, the power-ups for the other gameplay styles don't really cause any problems. Tails and Eggman can get missile upgrades and the ability to hover, which can make replaying their levels way more fun. But when it comes to their actual gameplay, well, it's obviously based off Gamma's gameplay style from SA1. However, it's not time-based anymore, and they made a very smart choice to give the mechs health bars instead of having to depend on rings. Imagine if it still made you rely on rings to stay alive. That would have been so fucking horrible. The shooting controls are basically the same as Gamma's. You hold down the action button to aim for as long as you want, and you let go to shoot a bunch of enemies, otherwise the target reticule is going to tire out. But there is one small issue I do have with the mech controls. Their weight. Gamma was smaller and controlled smoother in comparison, but the mechs are heavy. You can seriously feel the weight of these massive mechs that Eggman and Tails are controlling, and you can especially feel it when you're trying to make tight jumps. I think it's a very unique detail, but it could take some serious readjusting if you've maybe played Gamma's levels often in SA1. So yes, Gamma absolutely had the better feeling controls. But here's my take. I greatly prefer Tails and Eggman's levels over Gamma's. I'm not saying Gamma's levels are terrible, I still have a lot of fun in those levels when I go back to SA1, but I just have a little more fun with Eggman and Tails. And while the weight of the mechs does bother me, I feel like the hover ability kinda rectifies it. There are some design choices that do bug me, but I'll delve more into them later at the level breakdown. Alright, the last main gameplay style is for Knuckles and Rouge, whose levels are all about treasure hunting. Just like in SA1, their default moves are gliding and punching, or kicking in Rouge's case. The controls are just as perfect as Sonic and Shadow, plus Knuckles and Rouge can have some cool moves and upgrades to receive, like the ability to drill downwards while gliding, along with the ability to dig into the wall or floor to find things. So gameplay wise, it's fucking great, but there are two issues with their levels, and it's not so much about how they control or how their upgrades affect the gameplay. The first one has to do with the biggest topic of debate about SA2's treasure hunting levels, the radar. In SA1, the radar would detect 3 emerald pieces at once, which was pretty helpful for finishing levels a lot quicker. SA2, however, completely butchers the radar. Instead of letting you detect all 3 pieces at once, now it only detects 1 at a time. I have heard some people try to argue that this was actually an improvement, because some people have ADHD and hearing 3 things beeping all at once can be a bit overstimulating and yada yada yada. I get it. I totally understand why detecting 1 piece at a time can be seen as an improvement, and I think that discussion should be made more common in this fanbase. Though with that said, I'm not really here to argue that. I hate what they did to the radar, and I think this was likely done to pad out the levels, which can kinda backfire because as the game goes on, the treasure hunting levels just get bigger and bigger, and to a point where it stops being fun. By the way, even though the radar is only detecting 1 piece at a time, all 3 of the pieces are still loaded in the level, so during certain playthroughs, it could potentially lead to stuff like this happening. Help the treasure— oh shit! I found an emerald that's not being detected. Where is it? Where's that bitch? Alright, get over here. Yeah!
And oh my god, it's Gamma! And he had a key that wasn't activated by the radar.
There's another big issue that can actually make the radar a whole lot worse. The treasure hunting pieces are randomized every time you boot up the levels. This on its own isn't bad per se, but if you get a bad randomization mixed with this shitty radar, then you're gonna be stuck in these levels for a while. I know I'm not at the level breakdown yet, but Mad Space, Meteor Herd, and Death Chamber can all suck my ass. Especially Mad Space. Nothing about this level is fun. At all. I don't care what I might have said on Cooper's perspective 7 years ago. I was 18, I was young and naive. I'm 25 now, and this shit sucks. After 11 years of playing this game over and over again, the treasure hunting levels are some of my least favorite levels in the entire game. I wish I could still defend them to my heart's content like I could with the Sonic Shadow levels or the Eggman and Tails levels, but I can't. They stink and they're tiring the playthrough over and over again. Looking back at the positives, their controls are phenomenal, and their character upgrades are fun, but it's not enough to save the levels, and I'll delve more into it later. Plus, there is a mod on PC that fixes the radar, and as a result, the levels are faster to finish, which kind of proves my point that they should not have made it 1 piece at a time. Or hell, the HD port could have given us the option to detect all 3 pieces, along with giving us an option to switch back to 1 at a time if you want to. Why didn't they do that? It would have been a nice option and it would have improved the game greatly. Oh well. Though there was one small addition that the battle ports did, and it's that whenever you were near an emerald, a red exclamation point would appear above the character. This wasn't in the Dreamcast version, and even though it's a very small addition, it can actually be pretty helpful sometimes, especially if you're trying to find an emerald that's buried underground. It doesn't fix the shitty radar or the bad combinations, but it's still nice. I'm gonna talk about the soundtrack next because I feel like I need to focus on something more positive after that. With Jun Sonoe returning as the sound director, he once again brings a lot of his A-game to Sonic Adventure 2's soundtrack, and it is a fantastic follow-up to SA1, which still has my favorite video game soundtrack ever. One thing I really like about this game's music is how each character has unique sounding level themes. Sonic's levels are very rock focused, Shadow also has a bit of rock but with some vocals added in most of his levels. Every Eggman and Tails level has kick-ass hard rock added to it. Seriously, I can't think of a single mech level that has a bad song. Knuckles has some pretty corny rap music, done by an artist who's not a great dude, but that's all I'll say about the topic for now. But the instrumental tracks in Knuckles levels are still catchy as hell, and Rouge has some funky jazz music. Yeah, kinda like SA1, SA2's soundtrack has a good amount of variety to it. I don't think it's as wide as SA1, but it's still really fucking good. It's definitely in my top 10 Sonic soundtracks, maybe even top 5. All the characters have vocal themes again, with Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles getting new versions of their vocal themes from SA1, being It Doesn't Matter, Believe in Myself, and Unknown from ME. When it comes to the latter two, I think the SA2 versions are fine. Both versions of Believe in Myself are kinda tied for me. It's just a good song overall, though the SA2 version is still a very nice upgrade. The new version of Unknown from ME is decent, but I don't have too much else to really say about it.
Somebody will be waiting for me, so I got to fly
Also, if you like the Tails theme, Believe in Myself, and you wanted to hear a third version of it as if it was from Adventure 3, then I'd recommend checking out a version of the song done by my friend Emmy and Stemage. It's called Found My Way. It was initially gonna debut in Big's Big Fishing Adventure 3, but since that just never came out, Emmy decided to release the song on her own, and it sounds great, so go check it out. It's the closest we're probably gonna get to a third version of Believe in Myself.
I see you again. You might not recognize my face, 'cause I found my own
I love the SA2 version of It Doesn't Matter. I still prefer the SA1 version, but I love the faster pace of the SA2 version too. Though for the people who prefer the SA2 version, I highly recommend checking out the re-recording of the song called the 2.014K remix. It's a new version of the song that June made, and I think it sounds so much better than the SA2 version. It also still uses Tony Harnell's original vocals, and that's pretty awesome.
It doesn't matter now what happens. I will never give up the fight. Long as the voice inside drives me to run and fight. It doesn't matter who is wrong and who is right.
Eggman, Shadow, and Rouge also have vocal tracks, which are EGGMAN, Throw It All Away, and Flying the Freedom. I adore Eggman's theme song. It's so epic sounding. I especially love the remix from Shadow the Hedgehog, known as the Doc Robotnik's mix. It's pretty kick-ass, and I recommend it.
I am the Eggman. That's what I am. I am the Eggman. Got the master plan. I am the Eggman. That's what I am. I am the Eggman. I got the master plan.
Shadow's theme, Throw It All Away, is alright, but it's very lengthy on the actual soundtrack release. I think it's fine, but it's probably my least favorite vocal theme out of all 6. Rouge's vocal theme, Flying the Freedom, is jazzy and funky, just like her level music, and I love it a lot.
Flying the freedom, time never stop away from me. Looking for answers, looking for the clue. Flying the freedom.
There are a few more vocal themes that I want to discuss, but I'll be sure to talk about them later. And because I like wasting everyone's time, I'm going to talk about the official soundtrack releases for this game, you know, for any of you lunatics out there who want to track down the game's soundtrack in any way. Starting with what's more recently available, you can stream practically the entire soundtrack and the vocal themes on Spotify thanks to the Volume 1 and Volume 2 releases, along with the Passion and Pride vocal album, which also included the SA1 vocal themes. The Volume 1 and Volume 2 digital album albums were originally taken from the game's original soundtrack CDs, initially dubbed the Multi-Dimensional Original Soundtrack, which was released all the way back in September, and that's 1 week before 9/11. Anyways, for those of you insane Sonic collectors out there, I'm sure that a lot of you are aware that Multi-Dimensional is one of the most notoriously difficult Sonic soundtracks to find listings for. Since it was only released in Japan and very likely didn't sell very well, there's very few copies of it available in the wild. Doesn't help that there's also a bunch of bootleg versions of the album that exist to scam fans out of literal hundreds of dollars. So just be cautious about purchasing these old soundtracks if you decide to track them down. I recommend Piplup Fan 77's collection series about Sonic soundtracks, because he really delves into detail about the official soundtrack releases, and also points out which albums have bootlegs that you should be aware of. While America never got Multi-Dimensional at all, a different official soundtrack would get released in February 2002, around the same time SA2 Battle was released in the US. It was a very abridged version of Multi-Dimensional, so I'd only recommend this soundtrack CD for the more hardcore collectors of Sonic memorabilia. Though here's a fun fact, the 20th Anniversary Edition soundtrack for SA2 back in 2011 basically used a pretty similar track list to what the US official soundtrack did back in 2002. This was also the only real streaming/digital release of SA2's music for a few years, until we finally got the Volume 1 and Volume 2 albums. Some tracks didn't make the final cut, but at the same time, it's still nice that we have almost the entire soundtrack available on streaming. And of course, it would be foolish of me not to make any mention of the official vinyl release of SA2's soundtrack, which was released alongside the SA1 vinyl back in 2017. While I do have the SA1 vinyl, I have not been able to get the SA2 vinyl because, pretty similar to Multi-Dimensional, the price for it has kinda shot up recently. The vinyl would also have a pretty infamous misspelling on one of the songs, listing I'm a Spy as I'm a Sply, which means if these vinyls are ever reprinted, they're likely gonna fix this misspelling, and then the original vinyl with the misspelling is gonna be worth more, which is pretty damn funny. So yeah, SA2 has a great soundtrack. I don't think it's better than SA1, but it's still pretty damn good, and I recommend checking it out. Alright, we're gonna be here for a while, so let's talk about the levels. I'm gonna look at the stages, how they're laid out in each story, so get used to me jumping back and forth between different gameplay styles. Starting with the hero's story, the first level is the iconic City Escape, easily one of the best opening levels for a Sonic game ever. Starting off with that kick-ass snowboarding sequence, and then ending with the awesome gun truck chase. It's so good. And of course, this was the first level to introduce rail grinding. Since Sonic is wearing soap shoes, just about every level includes grind rails or just something that you can grind on. Once you hop on a grind rail, you have to hold the action button down to grind faster. And when you come across a turn, let go of the action button and tilt Sonic or Shadow in the opposite direction to keep moving faster. But the one big flaw of it is, you can't really smoothly jump from one grind rail to the other. Instead, the game just shoots you to the next rail, rather than letting the character jump onto it. Thankfully, future games would fix this, though at the expense of automating the grind rails and removing the whole momentum aspect. But that's a topic for another day. Speaking of soap shoes, you may notice that City Escape has a bunch of soap ads everywhere, but they were sadly removed in the HD port. Oh yeah, one aspect every level has is Omo-Chow. Omo-Chow is a little robot Chow, who acts as a tutorial bot of sorts. Basically, when you activate him, he'll tell you how to use certain moves or just give general hints. And in one of the funnier Easter eggs, you can pick up Omo-Chow and just toss him around, leading to Omo-Chow complaining or just getting mad. He's even voiced by Lonnie Manella, who also voices Rouge, which just makes this even funnier.
Hey, stop it!
Oh yeah, Omo-Chow's character model was first seen in SA1, specifically the Dreamcast version of that game's Chow Garden. Yeah, he didn't really do anything but stand there and have an idle animation. Interesting to see his character model existed all these years ago. Getting back to escaping from the city, what's probably the most iconic part of City Escape is the music. It's a vocal track called Escape from the City, being sung by Tony Arnell and Ted Poley. This vocal track is one of the best in the franchise and also one of the catchiest. I'm sure several non-Sonic fans are well aware of how this song goes. And if you hate this song, I hate you.
Set me free, trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through, prove it to you. Follow me. Oh yeah.
There's a pretty fun history about this song. Jun Sonoy composed it, and the melody for it bears a striking resemblance to Endless Mine from Sonic 3's multiplayer mode. Yuzo Boy made a fantastic demonstration of this by mixing the City Escape vocals with the Endless Mine music, and it fits perfectly. Hell, the classic remix in Generations would even pay homage to Endless Mine, and it was pretty damn cool seeing it come full circle. Also, as excellent as the original track is, and I also do like the classic remix, no I don't care what I said on Cooper's perspective, my personal favorite version is the Modern Generations remix, because not only did it bring back Ted Poley and Tony Arnell to re-record their vocals, but it even includes this sick added bridge that I can't get enough of, along with a cute reference to the SA2 version of It Doesn't Matter. Follow me! There's one upgrade you can find in this level, but you can only get to it after you get the bounce bracelet and the flame ring. You use them to break these iron crates on the floor near the end of the level. You know, before the last grind rail section. This will help you find the magic hands upgrade, which is worthless, walk close to an enemy, and it lets you turn them into these little action figures that Sonic can hold. It literally doesn't do anything else. I mean, you can toss the action figures at other enemies, but that's about it. The next hero level is Knuckles' first level, Wild Canyon, which is probably the smallest treasure hunter level in the game, mainly because it's the first. It's not terrible, and the music's fine too, very catchy and fun. And while I don't have too many positives to say about the singer, I will give credit to the man who composed the music tracks, Tomoya Otani. Yeah, this was Otani's first ever Sonic game, years before he'd take on the role as sound director in 2006. In SA2, he composed all the background music for Knuckles, along with a few cutscene event music. This includes one of my favorite tracks, Event the Bass, which is a very chill piano piece. He also composed a decent amount of Chow Garden music, but I'll get to that later. Getting back to the hero levels, next is Tails' first level, Prison Lane. This is where Tails breaks into the gun prison on the island to save Sonic. Prison Lane helps highlight both the good and bad aspects of the shooting levels. The good is how every time you go back to these levels with a new upgrade, it makes it a lot more fun to blow up crap. Another good aspect is the music, of course, and I seriously don't think there's a single bad music track in any of Tails' levels. Just like with Adventure 1's soundtrack, almost every level theme has its own title, with the title of Prison Lane being This Way Out. It's one of the best songs in the game, but I will recommend this. Remember those Sonic Adventure Music Experience CDs I brought up in my SA1 re-review, and I also made a whole video about? Well, the second CD featured a remix of This Way Out, and it kicks ass. It is easily my favorite version of the song ever. Hell, someone even did a mod on the PC version to include the Sonic Adventure Music Experience remixes, and it's so awesome. When it comes to the bad aspects of these levels, well, sometimes the enemies can blindside you. Like how they can drop right in front of you out of nowhere, or even fly right at you super fast. You really gotta develop the skills and memorization of these levels like me in order to put up with all this crap, which I guess you can call trial and error, which I understand is not entirely fun for normal people. Oh yeah, you may have noticed that most of the enemies in this game aren't Batniks. They're gun robots. You rarely see the Batniks in this game. And the one you see the most is Kiki, the funny monkey. The gun robots are still decent enemies and I do like their designs, but I still miss the Batniks, and seeing the same two gun robots over and over again can get a bit repetitive. But there is one special gun robot which is gold and only appears for a few seconds. I highly recommend killing these ones when you see it because they'll earn you more points, which is important because this was the first game in the series to introduce the dreaded...
That was cool!
ranking system. Yep, this was the first game in the series to include the ranking system, and SA2 has one of the most notorious ones in the series. The highest rank you can get is an A, while the lowest rank you can get is an E. Getting A ranks in all the levels can be extremely tedious. Basically, you gotta play the levels flawlessly and rack up as many points as you can, which can mostly mean getting through them without getting hit, not dying, and doing it as fast as possible. It can be complete hell. And the next level, Metal Harbor, really highlights this issue perfectly. But on its own, it's probably one of Sonic's best levels. The music kicks ass, the set pieces are iconic, and climbing up that rocket at the end which takes off and then leads you to snowboarding down that vent system, it's so damn fun. I love this level, and no, I don't care what I said on Cooper's Perspective 7 years ago. Not quite sure what I was cooking there. I'm gonna say this now. This is my least favorite level in this game. Nothing about this level has variety. You're almost always going on the set path that the game wants you to go down. You light dash on those rings at the beginning. You run around this loop. You climb the rocket near the end. It's always the same. Shut up, you loser. You freaking nerd. No one cares. But anyways, Metal Harbor has become one of the most notorious levels for fans, especially me, all because of that damn ranking system. I have put so many goddamn hours into playing through this level over and over again, and I'm pretty sure most of that comes from me hitting the damn reset button on the pause menu, because I'm trying to get the damn A rank, but I either died or got hit. And when you hit reset, it resets the whole fucking level, not just back to your last checkpoint like in SA1. That's the issue with the ranking system. It can make every level seem more of a competition, rather than just being fun. Sure, normal people won't care, but have you tried being a Sonic fan for a change? That purple A rank feels like a badge of honor, and you'll never understand the pain I get when I try getting an A, but end up getting slapped with a red B. It's like when you miss one box in Crash Bandicoot. It always sucks. And another issue with the ranking system is that A ranks are required for 100% completion, but I'll get to that shit later. Back to Metal Harbor, this is where you get the light dash as Sonic, meaning it is almost required that you reset the level once you get the power up. Also, Metal Harbor is one of the only levels in the game where you can get a perfect score from collecting every ring, which requires jumping up at this one section before the loop, where there's one hidden ring that's hiding up there like an asshole. Why did they do that? But getting a perfect will automatically give you an A rank, regardless of how long it takes you to beat the level. Like I said, the music is another big highlight. It is fast-paced and sounds very action-packed. And I forgot to mention this for City Escape, but the official Sonic the Hedgehog YouTube channel uploaded a few demo tracks for this game's soundtrack. Both City Escape and Metal Harbor had demos released, and if you're someone like me who loves seeing the evolution of these songs, then I'd recommend checking these out. And if you want to see another evolution for Metal Harbor's music, I'd recommend listening to the Sonic Adventure Music Experience remix of this track, because just like the other remixes, it's easily my favorite version of the song. Overall, Metal Harbor is a fun level, and it's followed by another Sonic level, Green Forest. This level is slightly better than Metal Harbor, and I like how it has differing pathways. I still prefer the way SA1 did branching pathways, along with having more explorative areas with hidden item boxes and such. Levels like Green Forest do have areas like that, but for the most part, just about every Sonic level has them traveling down these narrow hallways. It's still fun, and it's super replayable, but just not my personal preference for how I think 3D Sonic should be. And part of the reason why you can't really explore too much is because of the camera system. You can't move the camera at all when you're in motion. If you stand perfectly still, you can move the camera left and right, but the moment you take a single step, the camera will automatically snap back into the direction the game wants you to go. It kinda sucks that they made the camera like this and there's no option to use a different one. It also works like this in most of the mech levels, but not in the treasure hunting levels, though it would make zero sense if it controlled like that there. But I will say, the restrictive camera camera never gets in the way when you're playing normally, so it's not that terrible, but I do still wish we had a free camera option or something like that. But focusing on Green Forest, this is the level that takes place after Sonic and Shadow have their encounter, and Sonic overhears that the island is about to be blown up by Eggman. So there's a timer counting down in this stage that doesn't go away, even when you choose the level in the stage select. It is a pretty short level though, so the timer doesn't really add too much pressure. Fun fact by the way, in the opening cutscene where Sonic overhears Eggman on the radio, the little area that him and Shadow are standing in is the middle section of Green Forest. Yeah, I don't know why it just places them in the middle of the level, but I always thought that little detail was pretty funny. The level after that is Pumpkin Hill, Knuckles' second and easily most iconic level in the game. In terms of imagery, it's easily my favorite. I love the Halloween aesthetic and the music is so damn catchy. The one thing to mention about this level is that it is way huger than Wild Canyon. Ergo, finding the emerald pieces can take a bit longer. As much as I don't like how massive the treasure hunting levels get, I can't deny that the scope of them is pretty damn impressive for the Dreamcast. And unlike SA1, SA2 is running at 60 FPS. And I rarely saw the game drop frames or suffer slowdown. I think SA2 is still one of the best looking Sonic games out there. The art direction is fantastic and a nice follow-up to SA1's art style too. Whereas SA1 looked impressive for a launch title, SA2 is a damn impressive looking game for the end of the Dreamcast's run. Anyways, the next level is Mission Street, and this is where the Tails levels really get good because you get the hover move here. This makes the mech a lot more fun to platform with, along with helping shooting things in the air, still kinda complementing the art style. I really love how a lot of the levels in this game can share the same set pieces, since Mission Street shares some portions from City Escape and even the Dark Stories Radical Highway. While I think Mission Street is good and fun, the next level is very much not that. Aquatic Mine. This is where the Knuckles levels really take a nosedive. And no, that's not a swimming pun. This level's fine, I guess, but it's the first one where I just don't want to replay it. The gimmick here is that this stage can have some sections that are submerged underwater, and you can control how much of the level can be underwater. There's also a bunch of ghosts in this level, a carryover from Pumpkin Hill, who can be super annoying, especially when they contain an emerald piece. The next point might be controversial for some people, but as you can probably see, this level is dark as shit. Like, it is super fucking dark. Look, I still love the art style, and the original lighting in the Dreamcast version looks really impressive, but I gotta be honest, levels like Aquatic Mine are not that fun when it's this dark. In fact, I kinda consider it an upgrade when the battle ports brighten up these levels. Yeah, I fucking said it. I will praise SA1's Dreamcast lighting till the sun comes up, but do not ask me to defend SA2's lighting. You're getting nothing from me. Really, the best aspect about Aquatic Mine is how it contains what is easily Knuckles' most useful power-up, the Air Necklace. This will grant Knuckles the ability to breathe underwater for as long as he wants, never drowning. Aquatic Mine is like the only real level that has a bunch of water in it, so the Air Necklace doesn't really become super helpful again until Knuckles' section in Cannon's Core, which is the final level. But it's still a really cool and useful power-up. I guess one last thing I'll mention about Aquatic Mine is, if you pay attention closely in the opening cutscene, you'll probably see that one of Knuckles' hands is all fucked up. And this happens in every version of the game, and it just becomes more noticeable in each port. Why didn't they bother fixing it? Moving on, the next level is Route 101, which has Tails driving his Tornado 3 and the only part of the game where you can drive it. It's a pretty fun level. The kart controls are pretty alright, and you could pick up rings on the track. Collecting enough of them will give you a boost, which is super useful for getting the A rank since it's time-based. But the only real obstacle here is the timer. It's counting down from 99 and you have to reach multiple checkpoints to keep getting more time, which is another aspect that makes the boost function super useful. Really, I don't mind this level on its own, but when I get to discussing this game's missions, yeah, then I'm gonna have a problem. Also, when you reach the president's car, what is going on with the windshield? I guess the texture is meant to be a glare from the sun's reflection, but from afar, it just sort of looks like someone tried assassinating the president and shot through the windshield. It's a little bizarre. Alright, the next level is Hidden Base. This level's noteworthy because we fight both gun robots and Batniks. Again, it's mainly just Kiki, but I'm glad Eggman's headquarters had some Batnik representation. Oh yeah, and instead of a bottomless pit, it's quicksand, which to me is way more terrifying than any bottomless pit. After that level is Pyramid Cave, which isn't isn't one of my favorite Sonic levels, but it's not bad. But I really hate the ghost enemies that can just hold Sonic in place for a few seconds. Seriously, they're super fucking annoying. This is the level where we get the bounce bracelet, and despite the awful button mapping issues, it's still a very fun move to use. Pyramid Cave also has these hoops that you can jump through, which will get you more points, which also means they're highly recommended you jump through if you want to get the A rank. I like how whenever you pull off certain tricks, the game will say some corny phrases like awesome or even perfect. I miss that kind of shit in games. Oh yeah, Pyramid Cave also got a pretty kick-ass Sonic Adventure music experience remix, and yeah, it's really fucking good. Check it out. Another noteworthy thing about Pyramid Cave is that it has these Gamma lookalike robots, which are very cute, but I swear, their aim almost never misses, which can make them really irritating. So while Sonic has a cool, fun level, Knuckles does not. Death Chamber is, in my opinion, Knuckles' worst level in the game. I fucking hate the maze-like level design here. It's way too closed in and claustrophobic, and with the help of the nerfed radar, this level can take forever to finish. What happened to me? 17 to 18-year-old me was able to get through these levels just fine, so why is 25-year-old me struggling so much? I used to be the treasure hunting level's biggest defender, but now I've just grown into... they're fine. I will give Death Chamber this. In comparison to Aquatic Mine, the lighting is a hell of a lot better. If this level had the same dark lighting issues, then I would have hated it even more. Also spoilers, but I think Mad Space is the worst treasure hunting level in the game. So I'll also give Death Chamber that. It may not be the worst level in the game, but it is the worst for Knuckles. Fortunately, the next level is Eternal Engine, which is Tails' last level. It's fun, but there's two aspects about it that I don't really like. First are these sort of suction areas that can pull Tails into a bottomless pit. They're very anxiety-inducing and can lead to you losing a few lives if you're not paying attention. Also, what sadomasochist thought it would be a good idea to put one of these things underneath one of the pulleys that Tails has to hop on? Seriously, why is that there? The other aspect I really don't like about this level is the new enemy it introduces, the Artificial Chaos. These are enemies that Gerald made while researching for Project Shadow. So these were essentially his attempt at creating a version of Chaos outside of, well, Chaos. So in terms of lore, they're rather interesting and a nice link to the first adventure game, but as actual enemies? Oh my god, I hate these motherfuckers so much. The worst part about them is that the moment their heads pop out, their tentacle arms will just stretch out and always get you. It's really fucking annoying, and you know what? The moment they appear in Eternal Engine, the level gets kinda worse. They are so shitty to deal with. The one positive I'll give them is that I like how translucent they look in the original Dreamcast version, since the battle ports kinda screw up how they look for some reason. Before I get to the next level, I want to bring up a weird thing that the game's story mode does. After you complete Eternal Engine, you see the cutscene where Sonic is about to put the fake emerald into the Eclipse cannon, only for him to overhear Eggman on Tails' radio. This gives the impression that the next level is going to be a Sonic level, which would be Crazy Gadget, but it's not. It cuts to Knuckles' last level, which is Meteor Herd. So they kind of just trolled the audience into thinking the next level is going to be a Sonic level, only to get slapped in the face by a Knuckles stage? Why did they do that? Shouldn't they have moved this cutscene? Okay, whatever. Meteor Herd is easily the hugest and most expansive level for Knuckles, which you would probably assume would make it the worst level for me, but I don't think this level is that awful. Don't get me wrong, this level is still massive, and the radar not being able to detect pieces for a while is frustrating, but I won't lie when I say the huge areas to fly and drill down in the air are a lot of fun. Plus, this level rarely ever goes too horribly wrong for me. I'd also much rather play this open-ended zone over the way too closed-in Death Chamber. So yeah. Alright, time for Sonic's pre-final level, Crazy Gadget. This one has Sonic running through the arc to stop Eggman from harming Tails or Amy. The level has a lot of positives and negatives like Eternal Engine, being the level looks incredible graphically, but also has bad parts like the damn Artificial Chaos. There are some aspects about it that are pretty interesting. In the Dreamcast version, there's these little green Xboxes of sorts that you can pick up. This was before Microsoft released the original Xbox, so when they ported the game on GameCube, they had to change the color of these boxes from green to red, which is pretty interesting. You also get the flame ring for Sonic here, which is sick. Also, side note, but during the sections where you're traveling through these pipes, were they supposed to be intentional callbacks to Chemical Plant from Sonic 2? I'm gonna assume so because that's pretty cool. This is also the first level to introduce anti-gravity segments, which for Sonic are not the worst things ever, but for Rouge, we'll get there. The last area has Sonic platforming on different anti-gravity platforms, and you can also change the gravity by using the switches. This level is also accompanied by Eggman talking to Sonic on intercom, taunting him for taking forever in the level. It is easily some of Dean Bristol's best work as Eggman in terms of being threatening, and hilarious when you get to the last room.
Well done, Sonic, but you'll never leave this room alive. Ha-ha!
Words cannot describe how much I miss this man. Crazy Gadget's music is one of the best songs in the game, but I'm gonna recommend a remix of it that's not from Sonic Adventure Music Experience, but one from Mario and Sonic at the 2012 London Olympic Games. Yeah, Jun Sonoe worked on one of the Olympic Games and made a couple of awesome remixes for Sonic tracks, with Crazy Gadget getting a really kick-ass remix that I honestly prefer over the original. Alright, the last level in the hero story is Final Rush. Final Rush is an exhilarating final level. You're literally on top of the world in outer space, grind railing and platforming till the end. It's probably my favorite Sonic level in the entire game. And besides City Escape, it's probably the one I go back to replay the most because it's so fun. The music is also one of the best songs in the game. It is amazing final level music. That's all the levels in the hero story, so I'm gonna go straight to the dark story levels. This one starts with Eggman's first level, Iron Gate. Something you'll instantly notice about the hero and dark levels is how each of the levels seem to be a reflection of a level from the other side. So Eggman's Iron Gate bears a striking resemblance to Tails' Prison Lane, almost as if this is the game's way of doing a second act for levels. I have sort of a preference for which hero or dark levels I prefer over the other, but when it comes to Tails and Eggman, I honestly enjoyed both their levels equally. I also feel like they share similar issues too, but not enough to ruin the levels either. Iron Gate is a fun starting level for the dark story. The lighting in the Dreamcast version is pretty great too. It's not too dark, and I really like the blue fog of sorts that travels down the hallways. Sadly, the HD port kinda ruins it, but what else is new? After Eggman's level, we're introduced to Rouge, which leads to her first level, Dry Lagoon. Basically, it's her version of Wild Canyon, but this level includes a turtle you can save and use to travel to a different section of the level. While a lot of Rouge's stages, especially the one, share a lot of the same problems as Knuckles' stages, I think I mostly prefer Rouge's levels because I think they're a bit more fun to run around in. The music also helps too. It's usually always relaxing. I didn't get to delve into this earlier, but since we're talking about Rouge herself now, she was designed by Yuji Yukawa, the artist who created all the adventure designs, and Kazuyuki Hoshino, the same artist who made Amy Rose and Metal Sonic. Apparently, an early name for Rouge was gonna be Shadow, which was obviously given to Shadow, but another more well-known early name for Rouge was gonna be Nails, basically her own take on the Knuckles name, but since that name was fucking stupid, they changed it and eventually landed on the name Rouge. Early concepts for Rouge, or Nails, are pretty fascinating to look at, though it does make me wonder, how did they land on the final design for Rouge? Was Jessica Rabbit a huge inspiration for her or something? Like, don't get me wrong, I think she has a great design, but god damn. Also, the devs sort of took advantage of Rouge's character design. How the fuck else am I supposed to address this? Well, Rouge's boobs bounce on her character model. Why? I have no fucking clue. This is the only game in the series where this weird detail was added. Also, her ears jiggle too. It's cool. Now that I got that out the way, I'm moving on. The next dark level is Sand Ocean, and I always found Eggman's opening line funny.
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid.
Eggman, your fucking face and Batniks are all over the place. Also, the damn gun robots are already here. So I think it's safe to say they're pretty close to finding your base. But yes, Eggman's Sand Ocean is basically Tails' hidden base, but at night. When you first get to this level, you don't have the hover ability yet, so you gotta do regular platforming without it. But when you do get the hover ability, it makes replaying this level a million times easier. While I think Tails and Eggman's levels are neck and neck in terms of quality, I will say, some of Eggman's levels can have a bit more annoying enemy placement. I've been playing this game since the HD port back in 2012, and to this day, I can't play a single Eggman level without getting hit by something. Like, his mech is so heavy and massive. Despite me thinking the Dreamcast version can be a little too dark at points, Sand Ocean surprisingly isn't that dark. I guess the torches do an amazing job at lighting up the level. Same thing happened in Death Chamber. Another pretty neat visual detail you might notice is how Eggman's base takes place inside of a pyramid, and you get to see the pyramid at the start and it's sort of just a flat JPEG of the pyramid, but as the level progresses, you get closer and closer to it, and then when you get near the end, the level does sort of a visual trick where you see the flat JPEG pyramid one last time, and then you end up seeing a 3D model of an actual pyramid at the goal. That's really cool. The next level is Radical Highway, which is Shadow's first level, but he only has 4 levels instead of 5 like Sonic. Radical Highway is a fantastic level with a lot of fun set pieces, like Shadow rail grinding on those bridges, the huge ass loop-de-loops, the cute background references to knights, the cool little ramps that Shadow can jump off of, just like the ones in City Escape, and the music is excellent as well. Bringing up Generations again, while the console version got City Escape, the 3DS version got Radical Highway. This was an interesting choice since this was originally Shadow's level, but Generations 3DS has Sonic running through it. The classic and modern remixes are a little mixed. The modern remix was super disappointing for me. It has such little punch to it and it doesn't sound good. Almost like a bunch of electronic farts. The classic remix, on the other hand, is fucking amazing. I was a little shocked, but Cash Cash kinda nailed it. And just like with Rouge, I want to focus on Shadow's origins now. He was apparently created by like 4 different people, being artist Yuji Yukawa, Kazuyuki Hoshino, director Takashi Iizuka, and scenario writer Shiro Meikawa. Basically, Yukawa-san was tasked to design him, Iizuka claims to have come up with the original idea of Shadow, and Meikawa-san claims to have been responsible for Shadow's final design, even calling himself Shadow's creator. Yukawa-san's initial designs for Shadow would literally just look like a dark Sonic. He had emo hair, appeared to have been brandishing a sword of some kind. Oh, and his original name was Terios. Yeah, needless to say, Shadow had to go through a lot of revisions until he landed on the edgy red and black Hedgehog we all know today. There's been a bit of a story regarding Shadow's death at the end of the game where apparently Shadow was not planned to return after SA2, which is sort of half true. Iizuka stated they always planned on using Shadow again, at least for his own spin-off game, ever since the character's conception. However, the fan reaction to Shadow's death did influence Iizuka to add him into Sonic Heroes, which explains why he just magically comes back to life. Shadow is a very love or hate character for a lot of people. For me, he's one of my personal favorite characters, but it is quite a shame that his later appearances are gonna heavily alter his public reputation for years to come. But yeah, those are stories for another day. Let's get back to Radical Highway. You may have noticed graphically that it shares a lot of assets with Tails' Mission Street. Hell, the road sections are even used in Route 101 too. God, I love this game's sense of familiar locations. Moving on to the next level, it's Egg Quarters, Rouge's version of Death Chamber. And while it does share a lot of the same problems, I kind of enjoyed this level a little more. The maze-like design isn't anywhere near as obnoxious, and the only real annoying thing in the level are these stupid beetle robots that hover around everywhere, and if you get caught by them, they'll zap you within seconds, unless you go hide in the shadows for a bit. So yeah, not an amazing treasure hunting level, but I'll gladly play this one over Death Chamber any day. The next level is Lost Colony, and well, remember when I bitched about the dark lighting in previous levels? Lost Colony is probably the worst offender to this. It's so damn dark! And look, the atmosphere in this level is excellent, and I love the toned back music track. It really gives the feeling that Eggman is exploring this long abandoned space station that had a horrible incident happen to it decades prior. And speaking of a horrible incident that happened a decade prior, remember Sonic 4 Episode 1? And do you remember Lost Labyrinth? Well, Jun Senoue composed Sonic 4, and a part of me always felt that the music in Lost Labyrinth was a little similar to Lost Colony from Sonic Adventure 2. Does anyone else hear it? I wonder if that was an intentional callback. But focusing on Lost Colony, while I love the music and I do think the graphics look fine, again, it's just way too dark to play through. And it's one of those things that the battle ports gradually fixed over time. Like, wow, I can't believe I'm praising that port's toned back lighting system. This is the level where Eggman gets the hover ability, which is awesome. Plus, as much as I hate the lighting in the level, I do like the detail about how when you blow up a gun robot, it'll light up the hallways. That's a sick detail. Plus, the dark lighting kinda shows the fact that this level shares assets with Eternal Engine and Crazy Gadget. Some assholes might look at this as the game reusing shit, but again, I just like the familiar locations take that this game took on levels. Hell, in the stage select map, it actually puts a lot of levels that look similar in the same locations. It's so cool. Speaking of familiar locations, the level after Lost Colony is Weapons Bed. And this is clearly just Metal Harbor, but you're Eggman. One cool thing about this level is how the battleships have these long runways, and using them you can really see just how fast the mechs can run. Like, holy shit. Another neat thing is how there's a bunch of inoperable gun robots everywhere that just sit around, and you can target them like regular enemies, which means you have a lot more opportunities to build up points. However, the game can sort of trick new players with this. So for the newbies, you may assume that targeting 30 enemies all at once will earn you more points. This isn't actually true. The highest ranking you can get is a perfect, which you can usually achieve in the shooting levels by targeting like 10 or 11 enemies. So I would recommend targeting 10 gun robots at a time, because if you do that over and over again, it'll build up more perfect bonuses, and it'll assure that you'll get the A rank. So if you first played this level and got really confused about why you didn't get the A rank after you were targeting like 30 enemies all the time, that's why. Dumbass. The next level is Security Hall, which involves Rouge inside of a compact security area where she's looking for 3 Chaos Emeralds. One of the main gimmicks about this level is the locked doors. Sometimes one of the emeralds are going to be locked behind one of these, so you'll have to travel to the upper section of the level and flip a switch in order to get the emerald. It's a little annoying to deal with. Another gimmick of this level is how there's a timer on it, with Rouge only having 5 minutes to get all the emeralds, which can be a little nerve-wracking. I've never had an issue with the timer, but I know there's other people out there who don't like it too much and feel that it can add pressure, which is a pretty valid complaint. Now it's time for me to complain about someone else's review.
Take Security Hall for example, where not only can you find only 1 Chaos Emerald at a time with this stupid gimped radar, you only have about 5 minutes to find all 3 of them.
Set the timer for 15 minutes. Let's go, Rouge.
5 minutes should be plenty.
No, he said 15 minutes. 15 minutes!
Johnny, Eggman said the bomb was gonna detonate in 15 minutes. Rouge said 5 minutes because that's a short amount of time she could take out of that 15-minute timer to get the emeralds long before the bomb goes off. I know it's been like 11 years since you made this review, but do you know how time works? Also, I know a lot of you are gonna watch this and get overly defensive like, "Stop bullying Johnny!" Guys, it's all in good fun. I literally don't care how he thinks about this game. Plus, he's a grown man in his 30s. I'm pretty sure he can handle a bit of criticism. Plus, he's a reviewer for God's sake. You can't criticize the criticizer? You guys do it to me all the time in the comments. What exactly makes Johnny off limits? Moving on to the 1/3 of the game that Johnny said he liked, the next level is White Jungle, which is Shadow's Green Forest except a little more open-ended. I love the vines that shoot Shadow straight up in the air, I like the differing pathways, and I just find this level a little bit more replayable than Green Forest. This is also where Shadow gets the light dash. That's a great highlight. Another thing worth pointing out is how the original Dreamcast version featured these blue orbs that were floating in the air, but in the battle ports, they added this rain filter on the level. It looks neat, but it does lose a few points for how even if you go into a covered part of the level, it's still raining. Regardless, it's a cool effect. After White Jungle is a Rouge level, Route 280, which is a more difficult version of Tails' Route 101, but this time Rouge is chasing after Tails, not the president. Rouge's kart level has a lot more sharper turns and parts where you can fall off. Oh yeah, and there's no checkpoints in these levels, so if you fall off the track, you gotta restart the whole thing. But it's not really that painful to get through. The missions, on the other hand, way different ballpark. I guess I'll also address the elephant in the room, which is, what the hell's going on with Rouge's car? Why is it shaped like that? I know it's supposed to be modeled after her head, but why is it shaped like something you usually give head? I should probably move on from this topic. One weird graphical difference between the Dreamcast and Battle ports is how, at the end, Tails looked just fine on Dreamcast, but in Battle his colors got all fucked up. How does that even happen? Anyways, the next level is Skyrail, a short but very fun and fast-paced level for Shadow. Just from the name, you can tell that Shadow's gonna be grinding on rails for most of the level, and you may also notice that this takes place in the same area as Pumpkin Hill, only now it's daytime, and the music track for this level kicks a lot of ass. It's called Mr. Unsmiley, and it's one of the shorter songs on the soundtrack, but it's easily one of the best. This is also the last level in SA2 to get a remix for the Sonic Adventure Music Experience CDs. I greatly recommend checking out the Mr. Unsmiley remix. The re-recorded drums are fucking amazing. Oh, and the opening of this level was slightly changed in the Battle ports. Yeah, there's like another wall on the left, which wasn't in the Dreamcast version. I wonder why they felt the need to add that. So, you thought that Shadow level was a lot of fun? Well, bad news, fucko, the next level's Mad Space! Fuck this level. Holy shit, how did I enjoy playing this 7 years ago? The radar never bothered me. Yeah, they're huge levels, but that's honestly a positive for me. I love exploring these levels looking for the emerald pieces. You're not normal! The level's too fucking huge, the anti-gravity controls are complete dog shit, and just overall, it's not fun! I probably should have brought this up earlier, but every treasure hunting level has these hint monitors, which you can activate to get a hint on where a treasure hunting piece is. But I usually try to not use them because it reduces some points on your ranking. But in Mad Space, the one level where you desperately need the hints, for some reason they're reversed. No joke, I would rather play Death Chamber again, holy shit. There are only 2 upsides to Mad Space, which is it's Rouge's last level, and the music's still pretty good. I never want to play this level again. Thankfully, next is Eggman's last level, Cosmic Wall, which is also his longest level. This one's interesting compared to the other mech levels because this level has some lower gravity to it, which means Eggman's mech can actually hover in the air longer and at higher altitudes. It's a fun mechanic, and like before, there's a lot of stuff to shoot in this level. I personally don't replay this one too often because it lasts a bit too long for my liking, but for a final level, it's a pretty good way to end Eggman's run. Well, the final dark level goes to Shadow, and it's Final Chase, Shadow's version of Final Rush, and it's not as good. Not terrible, but some of the design choices just weren't amazing. Like with Final Rush, artificial chaos are everywhere, but they seem a little more annoyingly placed this time around. Plus, there's these weird rotating cylinder platforms with some anti-gravity to them. I don't have a whole lot to say about them. They can be pretty exhilarating to run on, and there's one at the very end of the level that you're supposed to run down, but I always like clipping away from it and just falling straight down to the goal ring. Before I talk about the last story, I'm gonna talk about the boss fights real quick. Some short fights can happen with a few gun robots, with Sonic battling Bigfoot, Shadow fighting Hotshot, and Rouge fighting Flying Dog, which is the same boss as the latter two, but it's constantly flying. They're very basic fights, but for Sonic's case, Bigfoot is the first boss fight. Same for Shadow and Hotshot, so it fits. Plus, when you get the bounce bracelet as Sonic, replaying this boss fight just becomes really pathetic. Moving on, this is the first game to do character battles, with each character fighting their opposite. The first Sonic and Shadow fight is laughable. You can just spin dash into each other and it'll end the fight fast. The AI is ridiculously stupid. The first Tails and Eggman fight is stupid easy, you just spam the button like before, but then the second time they fight is stupid difficult, and it's all because the other character can use this massive cannon attack. Why can't I use that? The Knuckles and Rouge fight also has this issue where not only is the AI stupid, but the other character you're fighting can use a special move against you. Hello? Why can't I use a special move too? That's not fair. Am I missing something? After Death Chamber, Knuckles actually gets his own exclusive boss, and it's King Boom Boo, a ghost character that's just original enough that Nintendo can't sue. Anyways, you get chased down by Boom Boo, and you gotta wait until he breathes fire at you. That way you can run around and smack this stupid ghost to trigger the sun to come out. After that, just chase Boom Boo's shadow, dig him out, and beat the shit out of him. It's not a bad boss fight, and it's pretty interesting that only Knuckles gets to fight him. This was Boom Boo's only appearance in the game, and this would also be the only mainline Sonic game he appeared in. Though surprisingly enough, he would make a reappearance later in Team Sonic Racing about 18 years later. Yeah, you can drive through what's supposed to be his house, and you see him pop up a few times. It's cute, and I never thought in a million years we would have seen Boom Boo in another game again. But getting back to SA2, you may have realized that this is probably the first mainline Sonic game where Sonic and Eggman don't directly fight each other. The closest we really get to that is when Eggman has Sonic fight one of his creations, the Egg Golem, which was also the name of a Sonic 3 and Knuckles boss. The fight just involves Sonic running behind the Egg Golem and hopping on the conveniently placed platforms on the Egg Golem's back. Why would Eggman build him like this? What was he thinking? And that's not even the stupidest part of this boss. In the Dark story, after the moment where Sonic goes, he smacks the Egg Golem and makes it turn on Eggman, leading to that being the reason why Eggman has to fight him in the Dark story. You just shoot him until parts of him start falling off, and you just shoot him some more. I think this version of the fight might be the most boring one in the game. Like, sure, the character battles aren't great, but at least they're entertaining in some way. Speaking of which, both the Hero and Dark stories end with Sonic and Shadow facing off. Unlike the first fight where the AI was stupid and it was easy to beat, this fight is a lot better. You're constantly chasing one another and dodging each other's attacks. It's a cool idea for a boss fight. The first two hits are the easiest because you can just spin dash into the other, but after that, the AI gets a little smarter by jumping out the way. Usually, I wait until the other one tries to use a special attack to spin dash into them, because they'll just stay static during it. Another method you can use is a little tricky, but it's cool to pull off. There are trails of rings on the runway, and you can light dash onto them, and the light dash can actually hurt the other character, which is pretty neat. Overall, this is a solid boss fight, and a damn good way to end both stories. And here's a hell of a fun fact about this boss fight. The runway may look never-ending, but for whatever reason, if you hit the 10-minute mark, it'll actually run out and intentionally kill the player. I'm assuming it's just a subtle callback to the classic games, like how the time would run out after 10 minutes, but hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Okay, look, I'm like a solid 2 hours into this re-review. I think it's safe to say I've lost my mind. Whatever, let's talk about the last story levels. Cannon's Core. This isn't just a normal level where you're running through it as one character. Instead, it's one huge level that 5 characters run through, and you play as Tails, Eggman, Rouge, Knuckles, and Sonic all in that order. Tails and Eggman are all about shooting enemies and blasting a door open near the end. Rouge is about activating a switch that'll fill the room with sand-looking water. That always confused me. What is this water supposed to be? Well, Knuckles' section involves him traveling under that water, activating switches, and pressing a button for Sonic at the end. The first 3 acts aren't too bad, and Knuckles' section isn't that bad either, as long as you got the air necklace from Aquatic Mine. Seriously, if you made it to Cannon's Core without Knuckles' air necklace, it's gonna be a complete pain in the ass to get through. Just like the classic games, there are air bubbles to help Knuckles breathe, but if you want to play this level and not pull your hair out, then be sure to get the air necklace. Sonic's section of the level is the shortest but also the most fun, ending with a cool part where Sonic is traveling down a sandy waterfall of sorts, which I'm pretty sure is a callback to Lost World's waterfall set piece from SA1. Sonic's act is also pretty infamous for a huge glitch you can pull off. Basically, every section of this level features these time switches. Activating them can cause time and everything to freeze temporarily. Not only does it freeze all the enemies and moving platforms in the levels, but it also freezes the time, which can actually help with your time bonus at the end. And, well, there's a glitch you can pull off that can permanently freeze everything, and you can do it in Sonic's section. Basically, once you get to a section where a time switch is on the floor, if you could spin dash away from it fast enough, for whatever reason, this will cause everything to stay permanently frozen. I don't quite understand how it works like that, but apparently if you activate the time switch and get out of its range super quick, the game will just forget to unfreeze everything. It's so fucking weird, but damn is this super helpful for getting the A rank. So yeah, Cannon's Core is a fascinating idea for a grand final level. It's just epic. But you also may have noticed that you don't play as Shadow in this stage, though he does get to do one final thing in the last story, which I'll get to in a moment. But one thing that really helps Cannon's Core is the soundtrack. There are 3 different music tracks for this stage, and it's split between Tails and Eggman, Rouge and Knuckles, along with Sonic. They are some of the best pieces of music in this entire game, and it really helps make this level feel grander, like you're truly reaching the very end. After Cannon's Core, we get to the pre-final boss fight, where you're Shadow fighting the Bio-Lizard, the ultimate life form versus the prototype. This fight has Shadow running on a round floor, trying to avoid the Bio-Lizard's various attacks, including sending electric orbs for Shadow to jump and roll under. The main objective is to hit the core of the Bio-Lizard on his back. Once the Bio-Lizard tires out, hop on the grind rails and home into the core. But as you progress in the fight, it becomes more difficult with it having red orbs for Shadow to home in on, which can help you reach the core. But the hitboxes on the red orbs are insanely inconsistent. It can actually lead to Shadow air dashing into the Bio-Lizard and getting hurt. There are a decent number of rings for you to pick up, but because of the fixed camera, it makes locating rings pretty difficult. I also don't recommend picking up every set of rings you come across, because like in the other games, once you get hit, you drop all of them, and you better pick them back up because they don't respawn. I recommend just picking up one trail at a time. The last hit on the Bio-Lizard is insanely nerve-wracking, with Shadow needing to float to the core all while dodging the red orbs that are coming after him. So if you don't have rings in this section, then maybe 9.4 times out of 10 you are likely gonna die, and then you'll have to redo the entire boss fight. I would complain about the difficulty, but it's literally the pre-final boss. What was I expecting? As frustrating as this fight can get, it is an amazing boss fight that helps perfectly set up the finale. The boss music has the perfect atmosphere to it too. It's a vocal track called Supporting Me, and it fits the fight brilliantly. My one issue with it is that it can be a little difficult hearing the vocals on the song. Yeah, the sound mixing isn't too great, but what else is new? It's Sonic Adventure 2. The Bio-Lizard did get brought back for a boss fight in Generations 3DS, which is interesting like Radical Highway in the sense that it's Sonic playing this instead of Shadow. It featured a remix of Supporting Me that was done by Richard Jacques of Sonic R fame, and I'll admit, I kinda prefer the Generations remix of this song because I can hear the vocals in this version a little better. Well, after the Bio-Lizard, this means we're at the final boss, Final Hazard. It's the one part of the game where you're Super Sonic and Super Shadow, and all you gotta do is just fly at the Final Hazard's red boils? Tumors? What are these things we're flying into? And the more hits you get on the boss, the harder and more difficult the attacks get, which includes the red orbs returning from the Bio-Lizard fight, along with these massive fuck you laser beams getting shot at you. You can move the super form up by tapping the A button, and down by tapping X or B. And once you get close to the boss, tap either button to zoom into the red marks. And since you are super, your rings are going to be running out throughout the fight, and there aren't any actual rings for you to pick up during the encounter. So to make up for this, you gotta make sure Sonic or Shadow fly to the other side of the arc before running out. But there are some times where if you miss the red marks on Final Hazard, you can end up triggering the switch by accident, which can almost always lead to you losing a life because changing too quickly will result in the other character not having enough rings. And like I said, this is the only part of the game where you can play as a super form. But seeing how the gameplay is, I can't really picture controlling these super forms in regular levels. So while it does suck that you can only play as a super form in the final boss, it's whatever, every main game was doing it at this point. You get used to it. There is a Super Sonic mod for the PC version. It's sweet, but it could also be pretty chaotic. I recommend checking it out, it's a lot of fun. Moving on, while the mechanics of the final boss aren't entirely perfect, this is still one of my personal favorite final bosses in a Sonic game. It's grand, it's epic, music, and it has a very powerful impact to it. Not to mention, seeing how the cutscene that follows it is Shadow dying, I usually like ending the fight with Shadow delivering the final blow. Just seems more fitting in that context. Speaking of Shadow, his voice clips during this boss fight are kinda fucking hilarious. It's not that anything he says is necessarily funny, but apparently, a lot of the voice clips here were not recorded by David Humphrey, but Ryan Drummond? It's a bit bizarre, but I'm guessing what happened was they probably forgot to have David record these lines when he was in the studio, and since they likely had a tight release schedule and David just wasn't going to be available in time, they likely just asked Ryan to record these lines instead since he was in the booth recording stuff as Sonic to begin with. So yeah, Shadow's voice during the final boss is sort of a half and half between David and Ryan, which is kind of funny when you realize it's just Sonic mostly talking to himself during the fight. But I gotta fucking commend Ryan Drummond's voice talent again, because after years of playing this game, I never noticed that this was him doing Shadow's voice and not David. It's that spot on. Like sure, when you hear comparisons, it's easier to point out the differences, but I think Ryan honestly could have just pulled a Jason Griffith and just voiced both Shadow and Sonic at the time. He seriously nailed the voice.
Sonic, leave it to me. I'll destroy him.
The red swelling may be a weak spot. Sonic, aim for it.
Here I come, you creep!
Sonic, what are you doing? You're almost out of rings. Switch places with me.
I'll collect the rings. Now it's up to you, Sonic.
The main thing that really highlights this boss fight is obviously the Crush 40 song that is accompanying it, which is also the main theme song of the game, Live and Learn. What else can be said about this song? It's Crush 40's most popular song they've ever made for the Sonic franchise. Just look at how many views this old upload of the song has on YouTube. I think that perfectly shows just how much impact this song had. This was the first Crush 40 track in a Sonic game to be written by the band's singer, Johnny Gioeli, since Open Your Heart and SA1 was written by Jun Sonoe and Takahiro Fukada. I always liked the way Johnny wrote these songs. His lyrics always felt so empowering, and his voice is incredible. Live and Learn is the perfect demonstration of his talent. It's not butt rock, or whatever the hell else people try to use to describe the music to diminish its quality. It's just a good song. I should say, this isn't my favorite Crush 40 song. Open Your Heart is still my number one, and I'd even say What I'm Made Of is slightly better, but that doesn't change the fact that Live and Learn is one of the band's best contributions they ever made to the Sonic franchise, and it deserves its place as the most well-known Crush 40 song. I love it so much.
Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn from the works of yesterday.
But here's the thing, this isn't even my favorite version of the song. That crown belongs to the excellent Sonic 30th Anniversary Symphony version. Like, Johnny's live vocals mixed with that kick-ass performance by June and crew, along with the orchestra? Oh my god, it's fucking amazing.
Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn from the works of yesterday.
So that's my favorite version. The OG SA2 version comes in a close second, and third goes to the nice acoustic version that was officially released on the Rockin' Sonic the Hedgehog Sessions album. If you haven't listened to this and want to hear a soft version of Live and Learn, featuring new vocals by Johnny, then I highly recommend it. It's so damn good.
Can you feel life moving through your mind? Looks like it came back for more.
Well, that's pretty much all the story mode content, so I guess I'll take a look at all the other extra content. I'm gonna start with what's easily SA2's best feature, the multiplayer. Adventure 2 is well known for having the best multiplayer mode out of any of the Sonic games, though as a few have pointed out, that's probably because there isn't too much competition. But I will say, I've only ever played the multiplayer mode on Battle. Yeah, the Dreamcast multiplayer was still decent. There are a few differences I'll point out, mainly in terms of content, but for now, I'm gonna be referring to the SA2 Battle multiplayer on the HD port, recorded from my Series X. So special thanks to one of my best friends, Anthony, for helping me record footage, you bitch. But yeah, SA2's multiplayer is fantastic for just how much content is included. There's Action Battle Race, where you can choose up to 4 characters to play as, and you can literally race each other in just about every Sonic and Shadow level. Some of them had to be cut down ever so slightly, but there's still the regular levels from single player. It's a lot of fun, and the menu even separates the stages into different levels, with 2 unique stages being made for the first level. It includes a version of City Escape where it's all covered in snow, and you snowboard to the finish line. It's so much fun. There's also a grind rail race, where you, well, grind on rails until the end. It's pretty interesting, and as you can see from the footage, Anthony and I were just kind of fucking around. There's also Treasure Hunt Race, where you gotta find 2 pieces in a treasure hunting level before the other player can. It's decent, and it's also the only part of the game where I don't mind the radar being nerfed. Then there's Shooting Battle, where you control one of the mechs and just try to gun each other down. It's incredibly simple, but fun.
Do you think you can beat me?
I'll beat you!
There's also Chow Race and Chow Karate, which is a whole other can of worms that I haven't touched yet. And the last mode is Kart Racing. Yes, they made actual kart racing levels for you and a friend to race on. It's no Mario Kart, but it's still pretty fun. Seriously, I didn't grow up playing SA2 on Dreamcast or GameCube, but if I did, I know I would have spent so many hours of my life playing the multiplayer alone. It's such a fun ass time, and there's even some cool bonus content to find here too. This is where the Dreamcast version's multiplayer and content differs from the GameCube and HD ports. The Dreamcast version had DLC where the characters could wear these seasonal outfits for Halloween and Christmas, but sadly, none of that was carried over for the Battle ports. Battle does have some alternate outfits that look neat, and one very concerning Rouge outfit, but a part of me does wish we could have gotten all the Dreamcast content too. You know what else the Dreamcast version had? Big. Yes, Big the Cat had a much larger presence in the original version of this game, with him having hidden cameos in part of the levels, along with popping up in certain cutscenes if you tap the buttons. Big was also an alternate skin for Eggman in the multiplayer mode, which was probably the only way you can even play as him in the entirety of SA2. The battle ports would sadly remove all his Easter eggs, including being selectable in the multiplayer. The HD port did put back in his little fun cameos and levels, but I don't think it put him back in the multiplayer, so that kinda stinks. While we're on the topic of alternate skins, even the mechs can have alternate costumes, and one of them is a red tornado that makes Tails move so fast. Like, why is this an alternate skin for Tails? Holy shit. What use does the mech moving this ridiculously fast have? Nothing, it's just goofy and fun. I also find it interesting that other characters like Amy and Metal Sonic, the latter of which had no appearance in the game's story mode at all, are playable here and not in the single player. But it's still fun to play as Amy again, and her ground speed is obviously a lot better too. Also, yes, the character model for Metal Sonic would also be used in SADX. Oh yeah, remember those special moves that the other characters could use on you in the character battles? Well, you can finally do them for yourself in the multiplayer, you know, after you collect enough rings. So enjoy grieving your friends with this feature, along with spamming Amy's obnoxious, repetitive voice clips. God, I love this game. Hell, both Tikal and Chaos are even playable in the treasure hunt mode, and they just recycle old voice clips for Tikal, which is pretty funny. Along with giving her brass knuckles, god damn! Slay Queen! Greed is our enemy indeed. But yeah, despite some missing extra content from the Dreamcast version, SA2's multiplayer, especially SA2 Battle, is some of the best multiplayer content this franchise has ever seen. And I'm kinda sad that the HD port didn't go the extra mile and give us online play. What a huge missed opportunity, and I'd be willing to bet that the servers for it would still be up and active to this day. Oh well, guess we'll have to stick to using Parsec. That was the multiplayer content, and while I already looked at the story mode in depth, that wasn't quite all the single player content. Obviously, the emblems from SA1 were brought back, but this time around, instead of there being 130 emblems, there are now 180 to collect, which means missions were also brought back, but this time they are far more robust compared to how they were in SA1. You can choose different missions in the stage select, with each level having 5 each. The missions are pretty similar across all characters. Mission 1 is just a regular playthrough, Mission 2 is about getting 100 rings really fast, Mission 3 is about finding a hidden Chow in the levels, Mission 4 is about beating the level under a certain amount of time, and Mission 5 is hard mode, which makes the enemies more difficult and changes a bit of the level design. The Chow missions are one of the only parts of the game where it requires you to use the Mystic Melody ability, which every character can find in certain levels. The Chow missions aren't super hard, the fourth missions aren't too bad either, unless you're doing a treasure hunting stage, and the hard mode missions missions can be pretty interesting to check out, mainly for people who have likely mastered the original levels enough and want to try a more difficult challenge. Now, with all the problems I had with the treasure hunting levels, you'd probably expect me to say that their hard mode missions are some of the most difficult ones in the game, but the truth is, they're not. Why? Well, here's the catch. While the treasure hunting pieces are placed in very hard to reach locations, these are the only places in hard mode where they're always located. Yeah, they're always in preset locations and are never randomized. This means all you have to do is just memorize where they are, and then just reset the level a few times until you get the A rank. Was Sonic Team just tossing people a bone here or something? Why are the hard treasure hunting levels technically easier than the standard ones? Like, the 4th missions in these levels are more difficult. But while the regular level missions have their own challenges, the 2 levels that have some extremely difficult missions to get through are Route 101 and 280. These 2 levels do have the standard 2nd mission of collecting 100 rings, and the 5th mission is a hard mode, which just makes the timer more strict. And while it is pretty difficult, myself and many other fans would say that hard mode is not even these levels' hard modes, because mission 3 and 4 are some of the worst missions in the game. Mission 3 requires dodging all vehicles on the road, while mission 4 has you trying to avoid hitting the walls. And once again, no checkpoints. So if you fuck up once, the level fades out and restarts from the beginning. In comparison, Tails' missions are still a bit easier, but still incredibly nerve-wracking to get through. And it really doesn't compare to how much more difficult Rouge's missions are, due to her level having sharper turns, and these tunnel areas where you can smack into the wall or cars easier. It is insanely frustrating. If you're gonna go for 100% completion, do yourself a favor and get these 2 levels out the way first. They are gonna take forever. And as much as you won't like to hear this, but you must get the damn A ranks if you want to fully complete this game. Yep, you get ranked for missions as well. And in one of the game's most insane decisions ever, you earn bonus emblems for getting all A ranks in each of the characters' levels. You heard that right. In order to 100% this game, you must get A ranks in every level and mission. Now, if you'll politely look at the length of this video, you probably assume I'm completely insane. And you'd be right, because I've collected all 180 emblems in this game a grand total of 3 times. The first time being in October 2012 when I first played this game on PS3, the second time was when I got the game on Dreamcast and decided to 100% it there, and the third time was recently on the Xbox 360 version when I got my Series X. Some of you Cooper's Perspective fans may remember me talking about this, but I don't have my 100% save file on PS3 anymore due to a young family member accidentally deleting it. But I do have the trophies for it though, and I remember it being my proudest achievement at the time that I managed to 100% the game within the same month. I know, I'm lame. But yes, getting all 180 emblems can be an extremely time-consuming process. And if you're not a complete lunatic like me, you'll very likely not have the patience for this crap. But it's not just the missions and the stage select that can get you emblems. There's also other modes like Kart Race, where you can get emblems based on different difficulties. There's a boss attack, pretty much just a boss rush where you fight every boss in both the Hero and Dark stories, along with a third option to fight literally every boss in the game, which can take a long ass time. Regardless, once you power through everything, all the missions, all the bonus modes, all of that crap just to get the emblems, you'll end up finding that you're still a bit short of 180. So where do you get the rest of the emblems if it's not from the levels, the missions, or other modes? Well, okay, I can already tell in the script writing process that this is gonna be the longest Coop's review I'll ever put out, at least right now. I just love this game so much, and I love talking about everything that's in it, so if you decided to watch this far, I will keep wasting even more of your time by talking about yet another big feature in this game that returns from SA1. The Chow Garden! We're gonna be here for a while. But yes, Sonic Adventure 2 brought back the Chow Garden, and this version of the garden, especially in the battle ports, is the best iteration of the Chow Garden we ever got. It is so good. Since we don't have hub areas, how do we get to the Chow Garden? Well, in every action stage, you can come across a Chow box, and breaking them open will give you a Chow key. Beating a level with the key will transport you straight to the Chow Garden. After that, you can choose the Chow Garden on the stage select. The garden is a lot more fleshed out here compared to last time, with a lot of updates from SA2's Chow Garden being transferred to SADX. I'm mainly looking at the Chow Garden in the HD port because that's the version I've spent the most time playing, along with the fact that all my Chow on the Dreamcast version are gone since the Chow save data on my VMU got corrupted years ago. So rest in peace, my Dreamcast Chow. You guys will never be forgotten. And thanks for getting me my emblems. But yeah, raising Chow in SA2 is pretty similar to SA1, just with a few changes. For starters, not only can you turn the Chow good or evil, but now they cause 2 other gardens to appear, the Hero and Dark Gardens. You can align a Chow to be Hero or Dark by raising them with either a Hero or Dark character. You can even physically see them change appearance, especially if you just sit down and pet them over and over again. I really love that detail. In regular levels, when you destroy a gun robot, they'll drop these little capsules instead of animals, and they can level up one of your Chow's stats based on which color they are. Yellow improves their swimming, red improves their power, green improves their speed, and purple improves their flight. You can even feed your Chow to give it more stamina. And you could stack up a good amount of Chow drives and take it back to the Chow Garden, so you can keep leveling up your Chow. Once again, is there a reason to level up your Chow? Yes, and it's mainly for them participating in Chow races. And winning the races can get you the rest of the emblems. And there's several different levels of racing for your Chow to tackle. So yeah, making your Chow super powerful so you can win all the races is gonna take a while. However, the battle ports would also implement a second minigame for the Chow, Chow Karate. These involve you cheering on your Chow as they face off against a different Chow. Yeah, just like the races in SA1, you don't control the Chow in the actual races or karate matches. The most you can do is cheer them on in races to run faster, which can decrease their stamina. Or when they tire out in karate, just mash the button until they get back up and fight some more. If you're someone like me where you try to 100% this game as fast as possible, you likely won't have the time or patience to farm for Chow drives repeatedly so you can level up your Chow. But this is where I'm gonna discuss one of the more broken glitches in the game that, like Cybershell mentioned, probably saved the Chow Garden for a lot of people. You see, on the rare occasion you do find a Batnik, they can still drop animals for you to pick up and bring to your Chow. There's even hidden animals you can find in certain parts of the levels. However, unlike the Chow drives, when you give the Chow an animal, it'll physically alter their appearance, just like in SA1. If you want to remove the animal parts, then you gotta go find the skeleton dog, which I can easily locate in Pumpkin Hill. There is one thing about the skeleton dog though. It can level up all your Chow's stats. In the Dreamcast version, the skeleton dog still did this, but not as much. Thankfully, the totals were multiplied in SA2 battle, making the skeleton dog the best animal for you to go after. So does that mean you just keep recollecting the skeleton dog over and over again, just so you can get your Chow's stats up all the way? I mean, sure, but that would require resetting Pumpkin Hill or any other level with a skeleton dog over and over again. You can hold about 10 animals or Chow drives at a time, but there is one glitch you can do that's pretty tricky to pull off, but once you get a good rhythm with it, it'll become incredibly helpful. If you put a skeleton dog down in front of your Chow at the right angle, like close but not too close, they'll do the animation where they picked up the animal and toss it, giving them the stats and all, but if you do the glitch correctly, you should still be able to pick up the skeleton dog and keep doing this glitch over and over again until your Chow stats are leveled up enough. This is insanely useful and can save a lot of time for people trying to get all the emblems from the Chow races and karate. The one downside to this is that if you're getting a skeleton dog from Pumpkin Hill, then over time the Chow will probably just evolve into a hero Chow, meaning it won't be able to do the dark races unless you can somehow balance it and make it a neutral Chow. But yeah, that's just a small thing you'll have to get over. But if you just want to level up your Chow faster, use the skeleton dog method. But anyways, apart from getting the emblems, what else is there for the Chow Garden? Well, you can explore all kinds of things in the gardens, and you can evolve your Chow into different forms. By the way, even though the save file on my PS3 copy of the game was deleted years ago, the main game and Chow Garden have separate save files. Because of that, all of my Chow from 11 years ago are still alive and active, and I still check in on them every so often. Yeah, I'm not a Chow expert, but I still spent a damn good amount of time raising these little guys, all before I found out about the skeleton dog method, and I just remember clutching the Chow races and especially karate when getting the last few emblems. I'm never gonna forget that shit. This is Chowder. He's my little champion who managed to get me my last few emblems in 2012. Those emblems may all be gone, but Chowder still reigns supreme. Oh, and here's a cute piece of artwork that my friend Michelle drew of him. It's pretty epic. Something really cute about these guys is that you can get these character-based Chow. I have a Sonic Chow that took me a few years to work on. Again, not an expert. I called him Chownick, and he's the one character-based Chow that I went out of my way to get. Some of the other unique Chow of mine were made by complete accident. this is Chowdo, a Chow I decided to raise as Shadow, who I mostly gave speed drives to. He evolved and became this cute little Shadow Chow. I was blown away by that. And this came from years of watching SA2 videos, and not bothering to investigate the Chow Garden content at all. I even have 2 other Chow that are based off Nights into Dreams. I also evolved these guys into Nice Chow by complete accident too. And 14-year-old me knew practically nothing about Knights at the time, so I thought their designs were completely unique to this game alone. Still, there's a lot of cool versions of Chow that you can come across. I highly recommend checking out the fan site Chow Island, which has a bunch of information about different types of Chow, and other Chow factoids you can learn there. And of course, you can check out Cybershell's Chow video because it's one of his best works, and I think he covered a good amount of Chow content and history there too. Since I have all the emblems on the Dreamcast version, this does mean I spent a decent amount of time in the Dreamcast Chow Garden, even when I tried using the skeleton dog method. But as I said, one day my save data for it got corrupted, and now these Chow are kinda lost forever. Thankfully, I thought to back up my Chow years ago on the Steam version, using the Chow Fusion editor. So I used it to recreate all my Chow and their stats across every version of the game I've played. Yeah, I guess that's one downside to the Chow Garden, which also isn't very easy to fix. There's no real official way for you to transfer your Chow to one version of the game to another. It really stinks, but I guess the Chow Fusion editor is good enough. However, there was a way to transfer Chow between both adventure games, which was kinda doable on Dreamcast, but was perfectly pulled off on GameCube. Like, you could do it on Dreamcast with the VMU, but it wasn't entirely perfect, and I wouldn't recommend it anyways. But it could be debated that the GameCube versions of SADX and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle easily have the best Chow Gardens ever, because these ports can utilize the GBA link cable, and with the help of Sonic Advance 1 and 2's tiny Chow Gardens, you can use them to transfer all your Chow between SADX and SA2 Battle. I never played SA2 Battle on GameCube growing up, so all these Chow you're seeing in the footage is not mine. I think I took this save file off GameFAQs years ago. But look at all these cute ass Chow this guy had. Wow, they're so cute. Oh yeah, you control Tails outside the mech in the garden. He can fly indefinitely and use his tail attack? Why? Well, you can physically harm the Chow, but I'm not delving into that again because we don't allow Chow abuse on this channel. You can even play as Eggman outside the mech too, and it's surreal. But I love when people mod this game to make mechless Eggman run in City Escape, or any other speed level. It's so fucking funny. Fun fact, in the Dreamcast version of the Hero Garden, Tails was actually able to drown in the fountain, so they had to lower the water in the GameCube port. The battle ports also changed the Dark Garden to remove this cool cave area. I don't know why they got rid of this, but you can mod it back in the PC version, so there's that. And for those of you interested in collecting more character Chow, there are the Amy, Knuckles, and Tails Chow, and 2 of them can only be collected in Japan through some weird GameCube demo CD, but you can actually get the Tails Chow in America, but you have to get it through the GameCube port of Phantasy Star Online episodes 1 and 2. It's pretty interesting, so I recommend looking up how to do that. These Chow aren't super powerful or anything like that, but they're just really cute and pretty rare. Of course, you can't get them normally through any other method, or on any version of the game besides GameCube, but you can just mod them into your garden using the Steam version, which is exactly what I did. I also messed around with their stats so the Amy Chow runs around like a madman, and also only loves Sonic. I made the Knuckles Chow super powerful, and the Tails Chow is amazing at flight. Seriously, the Chow Fusion editor really makes messing with the Chow Garden super fun. Oh yeah, there's also the Chaos Chow, which I've never been able to get myself. Apparently, your Chow needs to reincarnate twice for them to evolve into a Chaos Chow. After that, they can never die. Ever. They can even evolve into an Angel Chow or a Devil Chow. Don't they look badass? And obviously, they're inspired by the villain from the first Sonic Adventure game, Chaos. It also confirms lore-wise that Chaos is just a mutated Chow, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't want to spend super long talking about the Chow Garden, especially after seeing how long this re-review is becoming, but I really enjoy the Chow Garden, and I'm kinda sad that SA2 ended up being its last appearance. The tiny Chow Garden would appear in Sonic Pinball Party, but after that, we haven't really seen the Chow Garden ever again, despite recent references, and even a Chow in Space animation being made. I really hope it returns soon. I think with how much fan demand there's been, it could happen sooner rather than later. Hell, it doesn't even have to be an extra mode in a game. Why not just release a standalone Chow game, with new upgrades, new modes, and even online functionality? I guess for now, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Okay, so after you played through all the levels, completed all the missions, got every A rank, played through all the extra modes, and likely sunk several hours into the Chow Garden to get those last few emblems, what exactly do you get for getting every emblem? Thankfully, unlike Dreamcast SA1, Dreamcast SA2 does give you something, and it comes in the form of a new level, which you can find on the stage select screen. And it's Green Hill Zone! Yes, one of the first actual times where they brought back Green Hill, and unlike a lot of the recent games, this was actually pretty special. The graphics look just like the Genesis level, and the music is a really solid remix of the original Green Hill theme, so Nakamura got a nice paycheck from this. The level design is a bit strange. It uses most of the same layout from Act 1 of Green Hill, and tries transforming that into a full 3D level. It's interesting. I'll give them that. I do like how there's differing pathways, and getting to hop on top this huge loop-de-loop is really cool. Back when I was a kid watching cutscenes for this game, I never really bothered to look up the actual gameplay of the levels, mainly because I just never got around to it, but not too long after the time I was watching the cutscenes, I did come across an old upload of someone playing through this version of Green Hill Zone, and with this being the first real footage of gameplay I'd seen from Sonic Adventure 2, mixed with me being aware of how the classic games looked and played, I genuinely thought that this version of Green Hill was just how the entire game looked. Yeah, I thought the entire game just looked this retro and cartoony, so you can imagine my surprise a little later when I came across footage of City Escape, but I still thought it looked cool. Anyways, this version of Green Hill is good fun, and a decent reward for collecting all 180 emblems. But is it worth going through all that hassle just to get this? I don't know. Depends on your preference, really. The one issue I do have with the level is the fixed camera. It can make it difficult to look around this level, but that's an issue with all the other speed stages, so it's not like a horrible or inconsistent thing. But I do kinda wish the level was longer. Like, maybe they could have combined all 3 acts of Green Hill together to make one huge 3D level for you to run through, but oh well. Oh yeah, this is like the one level where there's no gun robots, and there's several Batniks, with most of them coming from Sonic 1, meaning this is also the best place to pick up animals for your chow. It's cool seeing the classic Batniks in 3D, but I do have one question. Where the fuck is Motobug? Did they just forget to put him in, or did they just not have enough time? Oh yeah, one small audio detail they included was changing Sonic's jumping sound effect back to the classic one from the first game, which is really cute. Okay, that should be just about everything possible in Sonic Adventure 2 for me to mention. Unless you really want to hear me talk about the character menu themes, which are really cute and cool, and also how there's a secret one for the President's Secretary. You want me to go on, or should I just wrap this up? Okay, how do I think about this game? Well, considering this video has gone over 2.5 hours, I guess you can say that I think this game is okay. In all seriousness, there are a lot of aspects about this game that just don't hold up. The story is very entertaining, but it is held back by a few plot points. The voice acting's improved, but still not perfect. I enjoyed the speed and mech levels, but the treasure hunting levels are a mixed bag. It is a terrific sequel to SA1, but I still kinda prefer that game over SA2 in a lot of areas. There's always been a debate whether Adventure 1 or Adventure 2 are superior. I think SA2 is superior in terms of content and gameplay, but SA1 is still my personal favorite just from the level design, and other aspects still being better. But I don't think that should undermine the amount of good that is present in SA2. Just because I have a favorite one doesn't mean I need to completely disregard the other, and I think more fans need to realize that. Sonic Adventure 2 is a fun ride all the way through, with fun levels, great graphics for a Dreamcast game, a fantastic soundtrack, the best multiplayer in the series, the best Chow Garden the franchise ever got, along with being jam-packed with bonus content for some amazing replay value. Sonic Adventure 2 may not be my all-time favorite, but it is still a Sonic game I hold very close and dear to my heart, and that all comes from not even growing up playing the game. It's not perfect, but I feel like most of the fanbase has let that fact get the better of them, and a lot of them end up writing off what is easily one of the best Sonic games in the entire franchise. My thoughts about this game's legacy kinda resonates with the original IGN review from 2001. Remember, that was the review that gave it a 9.4 out of 10, and there's a quote from the end of the review that always stuck with me. If this is the last Sonic game in these declining Dreamcast years, then it's good to know that the DC didn't go out with a bang, but with a sonic boom. A reviewer from IGN wrote that. Crazy how times have changed. So yes, I love Sonic Adventure 2, and if you want to go out and play it, but you don't want to shell out the money for a Dreamcast, or the rare original version of the game, then here's some other options that isn't just emulation. There is the GameCube port, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which released not too long after the Dreamcast version. While I had an awful lot to say about SADX and how much that port really fucked up the legacy and charm of the first Sonic Adventure, SA2 Battle didn't really do that. While yes, some aspects like the lighting system got screwed up, overall, this is a terrific port of Adventure 2, and I'd even go as far to say this is probably the best version of the game. It looks and plays just like the Dreamcast version, though slightly better thanks to the GameCube controller being like a million times better than the Dreamcast controller. This version would also improve modes like the multiplayer and the Chow Garden for the better. And again, none of the changes or altercations made in this port are anything that made the game worse. The two things this port kinda suffers from are the altered lighting in levels and cutscenes, plus the cutscenes in general were kinda messed up. Some examples I can think of are how Amy's pupils are broken in a few cutscenes, making her look like an alien. There's one cutscene in the Dreamcast version before Death Chamber, where we see Sonic wink at Knuckles, but the GameCube port kinda re-angled it to where we can't see the wink anymore. There's also a weird change in Rouge and Knuckles' first cutscene, where Rouge's shriek got moved.
What?
What was that all about? What was that all about?
But really, only Sonic losers like me care about that crap, so if you don't mind the slight changes made from the Dreamcast version, and you still have a functioning GameCube lying around somewhere, then track down a copy of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and enjoy the best version of the game. This, of course, leads me to the HD port of Sonic Adventure 2 released on PS3, Xbox 360, and Steam in 2012. It contains just about everything from the GameCube version, though there were a few downgrades with this port. Most of the cutscenes were reformatted to be in widescreen, and I said most of the cutscenes because a couple of them are still in 4:3 for some reason. They even changed the Comic Sans font, what the fuck? Plus some of these cutscenes were just not meant to be in widescreen. My favorites being Shadow freezing at the left of the screen at the start of Green Forest, or Amy standing completely still like a statue during the cutscene before Death Chamber. Not only that, but the sound mixing is fucking abysmal in this port. If you play games with headphones, like I do, then you will instantly notice that shit. The sound mixing wasn't that perfect on Dreamcast either, but it wasn't anywhere near this poorly handled. And these issues weren't even present in the GameCube version either. The sound mixing is honestly the worst part of this port because besides that, this isn't a horrible way to play SA2. It's not a horrendous piece of garbage that was rushed out like the HD port of SADX, but the sound mixing getting this poorly handled is just weird. Then again, the sound getting fucked up in HD ports of old games isn't exactly new. But since the game is on Steam, that means you can just mod the game to be better like SADX. There are plenty of mods available to fix the sound mixing, clean up some weird graphical filters, there's a whole mod that fixes all the cutscenes, along with some customizable Chow Garden mods too. So have fun exploring all of that. I'm not entirely sure what else there is to say. Sonic Adventure 2 is one of the most legendary and beloved entries in the franchise, so I think I'll just end this review here so I can stop wasting everyone's time. Go play Sonic Adventure 2 if you have not, especially if you're a Sonic fan, so go get it on Steam, or if you have an Xbox One or Series X/S, it's backwards compatible there, so check it out, or if you have a PS3 lying around, get it there, or go track down the Dreamcast or GameCube versions if you're tenacious enough. I love this game about as much as the first adventure. It deserves its place as a great game in the series, and that is just about all I have to say. Thank you all for watching this lengthy revisit of Sonic Adventure 2. I'll see you all in the next review, and take care. Also, Nate wants the Battles version of Escape from the City for the Symphony was kinda mid. Okay, bye! I cannot believe Sonic Heroes is 20 years old now. I have a lot of nostalgic attachment to this game, but I never really got a chance to play it as a kid. I remember always looking up the cutscenes for Sonic Heroes back in the day, and I also remember desperately trying to find an Xbox copy of it at Movie Gallery. God, I miss Movie Gallery. But I never found Sonic Heroes. The only game I managed to find was Shadow the Hedgehog, but that's a story for another day. Development of Sonic Heroes began approximately around April 2002. I'll clarify this estimate in just a moment. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle was just released on GameCube in February, along with Sonic Mega Collection being released in November, and the DX port of Adventure 1 was getting worked on and later released in 2003. Obviously, the demand for a brand new Sonic game was pretty high, and the game that would end up becoming Sonic Heroes faced a lot of challenges from the very start of its development. This would end up becoming the first real multi-platform Sonic game to not be tied to a single console, along with the first one to not be made for a Sega console. Not only that, but returning director Takashi Iizuka would want to take a new direction for the game. He didn't want to just make a Sonic Adventure 3, mainly since he worried it would have only really appealed to Sonic fans, and he wanted this new game to appeal to a much wider audience. He also wanted to incorporate a brand new team mechanic, as another way to help differentiate it from the adventure games. However, because this was set to be the first multi-platform Sonic game in the series, that meant 3 different console ports for GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox would have to be made and released both on time and at the same time. Gotta love those Sega mandates. So Sonic Team would have to ditch the gameplay engine they made for the adventure games, and would work out a deal with Criterion Software to use their renderware engine, in an effort to make porting the game easier. That development team, by the way, was the same 19 staff members from Sonic Team USA who worked on Sonic Adventure 2. And while Iizuka did claim that SA2 was the most fun he ever had making a Sonic game, Sonic Heroes would end up being the exact opposite. This game was met with incredibly strict deadlines by Sega, so the team crunched, and they had to crunch hard. In an interview with Nintendo Power, Iizuka revealed that Heroes development only lasted 20 months, and in one of the most insane stories I've ever heard, there were only 2 people on the team that were in charge of the level designs, which was him and another employee, Itario Toyota. I'm sorry, I totally butchered that Japanese name, but whatever, what else is new? And at one point, Toyota became ill and couldn't come into work for a while, and unfortunately because of the deadlines, Iizuka couldn't really just stop what he was doing, so he had to just continue doing all the work on his own. He crunched so hard while working on this game that he claimed to have lost about 22 pounds, along with suffering from insomnia. With how much hell the team went through making Sonic Heroes, it's a miracle that the game came out as stable as it did, for the most part. Especially too when you consider all the ideas they initially brought to the table. Remember how fans were initially upset about Tails not being playable in SA2? Well, Iizuka and the rest of the team wanted to outdo this worry by adding in way more playable characters. This would involve the return of 3 members of the Chaotix: Vector the Crocodile, Espio the Chameleon, and Charmy B, with all 3 of them getting redesigned by Yuji Yukawa too. While these 3 were originally from the 1995 failed Sega 32X attachment game, Knuckles Chaotix, or just Chaotix in Japan, Iizuka wanted these revamped versions of the characters to be newly introduced instead, basically ignoring the original Chaotix game entirely. Not to mention, just about every character from the adventure games would get brought back, which would weirdly include Shadow the Hedgehog, who we literally saw die at the end of Sonic Adventure 2. Kinda similar to the initial Tails outcry, fans desperately wanted to see Shadow return in some form, so Iizuka kinda just threw him in by the looks of it. I couldn't really find anything confirming that Shadow was never meant to be brought back for Heroes, but the closest confirmation I could get was a tweet from Shadow's original creator, or one of his original creators, Shiro Meikawa, who was Adventure 2's scenario writer and would also come back to write Heroes. Sometime later, Meikawa-san posted about what his original list of teams were going to be for Heroes, which completely left out Shadow, and would not only see the return of the Chaotix, but it also included Mighty the Armadillo, Ray the Flying Squirrel, all of Team Hooligan, being Fang, Bark, and Bean. He also had Rouge on a team with Amy and Cream. Meanwhile, Big was going to be on a team with Chaos and E102 Gamma? Plus, Metal Sonic was going to be on a team with Mighty and Ray. What an interesting choice. It was pretty neat that Meikawa-san revealed what his original team lineups were going to be. But again, I don't think this outright confirms that Shadow was never going to be brought back for Sonic Heroes, but seeing this list does kind of make me wonder if Meikawa-san had a bit of resentment with Iizuka when he decided to bring the character back. It's also fascinating seeing Metal Sonic get paired with Mighty and Ray, because while the latter two wouldn't return for another 15 years, Metal Sonic would be made the primary villain for the game, which was pretty cool because at this point in the 3D games, the most he really had was a cameo in Sonic Adventure, later becoming an unlockable skin in DX, and he was playable in Adventure 2's multiplayer. So seeing Metal Sonic finally have a role as a huge villain again is really cool. Not only that, but Sega would make the decision to release Sonic Heroes in the series' 12th anniversary in 2003, which would also be the 10th anniversary of Sonic CD, and in turn, Metal Sonic as well. And they would stick to that deadline, by the way, because the game's initial release would happen in Japan on December 30th, 2003. Meanwhile, just about every other country got the game in early January 2004. Why not just let it be a 2004 game? That is such an old school Sega decision to release the game at a very specific time period, all while a completely asinine development schedule kept forcing the devs to crunch horribly to finish the game, not to mention trying to sort out multiple versions of the game too, and to help build up hype for Sonic Heroes, and for shits and giggles I guess, Sega would market 2003 as the Year of Sonic, which also included the debut of the anime Sonic X, along with there being a McDonald's Happy Meal tie-in. Wait, Sega crunching the latest Sonic game just so it could be in time for a McDonald's tie-in? Oh no, not again! Oh, and they would also release a demo for Sonic Heroes, which appeared on a bonus disc that was included with special versions of Mario Kart Double Dash, which had 2 full levels and they're slightly different compared to the final game. There's not too much to really highlight here, just a cute little piece of gaming history and memorabilia. While we're still on the topic of this game's marketing, who the hell thought this tagline was a good idea? Despite the McDonald's fiasco, this image of Sonic with the Happy Meal is literally one of my favorite things ever. I love the costume so much. Actually, it looks quite similar to the costume that appeared on the Rosie O'Donnell show back in 1999, which even featured Ryan Drummond doing live voiceover as Sonic. The footage of this was lost for a while, but it was recently uploaded online, and for fans like me, it is insane hearing Ryan's Sonic voice in material I've never seen before.
Hi, Sonic! Hey, Rosie!
How are you? Good to see you!
Never been better.
Sonic
Good
the
to see you.
Hedgehog, thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Quiet,
Rosie.
Let me finish the show.
All right.
Toysfortots.org on the web.
Ryan would even voice Sonic in a couple McDonald's commercials too, which, depending on when he may have recorded lines for Sonic Advance 3, these commercials may have ended up being the last times he ever got to voice Sonic in any official media.
Impressive, isn't it? Dude, looks like you could use one of these.
You can get into the action with one of these handheld Sonic games in every McDonald's Happy Meal.
I'm loving it.
Yes, I talked about the McDonald's promotion just to play these clips from the commercials. They're cute as hell.
Happy Meal.
Get happy.
Fun fact, Ryan claims that he apparently made an extra $1,000 from residuals just for recording these commercials.
So I was doing this show, and it was, just a killer show. And while I was doing this show, Cotton Patch Gospel, the ad agency for Sonic was in Chicago. And they called me, and they said, hey, listen, they're putting Sonic toys in Happy Meals in England, and we need you to come in and do a tagline for the commercial that's going to run only in England. And she was like, it's a Class A spot, though, so that's good, because for those of you who aren't in the business, a Class A spot means that you get residuals. Every single time that the commercial plays, you get a little chunk of money. They call and say, we need you to come in and do these lines. So they work it out that I come in first thing in the morning, because, of course, England is 9 hours ahead or whatever. So it's beginning of the day for me, it's end of the day for the people that are on phone patch from England. And so I walk into the booth, and the script was on the stand, and it was a piece of paper, and it had 2 words on it. It said, get happy.
Get happy.
And so the people are on phone patch from England, and they're just like, if you can just give that to us 10 times, that would be great. So I literally went into the booth, and I was in there for 60 seconds, and I just said,
get happy. Get happy. Get happy. Get happy. Get happy.
And just gave it to him 10 times. I went back to my show, and I forgot all about it, because it was literally 1 minute long. About 2 weeks later, the commercial starts playing in England. And so about 2 weeks later, I get a paycheck in my mailbox, and it's like $400. For the rest of the summer, for like the next 2 months, I literally had between 1 and 6 checks show up in my mailbox every single day for just Get Happy. And literally that summer, I think it was 2003, I literally made $12,000 for saying 2 words.
You think McDonald's ended up paying Ryan more for voicing Sonic than Sega ever did? But not only was this McDonald's promotion going on, but there were also 2 other games that got released during this year of Sonic. These wound up being Sonic Pinball Party and Sonic Battle. Pinball Party, at the very least, had another developer helping make it, but Sonic Battle, that was entirely Sonic Team. I'm gonna assume that Sonic Team USA were the ones that were crunching on Sonic Heroes. Meanwhile, Sonic Team back in Japan had to handle Sonic Battle. If that part's true, then I'm glad the US team wasn't being completely screwed over having to work on more than one game at once, but at the same time, wow, this is a fucking mess. It's almost like Sega's long-standing mistreatment of their own development teams was just asking for a huge failure to happen in the future. Hopefully that didn't end up being the case. Oh wait. But yes, Sonic Heroes was miraculously released at the very tail end of 2003. They literally just made it. While development for the GameCube version went on without not too many issues, for the Xbox and especially the PS2 versions, despite securing the renderware engine, Sonic Team USA still had virtually no experience with the Xbox or PS2 hardware, and they also had very little time to figure both out because of all the deadlines. This is why the Xbox and PS2 versions have performance issues in comparison to the GameCube version. Well, mainly the PS2 version. The Xbox version honestly isn't that bad, just suffering from some slowdown issues and a few graphical faults. But the PS2 version suffered the absolute worst in terms of porting. The frame rate was cut in half from 60 to 30, along with looking and sounding the worst in comparison to all 3 versions. Plus, all 3 console versions got released on the same day in Japan, and got released close by each other in early 2004. And when it comes to the PC version, it was released 11 months after the initial console versions, and this version was directed by Shiro Mikawa, the scenario writer for the game. The PC version isn't terrible either, and it could probably be debated as being the best version of the game, especially with mods, though there are minor issues with it if you play it vanilla. But overall, it's not a horrible version of the game, and I'd recommend it to anyone interested. There's even gamepad support, which is pretty interesting. When Sonic Heroes was initially released, it received some pretty decent reviews. Not glowing praise like some of the better Adventure 2 reviews, but the reaction to Sonic Heroes was relatively okay. The one consistent thing was that the PS2 version received the worst scores for its overall poor performance and generally bad optimization issues. The game also sold insanely well, selling over 3.41 million copies, most likely due to the game benefiting from being the first multi-platform Sonic game. And just for reference, Sonic Adventure 1 sold 2.5 million on Dreamcast, and SA2 Battle sold 1.7 million on GameCube. So yeah, technically Heroes outsold the adventure games. So I guess despite the game development being crunched to hell and back, in the end, reviews weren't terrible and the sales were good. So despite what some may think of the game, Sonic Team USA still kinda nailed it. So fuck you, Sega! I'll preface this now, but I love Sonic Heroes. It's not my favorite 3D Sonic game, but I'd probably rank it in my top 10. I think the first time I got to play this game was on PC, around like 2012, 2013 maybe. I think it was like a digital download off some sketchy website, but I tried my best to play through Team Sonic's story. I don't think I finished the game though. Eventually I ordered the GameCube version, and I still have this copy after about a decade. And I eventually went out of my way to get every other version of the game too. And as you can clearly see, I got the voice of Sonic, Ryan Drummond, to sign all 4 copies that I own. He even added funny little comments on them that I want to point out. First he signed my GameCube copy at Sonic Revolution 2019, and then about 4 years later at Sonic Revolution 2023, I brought my other 4 copies of the game that I had him sign too, with him writing on the PC version, "We're Sonic Heroes," and then on my Platinum Xbox copy, he wrote, "It's me," in Platinum. On my PAL GameCube copy, as you can see the logo's all reflective and shiny, and Ryan noticed that too, so he wrote "Rainbow Fun." And then finally on my PlayStation 2 copy, he wrote, "How many copies do you own, Coop?" Ryan is genuinely one of the best guys I've ever had the pleasure of meeting, and I can't wait to see him again. Also, yeah, I have 5 copies of Sonic Heroes, with 2 of them being on GameCube. The reason I have a PAL copy is because this specific version of Heroes also suffered a bit during the game's development. You see, if you boot this game up on GameCube with HDMI, or component cables if you can afford those, hold B as the game is starting, and it'll ask you if you want to play in progressive scan, being 480p instead of 480i. But for the PAL GameCube release of Sonic Heroes, Heroes, if you turn on the 60Hz option, it doesn't actually play the game in 60Hz. Instead, it runs the game in 50Hz, but just speeds up the game by like 20%. So yes, the PAL GameCube version of Sonic Heroes with the 60Hz mode turned on is the fastest version of the game, and you can really notice this in levels like Rail Canyon and Bullet Station. It is insane. I don't even understand how this happened, and it's only with the PAL GameCube version of Sonic Heroes. The PAL version of Heroes on Xbox doesn't have this issue, and PS2 Heroes is fucked no matter what country you're playing it in. I'm kinda shocked not a lot of people seem to know about this with PAL GameCube Heroes. I think speedrunners could probably benefit from playing this version, so I thought I'd spread more awareness about this. Talking about the packaging real quick, something you may notice about Sonic Heroes on the spine, it's that it's just the title of the game in impact font. I guess they couldn't find a good way to make a squashed version of the logo to put on the side, but what's even funnier is, remember that Sega Superstars game on PS2? You know, the weird minigame title that used the iToy? It also uses the impact font, just like Sonic Heroes. I don't get it, what happened here? Was Sega just getting lazy? Okay, whatever. For this re-review, I'm gonna be cutting back and forth between the GameCube, Xbox, and PC versions, and all the footage for the PC versions in widescreen, so get used to the aspect ratio changing a bunch. I just want to show off all the versions of the game as much as I possibly can. Kinda similar to what I did with the 3D Blast re-review, which also means this video is gonna be a bitch to edit like that one was, but whatever. Hope you guys appreciate my effort. I'm also gonna try to not use too much footage of PS2 Heroes, since it literally plays the worst out of all the versions, but I will bring it up occasionally if I want to compare things. I know this is the part of the review not a lot of people are going to care about. There are timestamps in the description if you want to cut straight to the actual review. Unless you're watching this in a compilation video, then you're screwed. But I don't think you guys really understand just how much I love this game. The initial Cooper's Perspective episode was an hour and 16 minutes. And I remember going into that review about 8 years ago thinking, oh, it's just Sonic Heroes. I don't think I'll have that much to say about it. You fucking idiot. I also recorded every version of the game on authentic hardware, using the GC HD Mark II adapter for GameCube, and I even went out of my way to spend over $300 on the much revered XRGB Mini FrameMeister, just so I can capture decent footage of the Xbox and PS2 versions on their original consoles. I know normal people are probably watching like, Cooper, what the fuck is a FrameMeister? Meanwhile, the people who actually know their shit are just like, wow, Cooper, the FrameMeister? You did all of this just for Sonic Heroes? You didn't have to. Yes, I did, because no one else would. Probably. This fandom is filled with other lunatics who make just as lengthy videos. I know I'm not that special. But for those of you who are maybe curious about what the FrameMeister is, I'd recommend checking out My Life in Gaming's RGB series, where they talk about the history of game consoles and getting the best picture quality out of all these old systems. They explain this shit way better than I ever could. I also want to dedicate this whole video to my childhood Xbox. I got it back in Christmas 2004, and just a few months ago it stopped working. The Xbox version of Sonic Heroes was literally the last thing I ever used it to record footage for, so may it rest in peace, and thank you for all the memories. I did order another one, but I'm sure that one's probably gonna die soon too, so I might just have to get the original fixed or something. So without further ado, to celebrate the game's 20th anniversary, here is my re-review of one of my all-time favorite Sonic games, Sonic Heroes. Look at the length of this video, please help me! Starting off, Sonic Heroes has 4 main stories to play through. Team Sonic with Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, Team Dark with Shadow, Rouge, and new character E123 Omega, Team Rose with Amy Rose, Cream the Rabbit, and Big the Cat, and the last team story being Team Chaotix, with returning Chaotix members Espio the Chameleon, Vector the Crocodile, and everyone's favorite, Charmy the Bee. The plot of this game is incredibly basic, with each team providing their own points of view and their own exclusive events happening in their respective stories. Team Sonic starts out with Sonic running about doing his thing, until Tails and Knuckles fly by in the tornado. Tails gives Sonic a letter they got from Eggman, who basically taunts the boys about how he's back and he's gonna try to conquer the world in a few days. So Sonic heads off with Tails and Knuckles to stop Eggman once again. The Doctor really just sent them this letter so they could come after him, huh? Couldn't he have tried to just conquer the world without notifying Sonic ahead of time? Or maybe, is it part of his scheme? Also, kind of impressive that he printed out a GIF, it seems. Like, how's he talking on the letter? And why the fuck did he call them the Sonic Heroes? I know it's the title of the game, but they never explain why they suddenly start calling themselves that.
Guess what, Sonic Heroes? I finally developed the ultimate weapon. In 3 days, I'll conquer the world. Think you can stop me?
In Team Dark's story, we see Rouge breaking into one of Eggman's facilities in search of Eggman's secret treasure, as she describes it. But upon entering the room, she ends up releasing none other than Shadow the Hedgehog, appearing to have survived his fall into the atmosphere at the end of Sonic Adventure 2. Not only that, but once Shadow is released, E123 Omega activates and starts shooting at Shadow, even briefly calling him one of Eggman's robots. After a pretty brief scuffle, Rouge gets the two of them to settle down and decides to form a team with them. Omega, it turns out, hates Dr. Eggman for locking him inside the room with Shadow and wants to go destroy the Doctor. Meanwhile, Shadow has amnesia?
And you can't remember anything, can you?
Hey, Rouge, you maybe want to help him out with that? Like, really, of all the characters to find Shadow first, how does Rouge not have a million questions to ask him? Or hell, why doesn't she be the one to tell him about his past or anything? Why does she just scoff it off like, oh yeah, you have amnesia, who cares? Let's go on an adventure. You probably don't know who the fuck I am, but whatever. Moving on, in Team Rose's story, Amy's reminiscing about Sonic when she gets joined by Cream the Rabbit and Big the Cat. Cream's little chow friend, Cheese, has a brother named Chocoa who turns out to be missing. And it also turns out Big lost Froggy again. But in a newspaper that Amy's reading, there's a picture of Sonic in it where he appears to be carrying both Froggy and Chocoa. So Amy decides that the three of them need to go out and find Sonic, since finding him could possibly mean finding both Chocoa and Froggy again. Along with Amy just getting to see Sonic again. When it comes to Team Chaotix's story, surprisingly, they probably have the most involved and in-depth story compared to the other three. Charmy shows up with a package containing a walkie-talkie, and a mysterious person on the other end asks them for help, offering to pay them too. And since, well, they need rent, the three detectives head out to find out who the mystery person is, all while the other teams cross paths with each other from time to time. The endings for the main three stories are kinda basic. Team Sonic defeats Eggman and ends up crossing paths with Team Rose too, with Amy chasing down Sonic. Oh, and on Team Rose's end, they found Chocoa and Froggy too, in case you wanted to know. Team Dark ends with them defeating what they think is Eggman, and Rouge stumbles across a room filled with Shadow robots, which leads to her thinking the Shadow that's been with her and Omega might be a fake. However, Omega does inform her that if all these copies of Shadow exist, then that must mean the original has to be alive somewhere. Spoilers, he's been with them the entire time. But at the end of Team Chaotix's story, they defeat Eggman and walk off, with Vector finding out who the mysterious voice on the walkie-talkie is. It turns out to be Eggman. Yup, the Eggman that we saw melt away in all the other stories was a fake. The real Eggman was locked away so the true villain of the game could try to take over the world. Who was it? It's Metal Sonic. Why the fuck are you surprised? Turns out, Metal Sonic purposely set up all the teams to go on this adventure. That way he could collect data from everyone in an effort to become the most powerful being in the world. This leads to all four groups coming together at the end to witness Metal Sonic transform into his ultimate form. For a really long time. I know it's easy to make fun of how lengthy this transformation sequence is, but I can't lie. I really love how stylized the CG cutscene looks here. Plus the quick edits and the fast pacing, I just think it's pretty terrific. Well, Metal Sonic is now a giant freaky monster known as Metal Madness, so all four teams have to join together to defeat him, which ultimately leads to Team Sonic using all 7 Chaos Emeralds to go super, with Super Sonic, Tails in a Super Shield, since he needs the Super Emeralds to go super, and oh, okay, fuck it, no Super Knuckles. Obviously, the Supers defeat Metal Sonic, with Sonic taunting him that if he ever wants to fight again, he'll be waiting. Team Sonic runs off, Knuckles chases after Rouge, the Chaotix chase after Eggman for their money, and Metal Sonic is picked up by Omega, who's joined by Shadow. I always thought it was interesting that these two were attending to Metal at the end, but it doesn't really lead anywhere. The game ends with Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles jumping in a freeze frame as the credits roll, with the franchise going severely downhill the next time we see these guys. But that was the plot of Sonic Heroes. On a surface level, it's far less complicated and easier to follow in comparison to the adventure games, which is kind of both a positive and a negative. The positive is that it's very free-flowing, you don't really need to think about it too much, you're just on this fun adventure with all these colorful characters trying to defeat the big evil that brings them all together at the end. But when it comes to the negatives, this is more so over the fact that there's a lot of aspects in the story that probably could have been benefited from being more detailed. For example, there are points where the characters cross paths with each other and end up fighting, but their dialogue exchanges are usually sped through way too fast. It gets to the point where it almost doesn't make any sense why they're fighting. Though it's easily one of the worst handled aspects, or I guess the worst handled character in the game, is Shadow the Hedgehog. Like I brought up before, he just appears out of nowhere after presumably dying in SA2, and Rouge, of all characters, is the first one to see him again. Like, why didn't we get cutscenes of Rouge asking Shadow about his memory loss? It's barely even explored, and it's almost like, why did they even bother? here. She was literally there in SA2 and saw Shadow sacrifice himself. Why did she give him nothing? What makes it stranger is that the scenario writer for Sonic Heroes is the same writer as SA2, Shiro Mikawa, one of Shadow's original creators. As far back as my Cooper's Perspective review of this game, I always got the impression that maybe Mikawa-san wanted to explore this amnesia-ridden Shadow a bit more, but maybe most of his ideas were cut. If so, I think that may have been Iizuka's choice, with his reasoning probably being, oh, we're doing the Shadow spin-off game after Heroes, we'll explain everything in that game, for better or worse. I don't know, that's just always been a game theory on my end, but I wonder too if there was more resentment from Mikawa-san about how Shadow's characterization was being handled in this game. But the one part in Team Dark's story that really doesn't make much sense is the cutscene that happens after the Bullet Station boss fight. Here, Shadow sees this robot Shadow on the ground. This is meant to be one of the Shadow robots we see at the end of Team Dark's story. But in the context of this cutscene, why is there a random Shadow robot? Later on in Shadow's own game, there are some enemies in a few levels that are Shadow robots you can fight. So part of me thinks that maybe the Shadow robots were originally going to be in Heroes, you know, maybe exclusive to Team Dark's story, which would have explained this random destroyed one in the cutscene. However, the Shadow robot enemies are not in Sonic Heroes. So why is there just some random Shadow robot destroyed in this cutscene? Did Metal Sonic just place him there just to fuck with Shadow or something? Haha, you have amnesia. Also, you might not be the real Shadow. Look, it's a robot Shadow. Are you a robot? Ooh. Hell, in the cutscene after Bingo Highway, we see Eggman telling Shadow that he doesn't have a past to remember. But remember, this isn't Eggman. It's Metal Sonic in disguise. So I really like to think this is just Metal Sonic fucking with Shadow just because he wants to. What a dick.
Tell me, Doctor, what was I doing? Asleep on that base? And what about my memory?
Your memory? What memory? You have no past to remember.
What?
Honestly, Shadow's entire involvement in the game is really the weakest part of the story. The only reason I don't really see it as that huge of a deal is because this game's tone is so ridiculous. And most of the cutscenes are very fast-paced too, so you don't really get enough time to see things get fleshed out. So cutscenes like Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles seeing Shadow again for the first time are super underplayed. Like, I assume Rouge saw Shadow die from afar, but Sonic was literally there. He was right fucking next to Shadow when he saw him fall to Earth. But what's the first thing he says upon seeing Shadow alive again?
Talk about being stubborn and full of surprises.
What? A lot of the dialogue in Heroes feels like this. Just very underdeveloped and also not serious at all. But I also wonder if mistranslations muddied things too. But the only real noticeable time I saw a mistranslation was when Rouge said this.
Hey, Omega, did I ever tell you that Shadow is a robot? And
once again, Wendy made some pretty excellent videos retranslating Sonic Heroes' Japanese script, so I'll provide links to her videos in the description if you guys are curious. While I do wish the cutscenes in Sonic Heroes had a little more depth to them, I can't lie, they're pretty entertaining and amusing to watch, even after 20 years.
Sounds like an invitation to party.
What are we gonna do, Sonic?
No worries, we've got this one.
Gotcha, my darling Sonic.
Amy, what are you doing here?
Sonic, this time there's no way out of marrying me.
Didn't you know? We have a date with Eggman, too.
Is that so? Well then, it'll be a date to die for.
Hey, that's my line.
What's up, SBO?
And you are?
just what do you think you're doing here?
Who's this broad?
That is still Vector's best line. While I did complain that some aspects of Sonic Heroes' story were undercooked, I do appreciate that Mikawa-san at least tried to keep the continuity intact in some aspects. Mainly with Metal Sonic, who's the main baddie of the game, and also got a really sick redesign in Heroes. This version of him is known as Neo Metal Sonic, and he just looks badass. It's really cool. It's how he looks throughout most of the game, and we don't really get to see the normal Metal Sonic until the very end. But basically for Metal Sonic, since he's the main villain, part of his plan was to purposely lure out some of the teams, just so he can gather data from everyone. At the end of Bullet Station for Team Sonic, he says this:
"All lifeform data successfully copied."
And then for Team Dark, he says this:
"Ultimate lifeform data has been copied."
He copied data from Shadow because of their encounter. That's not only a really cool way of explaining how Metal Sonic becomes so powerful at the end, but I also like that this cutscene subtly hints that the Shadow that's with Rouge and Omega actually is the original Shadow this entire time, since Metal Sonic was able to copy data from him. That's a great detail. I like that. However, my favorite bit of Metal Sonic copying data comes from Team Rose's last cutscene.
Data. Caspian copy.
Chaos Data, a clear reference to how back in SA1, Froggy came in close contact with Chaos, since he swallowed his tail back then, making it possible for Metal to copy said data and become even more powerful. He copied data from the fucking frog! And it's also a great way to tie heroes into the adventure game story. I always appreciated that. The cutscenes in Sonic Heroes are mostly pre-rendered, being handled by Visionscape Incorporated, who I also think developed that weird Sonic Extreme proof of concept skating game on Xbox. If anyone remembers that, the cutscenes still look a bit dated. This is now a game from 20 years ago, but they always gave me kinda similar vibes to the CG cutscenes from the adventure games, which were handled by a company called Super 78. I love how stylized they can look and really fit the overall tone of the game. Plus, Omega's CG model looks incredible, holy shit. Also, do you guys remember Sonic Mega Collection on PS2 and Xbox? It was a fine collection, but it got rid of a lot of the bonus videos that were in the original Mega Collection on GameCube. That was probably the most disappointing aspect of Plus, but the bonus videos it does include are work-in-progress videos of Sonic Heroes opening FMV and the Team Dark opening cutscene. It even includes the final version of the cutscenes too. I'm not sure why these are the only two behind-the-scenes videos we have for Sonic Heroes, but if you want to see more into the production of these FMVs, then go look up the videos from Sonic Mega Collection Plus. I know I'm not talking about the soundtrack yet, but in the early version of the opening cutscene, they included an early rough recording of Johnny Giolelli singing the Sonic Heroes theme, but the lyrics obviously weren't finalized yet, so apart from the main chorus, it's mainly just Johnny scatting along to the theme song, which is pretty funny. It's also pretty neat getting to hear this early version of the theme song.
Sonic Heroes, Sonic Heroes.
By the way, in the original Xbox version, since I'm assuming they had more disk space, the cutscenes are at a much higher resolution on that version. Like, I had no clue you could see the inside of Omega's chest in these cutscenes, until I played the game on Xbox and saw them in higher quality. The cutscenes had to be compressed for the GameCube, PS2, and even the PC version. But if you're interested, fans did make mods to put the high quality Xbox cutscenes on PC. In terms of sound mixing, it's pretty good, especially in comparison to how the adventure games handled that. The game has a theater mode for rewatching all the CG cutscenes, which is neat, but there's a very minor difference with how they can play out in the game versus in the theater. At the end of their last cutscenes, the team's respective theme song starts playing, which leads into the credits. However, if you watch the cutscenes in the CG theater, the theme songs don't play, making you able to hear the character's dialogue a lot clearer. This is mainly helpful for Team Dark's closing cutscene, because Shadow and Rouge have a very brief exchange that you can't really hear very well because of the music. And Rouge's last line isn't subtitled either, but if you watch Team Dark's cutscenes in the CG theater, you can actually hear what Rouge says at the end.
I might as well go look for that Master Emerald, since that irritating echidna's here.
Something's never changed.
What are you saying? What else is that famous treasure supposed to do? I might as well go look for that Master Emerald, since that irritating echidna is here.
Some things never change, do they?
What are you saying? What else is a famous treasure hunter supposed to do?
There are separate in-game cutscenes before most of the odd-numbered levels, but they're super brief and are mainly used as quick intros for the stages. And the sound mixing here is pretty solid too. You can hear the characters just fine, and they don't talk over each other like in SA2. Though, depending on which version you're playing, some background elements might overtake the characters' voices, but I'll address this a little more later. Also, if you're playing the PAL GameCube version in the 60Hz mode, not only does it speed up the gameplay, but it even fucks up these little stage intros. As a result, the characters can overdub each other like they did back in SA2, which is pretty funny.
Looks like Eggman escaped into the city.
Eggman's robots are taking control of everything.
Let's find Eggman and show him the real power of teamwork.
Looks like Eggman escaped into the city.
Eggman's robots are taking control of everything.
Let's find Eggman and show him the real power of teamwork.
Another thing I always appreciated about Sonic Heroes was the voice acting. I'm not going to spend too long talking about the returning actors, but I really think this was some of their best performances. Ryan Drummond, Scott Dreyer, the late Dean Bristow, Jenny Duyard, David Humphrey, Lonnie Manella, and John St. John all returned from the previous games, with most of them playing the same roles as before. I can praise Ryan, Scott, Lonnie, Jenny, and David for hours, which I'm pretty sure I've already done so in dozens of videos, so I'm not going to waste your guys' time with that all again. But it does break my heart that once all these guys were at the top of their game, Sega would kind of just discard them like nothing, but that's a story for another day.
Ha! Think I'd miss this? time to crack that Eggman wide open. Yeah, let's party.
Come on, tell me you weren't scared. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have had a chance.
Enough of this! Sonic, take Knuckles! I am your maker!
Now I know what to do. Find Eggman and I'll find my Sonic. You all ready?
Long time no see, boys. Too bad you had to come all this way for nothing. We'll take it from here.
What'd you say? You'll regret this, Doctor.
Even if I'm not real, I'm still the ultimate life form, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Team Bristow, however, I will highlight since this ended up being one of his final portrayals as Eggman. Technically not his last performance since he did record some stuff for Sonic Battle and Advance 3, but Heroes would be the last time he voiced the Doctor in such a huge capacity. I know some people can be very hit and miss about the Adventure cast, but it always felt like Deem as Eggman never really caused that huge a split. Most of everyone really liked him in the role. I go back and forth whether SA2 or Heroes was his best performance, but with Heroes, it genuinely sounds like he was having a lot of fun voicing him. The dialogue can often feel like a Saturday morning cartoon, so playing the villain in that must have been great.
Once again, you fools have been tricked.
Trying to stop us now? Ha, what a joke.
What did you say? Now I'm really mad. It's useless. Metal Sonic has combined your data with the power of chaos and is super strong. We can't defeat it. If only we had the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Past your bedtime, kiddies. Now to tuck you in.
Team Bristow would sadly pass away in January 2005, which was actually shortly after Sega got rid of the Adventure cast and brought in the 4Kids actors, which did cause a huge fuss online and made fans think they only recast everyone because Deem died, but that's not actually the case, and again, it's a story for another day. Team Bristow will always be my favorite voice for Dr. Eggman. He just brought this energy and appeal to the character that I can't really describe too well, and I personally don't think anyone else who stepped in the role really captured. His voice was just so wonderful and fun to hear. I'm sad that he didn't get to live long enough to go to fan conventions and not just meet the fans, but even previous actors he worked with like Ryan. It also would have been nice to see him do more stuff. Sure, maybe we could have got those cringy as hell videos of fans filming him and asking him to do repetitive things like, "Oh, say, get a load of this," but so be it. I just wish he was still here, and I really do wonder if he would have enjoyed getting to meet the fans. We're never gonna know the answer to that, but for now, rest in power, Mr. Bristow. No one did this better than you. You truly are the Eggman.
Even with the Emerald's power, our chances for victory are slim. It would take a miracle.
So, in Sonic Adventure 1, the robot character E102 Gamma was voiced by the late Steve Brody, who tragically passed away in August 2001, shortly after the release of SA2, where he also voiced the President. In Sonic Heroes, we got a new robot character, the fan favorite E123 Omega. He's voiced by John St. John, who would also reprise his role as Big, and I love his Omega voice. The voice filter is really sick, and it seriously enhances Omega's personality as a no-nonsense robot out there to destroy Eggman.
Must eradicate all Eggman robots.
What do you think, Omega?
Sensors jammed. Real Eggman ID not possible. Sensors locked on Eggman. Non-compliant intruders will be destroyed.
Fun fact, by the way, in both the Mario Kart Double Dash demo and some early builds of Sonic Heroes, fans managed to find these unfiltered Omega voice clips. Like, they're the same takes that would appear in the final game, but they just don't have the voice filter on them. So if you're curious and you want to hear John St. John's Omega voice without the filter, then go look it up. It's pretty interesting.
Prepare to infiltrate. Do they really think they have a chance? I am Omega, the ultimate E-Series robot.
Moving on to another new character, Vector was voiced by Mark Biaggi. Interestingly enough, Mark was actually in SA2. He was the voice of Gerald Robotnik. It was a small part, and while the voice direction wasn't perfect in that game, I still think he really nailed that part. And that praise, by the way, is completely transferred over for his Vector voice, because this is my absolute favorite voice for Vector ever. He just sounds cool as hell, and very adult too, which is fitting since he's the oldest member of the Chaotix. It seriously breaks my heart that Mark got the performance down so perfectly here, and they just got rid of him after Heroes. This was his only time he voiced Vector, and I think he is vastly underappreciated in the role, and I will never stop praising him.
It's all part of being a good detective. Why do you think we're here? How else are we gonna make the rent?
But what about our money?
Man, I almost forgot. That slime ball!
When it comes to the last 4 voice actors, one was a replacement and the other 3 are completely new. A quick one to highlight is Sarah Wolflick as Cream the Rabbit. Cream, to me, never really had a voice I had an issue with, but I really like Sarah's Cream voice. Just kinda sad that this was one of the only times she got to voice her, the other being Advance 3.
I bet you're the ones who took Chocolate Chow.
What?
Amy, are you sure Mr. Sonic is here? No doubt about it. My heart is never wrong. Then it must be so.
The last 3 I'll highlight are roles that were handled by 3 members of the Corkery family, Emily, Bill, and William. Emily Corkery was the voice of Charmy, the first voice of Charmy. I don't have any complaints or really any praises either. Charmy's meant to be a young, hyperactive bee, and Emily did a solid job voicing him. Also, kinda similar to Cream, Charmy's never really had a voice I had an issue with. So yeah.
What's wrong with you?
It's here, we've got work!
What?
Yeah, time to rock and roll! Take this, you bad man!
Bill Corkery voices Espio, and I just love Bill's Espio voice. It sounds very deep and intense, and I just really love that for Espio's character. It's so cool.
Where there's light, there's shadow. Careful. Talk about a huge misunderstanding. Impossible feat. Ultimate ninja power.
The third Corkery, and probably the most controversial one, is William Corkery as Tails. Tails had to get recast again after SA2, so when Bill Corkery and his studio were used for Heroes, he got his 2 kids to voice characters in the game, with Emily voicing Charmy and William voicing Tails. And people have not been kind to William's take on Tails. I've been pretty tough on it too, and after all these years, yeah, it's not amazing.
Sonic, we only have 24 hours left!
Okay, let's go!
Sonic, check this out! Sonic, you sure this is the right way?
I saw Shadow and Eggman head this way. This has gotta be the right way.
But it's so spooky here!
I think my main issue with the voice is kind of the lack of inconsistency. He doesn't really match the tone or mannerisms as the Bringus brothers from the adventure games. But I also have to admit, his Tails voice has kind of grown on me. Obviously, it's not the best Tails voice, far from it. But whenever I do replay the game and hear his voice, I just get the impression that this performance is from a little kid who really wanted to be in a video game. He was literally 8 years old when he recorded these lines, and was most likely a huge Sonic fan at the time, so it just must have been really cool and fun to voice Tails in an official game. And it was also paired with Ryan Drummond as Sonic and Scott Dreyer as Knuckles. I'm fucking jealous, dude. Plus, he's got a lot of energy too, which can sound grating for some people, but I personally really love how much effort he's really putting into the performance. And according to Bill Corkery, a pretty common voice direction he would give to both Emily and William when they were in the studio was apparently more energy. I could really hear that from their performances, especially for Charmy. But at the same time, William is trying his absolute damnedest as Tails. And out of all 3 Corkerys, he debatably had the biggest shoes to fill. So I was pretty tough on him at first, but nowadays, William, if you're watching, you did your best and I appreciate that. So come on guys, let's stop bullying this poor kid, especially for a voice performance he recorded like 20 years ago.
Maybe that's the ghost of Shadow we saw earlier.
Woo! Stop it, Knuckles!
Fun fact, William was on an episode of Drake and Josh. He was in the season 2 episode #1 fan. He played a kid named Pete who was like a huge asshole. This is one of my favorite episodes and I find it really funny that William was in it. Plus, Dan Schneider didn't direct this episode, so he was safe. But yeah, go check out this episode if you haven't seen it.
So, when's the wedding? You know, that wasn't nice. Who said I was nice?
This won't be the last time I mention the voice actors in this video, which I'm sure will please the returning viewers who hate when I spend too much time talking about these aspects of the game, but I do appreciate the supportive comments from people saying they don't mind when I talk about the voice acting for too long. So honest to God, I've actually thought about doing maybe a separate video altogether focusing mainly on the history of the voice cast. Maybe I'll do that, and the people who hate when I talk about it can go on that video and bitch there, and of course they'll get replies from sane people who are just like, this video's literally about the voice cast, what were you expecting? But to please all the assholes watching this video, I'll move on to the gameplay. For a quick recap, Sonic Adventure 1 had 6 different gameplay styles, Sonic Adventure 2 had 3, and Sonic Heroes, despite technically having more characters to play as, there's really just one main gameplay style. The main gimmick with Sonic Heroes is the team mechanic. You can control 3 different character types in each team, and you can switch between them using the face buttons on screen. But not every character type can play the same. First, there's the speed characters, which are Sonic, Shadow, Amy, and Espio. They're obviously the fastest characters to play as and are more than likely the ones you're going to use the most. Each of the speed character can use the homing attack, but they also have 2 other moves. First is the tornado jump, where the speed characters can create a tornado to sweep the enemies off their feet, along with unarming certain enemies with shields. And in certain parts of the levels you can come across these poles, which you can travel up by using a tornado. It's also a pretty broken move, which I'll talk about later on. The second move that each speed character has is the Rocket XL, which pretty much replaces the spin dash, and it's nowhere near as useful or fun. Seriously, I rarely ever use this move. I sometimes forget it even exists. While all the speed characters can share those 2 moves, there are other abilities that not every speed character shares. For example, only Sonic and Shadow can use the light dash from the adventure games, which functions just like it did in SA2, for better or worse. The speed characters can also perform wall jumps, which can be super helpful for platforming, but for whatever reason, Amy is the only speed character that can't wall jump. I don't get that. Though there is one thing about Amy that kinda redeems this, but after you jump with Amy and hold the jump button, she can do a pretty sick hammer glide. I really love this move, and I kinda wish it was a staple thing for 3D Amy. And focusing on Espio real quick, he can't light dash, but he does have the ability to throw ninja stars, and when he does the tornado attack, he can turn invisible, which helps him sneak past enemies and get into certain areas. I'll admit, I barely use this, but it's still pretty cool. Moving on to the next character type, Power, which is a character type given to Knuckles, Omega, Vector, and Big. Each of the power types can attack enemies in their own ways. Knuckles and Omega can punch them out, Big can toss Amy and Cream at enemies using his fishing lure as a baseball bat, and Vector also tosses Espio and Charmy at enemies, but he spits them out. By the way, the characters can talk throughout the levels, along with making battle cries of sorts when they fight enemies. The reason I'm bringing this up now is because the sound that Vector makes when he throws Espio and Charmy is the funniest shit. I don't know how Lonnie Manoa got those noises out of Mark Biaggi, but I'm proud of her. The power type also has its own glide move known as Triangle Dive, where the characters form a triangle in the air and can glide for a bit. Though for Team Rose, Big uses an umbrella, and Vector uses bubblegum, which I do think are cute. It's mainly used for having fans send you straight up in the air. It's a fine move, but I do find it kinda strange that the power types can't glide on their own, you know, like Knuckles and Rouge did previously. Why is it always a triangle? When it comes to the flying type characters, which includes Tails, Rouge, Cream, and Charmy, they always carry the other 2 characters. That way they can fly around with them, and can also shoot them at enemies using a move known as Thunder Shoot. Obviously, the flying characters can fly, which is really handy for more careful platforming, but also know that there's a flying meter that limits how long you can stay in the air. I think this aspect was handled pretty well, though on the Xbox version you can kinda see the outline of the meter going down. Oh yeah, on extremely rare occasions, the flying characters can actually be controlled separately from the other 2 characters, and they even have their own solo attacks. Tails and Rouge can send out dummy rings. Yup, this is where that stupid move from 06 came from. Cream can send cheese at enemies, which is almost exactly how she plays in Advance 2. And Charmy can sting enemies. It's about as effective as you think. I think it's pretty cool that they gave the flying types their own moves, but again, you rarely get to control them like this. While it's not a huge loss, I am kinda sad that we can't play as Cream on her own. Solo Cream is probably my favorite flying type. With how broken she is in Advance 2, I'm sad that we couldn't use cheese like that in 3D. Though for anyone curious, there is a mod on the PC version that lets you control the flying characters on their own. I had no choice but to install it. It was the only way I could record the flying characters using their moves. And that's the basic summary of the team mechanic. It is a pretty fun gimmick, but you're probably wondering, what exactly is the point of switching characters? Like, couldn't you just stick to the speed character and that's that? Well, I guess you could, but the way the game encourages the player to use the other characters is pretty cool. First off, the enemies, mainly consisting of the new egg pawns, have health bars now. And while you could just spam the homing attack over and over again, using the power type is more recommended since they'll be able to kill enemies faster. And like I mentioned, some enemies have shields, so you either have to plow through them using the power type, or use the speed character's tornado move to get rid of the shields. However, there's one aspect about the team mechanic that easily makes it better. Your character's attacks can actually get stronger. They can level up 3 times, and each upgrade really benefits the game. For example, if the speed characters are at level 3, then the homing attack can instantly instantly kill most of the regular enemies like in the previous 2 games, but I'd actually say the power and fly types benefit the most from the level ups. When a flying type is fully leveled up, they can one-hit kill enemies using the Thunder Shoot, which is cool, but the upgrades that the power types get are a lot of fun. Pulling off 3 combos can make a special attack occur, with Knuckles sending out fireballs, Omega launching several missiles, Bit can spin his fishing lure around to kill the enemies with a wrecking ball, and Vector can send out a bunch of bubble gums. Though even at level 2, Vector can breathe fire, and Omega can get a flamethrower attack, which is pretty badass. Also, when you run past a checkpoint, it'll level up whatever character you're playing as, which is insanely helpful for reaching level 3 for all your teams. However, what's probably the best thing about the team mechanic is a special move you can use known as the Team Blast. As you destroy enemies and mainly just gather points throughout the levels, you can build up this meter at the top right. Once it's filled all the way, press the Z button if we're going off the GameCube version, and it'll cause the teams to perform this huge attack on enemies with different side effects. Team Sonic has the standard outcome, which is that it'll obliterate every nearby enemy on screen. For Team Dark, not only does it kill every enemy, but it can also temporarily freeze everything too. It'll even freeze the timer as well, so I'm sure speedrunners get a kick out of that move. This can halt your progress in a few levels until the side effects wear off, but if you want to move along faster, you can't just tap the Z button again to immediately unfreeze everything. Also, despite the fact that Team Dark's Team Blast can freeze everything, if you activate a pole while everything's frozen, you can still travel up it, it'll just be invisible. I'm not sure how many people knew about this, so thanks David Soul6ris, I love you. Team Rose probably has the best side effects, where not only do they kill every enemy, but each character gets a level up, and you get the invincibility power up and a shield. That is really cool. Also, I love the way the power shield looks in this game. Instead of being green or blue like before, it has a rainbow effect on it. I kinda wish this was made the standard for the shield in 3D. It's just so pretty. For Team Chaotix's Team Blast, not only do they obliterate everything with singing, but every enemy they kill can actually reward them with a ring box. And, well, since ring boxes can help fill your Team Blast, you'll most likely be able to use another Team Blast immediately afterward. Also, fans ripped the voice clips from this game, and they found the raw files for SBO, Charmy, and Vector singing during their Team Blast, and it is goofy as shit.
Born in the darkness to live in the darkness, that's the ninja's creed.
Bee, bee, bee! Charmy the bee! Charmy the bee's got lots of honey!
Yeah, I'm the one, I'm Vector the Crocodile.
Did Mark Biaggi just do the Seth Rogen laugh? However, there's one special move you can do shortly after using a Team Blast, which I almost forgot to mention and all of you in the comments were gonna bitch at me for not talking about. You can use the Lightspeed attack. Yeah, the same one from the adventure games. So before the Team Blast gauge goes all the way down after using it, as the speed character, you can activate the Lightspeed attack by using the Tornado, which will cause Sonic to attack all the nearby enemies. The Lightspeed attack can also enhance the power characters doing the Fire Dunk, and the flight characters doing the Thunder Shoot. I didn't know the Lightspeed attack was even in the game. I only found out about it after watching my best friend Anthony play the game and he performed the move. I was shocked. So thanks, Anthony. This won't be the only time I thank him in this video. Bitch. The Team Blast is a great move, and it can be very useful for when you're dealing with a swarm of enemies all at once, but it could probably be tiring for some players to have to refill the meter over and over again, especially if you're at a pretty difficult part of the game but you don't have the Team Blast meter filled yet, unless you know a certain exploit. There is a glitch you can do with the flight character that I honestly always use when I revisit Sonic Heroes. To do it, you need to have the flying character selected, and then on the controller, carefully press both the attack button and a character switch button, like B and Y if you're playing on GameCube. You have to press them at the exact same time, and if you do this correctly, it'll switch your characters, but your flying character is going to do a Thunder Shoot while glitching out. It looks kind of funny at first, but the thing is, you can fill the Team Blast meter by performing attacks. So if you can master this simple trick, that means you can use this little Thunder Shoot exploit to refill the Team Blast meter really fast and at any point in the game. I know this is technically cheating, but kind of similar to the animal exploit in the Chow Garden. I love this glitch. It seriously makes getting through certain levels in the game less nerve-wracking. I was able to pull off the glitch on all 3 console versions, but for some reason I couldn't get it to happen on the PC version. But I'm not sure if it was patched out, or maybe my controller inputs just don't register the same as they do on console. On the topic of that, the PC version obviously lets you use a keyboard to play the game, but it actually does have built-in gamepad support, though I'd still recommend installing X input mods. The main reason I wanted to mention this is because what controller from 2004 is the PC PC version using as the face buttons. Like, the buttons on screen are gray, and there's even a round Z button? Does anyone know what controller this is based on? It's always fascinated me. So getting back to the team mechanic, for the most part, it's handled pretty decently. However, there are some pretty big issues. The first one is, well, the main thing that hurts it, the controls. For the power and flying characters, they're good enough, but the speed characters can be completely heinous to run around with. Ironically, they can run way too fast, to a point where if you're not careful, then you'll most likely fly off platforms and fall straight to your death. With how perfectly the controls were handled in both adventure games, seeing the speed characters controlled this horribly is such a major downgrade. It's not unplayable or anything, it just takes some getting used to. But if you want my recommendation, switch to the flying character as often as you can. That way you can handle some of the more difficult and tighter platforming sections with ease. But this leads to my main gripes with how switching characters was handled. A pretty common complaint is that you can't switch characters when in mid-air, which can be a bit annoying when you're trying to use the fans to glide, but you can't switch to the power type unless you're flat on the ground. And there's even more dangerous times when you're falling straight to your death that switching to the flight character could have easily saved you. I heavily agree that we should have been able to switch characters in mid-air, but there's another annoying feature with the team mechanic that I don't see enough people talking about. Not only are you not able to switch in mid-air, but if the other characters are knocked out or stunned, you can't switch to them at all. It's only for a brief couple of seconds, but it can happen very often in some of the later levels that it becomes annoying. The last big issue I have with the team mechanic is mainly with how the button choices were handled. Describing how it works on the GameCube controller, you can switch characters from left to right using Y and X, which are of course wrapped around the A button. It works well, but I can't help but think the game designers kind of fumbled the bag here by taking away two main face buttons for no reason. This was the first Sonic game to be made on other 6th-gen game consoles, all three having two analog sticks. This meant we finally have a second analog stick that can be used for camera controls, which Sonic Heroes does map it to, but it also uses the L and R triggers to control the camera too? I know that this was how the camera worked in the SA1 and SA2, which were Dreamcast games where the console only had one analog stick, but Heroes wasn't a Dreamcast game. So why did they waste the L and R triggers for camera controls? You know what happens when you take away two face buttons on the controller in place for other things? We get shit from the previous games, like all the main moves in this game being mapped to the same button. So you can come across problems like in SA2 where you'll likely try to use the light dash on a trail of rings, but you'll end up doing a rocket excel. Or maybe the light dash just doesn't feel like working, which is always fun. Pro tip, jump before you use the light dash. It usually works most of the time. Why did they map multiple moves to the same button again? Whose choice was this? Yuji Naka? I'm blaming Yuji Naka. You know what I personally think they should have done? Why not use the L and R triggers to switch characters, have all the camera controls locked to the right analog stick, have the B button used for the rocket excel, power attacks and whatnot, and maybe move the light dash to the Y button or something? Hell, jumping forward for a bit, even the Shadow the Hedgehog game remapped the light dash, and it works a million times better. Like, the Shadow game actually fixed this. But also, if you're having difficulty with how certain mechanics work or which character you should probably use to get past a certain section, don't worry, the game will guide you along. Constantly. Occasionally, you can come across these question marks that you can activate in order to hear a character explain to you how to do a certain thing. But if that's not enough, every level has these separate speed, fly, and power signs floating everywhere. You come across them really frequently. Even in the last level, they still have these signs. Not only that, there are even these gates you can run through that automatically switch you to a certain character the game wants you to play as. Okay, conceptually, I understand why they thought these may have been a good idea, but does anyone else find it a bit weird and a little annoying that the game chooses which character you should play as? I know the main demographic for Heroes were casual gamers and not Sonic fans, but this game isn't made for babies, what the fuck? And if that somehow isn't enough, Team Rose has you play through a tutorial level where Omochao, voiced again by Lonnie Manella, explains to you the mechanics of everything in excruciating detail. You can skip each dialogue box, but holy crap, this can be a long tutorial if you decide to sit through everything.
Hello, I'm Omochao! In this stage, you can practice different types of actions. Listen to me carefully, and you will learn a lot.
But I will admit, one kind of cute thing is that in the game's menus, you can press a button to bring up Omochao, just so we can explain more things in the game. So while the tutorial levels complete hell, I do think this aspect is cute.
Team Sonic features high-speed gameplay and intense team action. This mode is for watching the CG movie. You can change the setting for the Rumble feature. In order to play 2P, you need 2 controllers.
If somehow none of that was able to help you play the game, in the actual levels, the characters don't stop talking.
Look at all those Eggman robots! Eggman's robots are up to no good again! Take out the robots first!
They're firing at us again! Do they think they can hit us?
Here they come.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman robots must be eliminated.
Wow! I can't believe this flower can actually fly! I feel like I've become one with the flower!
Proceed with caution and be careful not to fall.
Yeah, you don't even have to activate the question marks. The characters just babble on, sometimes telling you how to play the game or just random shit. I know I praised this aspect in my original review of the game, but if you're someone like me where you've played this game more times than you really need to, and also recorded multiple playthroughs and had to hear the exact same voiceovers over and over again, it gets really old. As much as I love this voice cast, holy shit, Sonic Heroes does way too much hand-holding. Way more than what the adventure games did. I have no clue why this game treats the players like they're really dumb. I really think there should have been an option to shut off both the signs and the voices in the levels. While it is weird that they didn't give us the option to shut all this crap off, in the PC version, there actually is a way to turn off all the characters constantly talking. You have to go to a configuration file for the game, and then add a line of text in it that says Charmy_shut up, which is both hilarious and also mean. Like, geez, why does Charmy get so much hate, even from the game devs? Despite the fact that I have been complaining for a good bit, I do love Sonic Heroes and its gameplay, but I just can't help but think certain aspects of it could have been handled better, and I will highlight more of these issues when I look at the levels. But here's another fun fact thing about the PC version. Since this version came out later on, they added a new free camera option. I didn't really mess with it or figure out how it works, but if you're curious, it's there. Every version also has this first person mode you can activate by standing still and moving the camera. I don't know why you'd ever want to use this, but if you want to look at the shinier character models, there you go. And while I did complain about the characters talking in the levels too much, I do like a lot of their idle dialogue. It can be pretty charming and funny.
This place would make a great vacation spot.
Wonder if there's any jewels around here.
Just part of the job.
There's so many plants I've never seen before. Eggman, we're coming to get you.
Flying ships. How mysterious.
Look at all those ships. I wonder if we could take one.
Eggman must be really rich. Wonder if he'd hire us. God, I forgot to pay the electric bill for the office.
Also, if you look at Rouge, she'll wink at you. So there's that. Oh, I probably should have brought up how they redesigned Rouge in this game. I'm guessing they did this after parents apparently complained that she looked too sexy in SA2. But I'd probably reckon that a redesign makes her look hotter, like Jesus Christ. I love Rouge's outfit though. I'm kinda sad this was the only time she ever wore it. Plus, there's an early version of the redesign where she was wearing darker colors instead of her usual pink. I kinda like the way it looked there, having the same color schemes as Shadow and Omega, but I also totally get why they went for the final design in Heroes. I feel kinda mixed about everyone else's character models. I like how stylized they can appear, but they're so freaking shiny. Even the rings are super shiny. They look like glazed donuts. There's a visual overhaul mod on the PC version that makes their models look less shiny, and I actually think it makes them look a bit better. And weirdly, with the exception of Rouge, the Shadow game would reuse the exact same models from Heroes and somehow make them shinier, which is hilarious and makes them even more out of place for that game. What the fuck? But these character models fit way better in Sonic Heroes than they do in Shadow the Hedgehog because holy crap. Sonic Heroes probably has my favorite art style in the entire franchise. Like, I highly recommend getting the PC version and modding it to play in HD because it looks absolutely stunning. Seriously, I think an HD version of Sonic Heroes, if handled right, would really flourish with this art style. I still think it holds up, and it's probably the closest we've ever really gotten to the Genesis games being in 3D. I'm pretty sure that was a main goal for the game's art direction, and the team really nailed it. I'd also highly recommend looking up the concept art for this game because it is some of the best concept art any 3D Sonic game has ever had, and I'll be sure to highlight some of my favorite ones when I look at the levels later. The soundtrack is definitely a huge highlight. Jun Sonoy returned as the sound director, and coming right off the adventure games, he and the rest of the sound team really knocked it out the park for Sonic Heroes. I personally think Sonic Heroes has one of the most underrated soundtracks in the series. It feels a little overshadowed because it came right after the acclaimed adventure game soundtracks. I think it has a great sense of variety, just like SA1 and 2, but more so SA1. In fact, I'd probably go as far to say I think Sonic Heroes has a slightly better soundtrack than Adventure 2. I still think SA2 is one of the best soundtracks in the series, but I'd rank Heroes slightly higher. When it comes to the vocal themes, in my opinion, they're a tad bit weaker compared to the ones we got in the adventure games. But I still really love them, and I think they fit the tone of Heroes perfectly. Each team gets their own vocal theme, just like how the characters had their own themes in the previous game. games, and they can all vary in genre too. Team Sonic has a vocal track called We Can, and it's sung by the City Escape singers, Ted Poley and Tony Harnell. I really like the song, but I will admit it kinda pales in comparison to both versions of It Doesn't Matter, and even Escape from the City. At the same time, I love the instrumentation, and hearing Ted and Tony singing together again is a lot of fun. It is a goofy but uplifting song to listen to, and I really enjoy it.
We can make it, we all stick together. We won't give up, not ever, and everything's gonna be alright. We all bring out the best things in each other. Together we are stronger than anyone else could be on their own. So much better than alone.
Team Dark's vocal theme is called This Machine, and it is definitely one of the better vocal tracks. In fact, I would probably say it's the best one in the game. But it ain't my favorite. Unlike the other vocal themes where June hired singers to sing on the songs, this track was handled by an electronic band known as Julian K. While I haven't really gone out to listen to the rest of their stuff, I really love the way This Machine sounds. What's pretty interesting about this song is that it's being told from the point of view of Shadow, exploring his memory loss and just seeking whoever the hell he even is, with the help of Rouge and E123. It's also the heaviest sounding song, which just makes it more badass. Again, Julian K did a really great job with this song. I also recommend checking out the track Waking Up, which Julian K made for the Shadow game. Most of the vocal tracks in Shadow are pretty forgettable to me, but Waking Up was definitely a highlight. In a way, it's almost like a cool follow-up to This Machine. So go check that track out if you really enjoy Team Dark's theme song.
Waking up, breaking out. This is what it's like to be free. Rip it up, tear it down. This is what it means to be free. One step to calm the storm inside you.
Team Rose's vocal theme is Follow Me, sung by Kay Hanley. This vocal theme is pretty similar to Team Sonic's We Can, where it's pretty goofy sounding and probably one of the weaker vocal tracks, but I just really like this song. I think it fits Amy Rose's personality, and I just can't help but be in a good mood whenever I listen to it. The drumming on the song is especially amazing. I think it's pretty underlooked. It's not an amazing song, but it's not bad either. And Kay Hanley sounds great on it too. I love when we get female-led vocal tracks.
Follow me inside, outside, through the stratosphere. The moon is shining for you. Knows that I adore you. Suddenly all the sadness will just slip away, and you will see what I mean. If you just follow me in my dreams.
The last team vocal theme is Team Chaotix. Yeah, theirs is just called Team Chaotix. Being sung by Gunnar Nelson, this vocal theme is honestly a lot of fun. While This Machine is probably the best one, Team Chaotix is my personal favorite. It plays out like this great anthem for the Chaotix, especially the parts where the singers chant Team Chaotix during the chorus. It's really fucking cool. I love this song. With June being the sound director, this meant Crush 40 was brought back to make a new theme song for the game. However, we don't just get one new Crush 40 song, but two! I'll look at the second song later on, but when it comes to the first track, being the Sonic Heroes theme song, I love it. Is it one of my top Crush 40 songs? Probably not. And I know this theme song gets some mixed reception from some people, but I just can't help but love it. Maybe it's not as impactful as Open Your Heart or Live and Learn, but I think it fits the silly theme of Sonic Heroes. It almost plays out like the opening theme to a Saturday morning cartoon. I think that's the exact vibe that Johnny and June were going for with this song, and I think they nailed it. Also, that drum beat intro at the start is so fucking good. Like, screw it, if you hate this song, then you're fucking boring. Just like with the adventure games, Sonic Heroes got an official 2-CD soundtrack release called Complete Trinity, which was only released in Japan. It contains just about the entire soundtrack and a few bonus remixes, and I'll be sure to highlight a few of them later. The vocal themes were also released on their own little album, Triple Treat, which included every vocal track from Heroes, and the vocal themes from SA1 for some reason. I think it's a neat bonus, but I do kinda wish they released the instrumental tracks alongside Heroes' vocal themes. You know, like they did with SA2's Cuts Unleashed album. Also, just like with SA2, Sonic Heroes would get a different but official soundtrack release in the US, which greatly cut down the original Complete Trinity soundtrack, and even cut the length of some songs in half. I think this soundtrack CD was also basically reused for that 20th anniversary soundtrack series, and at this moment in time, the 20th anniversary soundtrack is the most recent version of Sonic Heroes music to be made available digitally. It's not a horrible release, but it still excludes a lot of songs from the original Complete Trinity soundtrack. I really hope we get to see Volume 1 and 2 releases for Sonic Heroes' full soundtrack in the future, similar to what they did to the adventure games. That way, the entirety of Heroes music can be available for everyone to listen to. But going back to the instrumental tracks, sadly, none of the vocal tracks in Sonic Heroes had their instrumental tracks released. The most official releases we've ever seen for the instrumental tracks is that during the team battles, they play these shortened, edited version of the theme songs, but for some reason, only Team Sonic's battle theme doesn't have vocals. So they're the only team in this game where we kinda sort of have the instrumental track. Every other team's battle music still has their singers on it. So while it is pretty cool that we kind of sort of have the instrumental track for We Can, it doesn't really contain the full song, which kinda sucks. We don't have the instrumental track for Sonic Heroes, but in the old mobile game Sonic Runners, at one point there was a Sonic Heroes event where Runners would also include a few songs from Heroes, and one of the songs it included was the Sonic Heroes theme song, but it was this new guitar version, where it removed Johnny's singing entirely and had a guitar playing in his place. It's not a bad version of the theme, and it's probably the closest we're gonna get to hearing the Sonic Heroes instrumental track. And I guess I'll also quickly mention how there was a Sonic Unleashed event, which gave us a guitar version of Endless Possibility. It sounded pretty neat. Tomoyo Ohtani also made the soundtrack for Sonic Runners, so it was pretty cool to see him revive that theme. But getting back to Sonic Heroes, we've never seen the instrumental tracks for the vocal themes released outside the game. Though in an early prototype build for Sonic Heroes, specifically GameCube Prototype 10.8, it contained a lot of early versions of music from the game, including a full instrumental track for Team Rose's theme song. This is the only team vocal theme to have its full instrumental track available in any way, and it is an early version of the song, so the mixing and everything on it isn't perfect. The drumming's also different too, though it's still a really sick instrumental track and I recommend looking it up. I remember back in 2016, I made a tweet towards the Crush40 Twitter account, which appears to be ran by Jun Sonoe himself, asking if there were any plans to release the instrumental tracks for Heroes. And Jun did actually respond to me, but said that there weren't any plans, to my disappointment. I also remember about 2 years after that, Jun made a post about receiving some CDRs that contained demos for past projects like Sonic Heroes, but judging from the looks of this tweet, he was apparently worried about losing stuff because of disk rot, but didn't really seem to elaborate any further. In this photo he posted back in 2018, it's a CDR that apparently contained the original demos for We Can, but it's been 6 years since this post and we never saw any demos from Sonic Heroes get released. And it should be noted that 2 years later, the official Sonic YouTube channel did post those demos from Adventure 2 in 2020, so I'm guessing they were able to receive these from Jun's CDRs, but again, we have yet to see or hear anything from Sonic Heroes. I hope they were able to recover some demos, and looking back at these old tweets, I wonder if me poking Jun about the instrumentals made him curious to go back looking for them, only to come up short with some of his CDRs rotting away apparently. Jun, if you're watching, I appreciate the effort, and I really hope you guys post more demos in the future. You see, this is why I want stuff like this to be officially released, or at the very least digitally archived online, since it'll just become lost as time goes on. Need I remind you all of that prototype for a Sonic Generations PSP port that someone found, but wasn't able to fully recover everything on it because the only copy we were able to get our hands on suffered from severe disk rot. Yeah, the search for lost media can be heartbreaking shit. With that said, regardless if we hear these demos one day or not, I love Sonic Heroes soundtrack, and I really hope the full thing gets digitally released in the future. Sega, if you're watching, put it on Spotify, please, holy shit. Like, you're not remaking Heroes anytime soon, so at least give us the full soundtrack. Put that shit on Spotify ASAP. let's talk about the levels. Seeing how there were, you know, just 2 level designers in the entire game, the levels can really vary in quality. You see how we have 4 teams to play as? Well, depending on which team you choose, it'll actually change the way the levels play out. Team Sonic is normal mode, so their levels can last a pretty standard amount of time. Team Dark is the hard mode, which extends your time in the levels, along with changing a few sections to be more difficult. Team Rose is the easy mode, with their levels being the shortest out of all the teams. And Team Chaotix is, well, the mission mode, since their levels have you doing certain tasks and whatnot, making the amount of time you spend in each level different. I like the sense of variety that playing as each team can bring, but the game handled this really stupid. Remember how Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 had you play through all the main story modes in order to get to the last story? Well, Sonic Heroes carried this over. So yes, to beat the game, you have to play through all 4 teams. This is a mistake, and I will get into why at the level breakdown. In my original Cooper's Perspective review of this game, I didn't do a level breakdown, mainly because I was rushing to get those reviews out super fast, and while I was making that review, I ran into a bit of writer's block and decided to skip over looking at all the levels and heroes, mainly just not knowing how to describe each level in the game. So in the original review, all I said about the levels was this: I almost find doing a rundown of each level to be kind of pointless. I've tried several times to do so while writing this review, but I honestly think you should just play the game for yourself to see the levels. It's a cop-out, but I think it's very much worth it. Yeah, guys, maybe Cooper's Perspective was never really that good. If you have nostalgia for it, I'm sorry.
I'm a crazy person. I made an hour-long review of Sonic Heroes. Jesus Christ.
You ain't seen nothing yet, you skinny bitch. So after 8 years, here's a proper level breakdown for Sonic Heroes. There are 14 levels in the game, and one aspect I really adore is the way Heroes handle the levels. While we have the 14 main ones, every 2 levels we get a boss fight. So the levels are actually paired together, and they can even share certain themes and designs with one another. It's almost like we're running through 7 zones that have 2 acts each. Very similar to the way the classic games handled it. The first pair of levels are Seaside Hill and Ocean Palace, with Seaside Hill being a fantastic starting level for the game. The level designs in Sonic Heroes can contain a lot of the same hallway structures from Sonic Adventure 2, but it also has a few more open areas similar to what SA1 did. So it's almost like they tried to do a fusion of SA1 and SA2's level designs. And with how much hell Azuka and the other game designer were going through to finish this game on time, I think they did a fine enough job, but there are definitely a few issues I'll get to in a bit. A new gimmick introduced for this game are these rainbow rings, which would become a staple for most of the future 3D games. Basically, when you jump into a rainbow ring, your characters can do a cool pose and it'll give you extra points. The rainbow rings can be pretty fun to come across, and I'm glad Sonic Heroes introduced them. I also like how fucked up Omega's pose can look when he goes through it. And whoa, is Shadow dabbing? When it comes to Seaside Hill and Ocean Palace themselves, I don't have too many complaints. I really like how Seaside starts out near the beach, kinda similar to Emerald Coast, but the most obvious comparison to make with this level is how it has checkerboard patterns similar to Green Hill Zone. It really helps add to the idea of this game harping back to the Genesis games. I really like that. Seaside Hill also has these bobsled sections. They're very brief sections that have you controlling this little vehicle where you ram into enemies and item balloons. You ride the bobsled 2 times in Seaside Hill, and it'll make other appearances in the game. For the first level, there's obviously a lot of beach and greenery aesthetics. Though as the level goes on, you'll come across these ruins-looking structures. These take up the majority of Ocean Palace, but other parts of the level that always stuck with me was the section with all the turtles floating around. And then there's the end of the level with these large rocks chasing after you, akin to the boulder in SA1's Lost World, and the gun truck in SA2's City Escape. And I guess also the killer whale in Emerald Coast, which doesn't chase you in Heroes, but they do make a few brief appearances. Also, right near the end of Ocean Palace, when you get to this hallway section with the open ceiling, you can actually fly up there and find some hidden item boxes. It's a really cool bonus area that I had no idea existed. Anthony and David had to show it to me. So thanks, guys. Now stop embarrassing me about how I don't know that much about this game I really like. I gotta say real quick, while I do like the 3D bubble item boxes in the adventure games, I really like their triangular design in Heroes. They look rad as hell. God, I love this game's art style. Getting back to Seaside Hill and Ocean Palace, they're both fun levels, but I will admit, I'm not really the biggest fan of how water is just a bottomless pit now. I know Sonic isn't able to swim, and the adventure games already did the water being bottomless pits too, but why don't we have underwater sections in the game? Like, why are most of these levels just surrounded by this massive kill plane? This is an issue that's gonna last for several games too, so I think I'll just move on. The main enemies in this game are known as the Egg Pawns, goofy little guys that can chase after you and are sometimes seen carrying swords, shields, and even blasters to shoot you. They're a lot of fun to destroy. The other common enemy is known as the Egg flappers? They're airborne enemies that can be defeated by either using the homing attack or the thunder shoot. These aren't the only types of enemies, you come across a lot more as the levels go on, and I'll highlight them when I get to them. Another cool thing about Ocean Palace is that it features this sick-ass rainbow. Nice. While Seaside Hill is the first level in the game for every team, there's another level before Seaside Hill that you end up playing through as Team Rose. This level is known as Seagate, and it's just a tutorial level with Omochao talking for like 99% of it, so not the most fun thing. Honestly, the most interesting part of Seagate is how the music is basically an alternate version of the main Seaside Hill music. I actually really like the way it sounds. But yeah, the music for all 3 levels are fantastic. Some of the best tracks in the series. Hell, I think Jun himself would even consider Seaside Hill one of his favorite compositions. And rightfully so, it's great. Okay, I've done enough praising, let's talk about the chaotics. In Seaside Hill, you have to go around collecting 10 hermit crabs, and in Ocean Palace, you have to find a single chow. By the way, the chaotics are told their missions at the start of the level from the high-pitched voice on the walkie-talkie. While I do like that they have a character in the game verbally giving the chaotics their missions, Eggman also never really explains why he needs them to do these missions. Like, what's the point of collecting all the hermit crabs or the chow? Why does he need the chaotics to go do this stuff? I know they're a detective agency, but there has to be some kind of reason why Eggman's making them do all these tasks instead of just going directly to the Egg Fortress and rescuing him there, right? The chow mission in Ocean Palace is especially confusing. You only have to find one chow, and it's at the very end of the level. You might as well just let us reach the goal ring. Like, the chow basically has the same function. But yeah, those were the first 2 chaotics missions. They're both fine, but these are just gonna keep getting worse. One last thing I'll mention about Seaside Hill and Ocean Palace is the original concept art, because holy crap, it just looks incredible. Also amongst the concept art is this sketch for an unused pirate theme level. I'm gonna assume this level got scrapped because of time constraints, but I also think maybe they figured, oh, we're kind of already doing these ocean theme levels, so wouldn't doing a pirate theme level seem a bit redundant? There's also another concept sketch for a scrapped ruins level. Since Seaside Hill and especially Ocean Palace have a lot of ruins in their levels, I'm guessing there's pretty similar reasons why this got scrapped alongside the pirate theme level. Though it should be noted that this ruins level is taking way more influence from Japan, so I guess kind of in a way Dragon Road from Sonic Unleashed would fully realize this concept art, which is pretty cool. One weird detail about Sonic Heroes that I'm also not sure was even intentional, during the results screen when the characters are doing their victory animations, sometimes the camera will just rotate to the side while the characters stare off into nothing. Obviously they're meant to be looking at the camera, which can normally happen, so this might be a small glitch or something, but I do kinda like it if I'm being perfectly honest, and I'm gonna assume Azuka or someone else thought it looked cool too since they left it in the game. Of course, Seaside Hill would be brought back for Sonic Generations as the rep for Sonic Heroes, along with being made part of the second group of levels known as the Dreamcast Era? Is that entirely accurate? Heroes was never on Dreamcast. And if you're watching this in the Dreamcast Era compilation video, shut up. The Generations remake of Seaside Hill is easily one of the best levels in the game. Not only does this version of the level feel more open-ended, but it even incorporates elements from Ocean Palace too, both in terms of level design and music. Both the classic and modern remixes are fantastic, with Jun himself handling the modern remix. And I love the way he added in this music transition from Seaside Hill to Ocean Palace. It's one of the coolest things ever, it's seriously great. Also, personally, I think the classic remix is pretty underrated. It's not one of my main favorites from Generations, but I thought Richard Jock of Sonic R fame handled this remix pretty good. And for anyone curious with other remixes, there's a unique remix of Ocean Palace and Mario and Sonic at the London 2012 Olympic Games, and I think it was handled by Jun too. I don't think it's better than the original song or the Generations remix, but it's still a really fun one for anyone who might be curious. And finally, Seaside Hill would be brought back and made into 3 different race courses for Team Sonic Racing in 2019, which also gave us even more kick-ass remixes done by Jun himself, along with collaborating with whoa, can't talk about them. God, poor Ian. Well, despite that, they're still really fun remixes. The next set of levels are Grand Metropolis and Power Plant, the futuristic city levels that are easily some of my favorite 3D Sonic levels in the franchise. I'm assuming the name for Grand Metropolis was meant to be an intentional callback to Metropolis Zone from Sonic 2, especially since the color green is pretty common in this level. Both these levels have these cool roads that can move you forward automatically. The GameCube version has the graphics on them always moving, making it flow nicely. For some reason, this moving effect isn't on the Xbox or PS2 version, and those versions even use a different texture too. The PC version has the original texture, but the effect was still broken. But you can fix it using mods, which you can clearly see in my gameplay footage. Though, while on the topic of these roads, I should probably talk about the Loop-de-Loops, a returning and memorable set piece that's present in just about every level. In the original Genesis games, they were an obstacle you had to get past by building up enough speed and running around them. But whenever Sonic entered 3D, I'm guessing they couldn't really find a feasible way to transition this into the third dimension, so they just made them scripted sequences where you just hold forward and Sonic will run through them without an issue. Very simple to follow. Aaron. And Sonic Heroes continues using these scripted loop sections, which is fine, but there's a small issue with it here. Actually, there's kinda two. First off, with the speed characters already moving insanely fast, this can make their acceleration during the loops go completely haywire. Like, they can zoom past these sections immensely fast if you just hold forward. This can sometimes glitch out and make you clip through the loop, which can sadly happen from time to time. However, for the console versions, they did try to alleviate this by adding a speed cap on the scripted loops. The speed cap actually does work and can be manageable, but this only applies to the console versions. The PC version, despite coming out 10 months later, for whatever reason they forgot to include the speed caps on the loops. As a result, you are going to see the speed characters run way faster than they were originally meant to. I think I died on loops the most on the PC version, simply because of how fast the speed characters were moving. Also, whenever you exit a loop, you carry that speed with you. So if you're not careful, you'll most likely shoot off the level by accident, or miss a ramp or spring that could have helped you get back on course. It's a bit of a mess, so just be on the lookout whenever you reach these scripted loop sections, especially if you're playing the PC port. But getting back to the Grand Metropolis level itself, both the egg pawns and flappers return, but this level is where we encounter a new turtle enemy that's known as Cameron. Wait, this fucker's name is Cameron? Okay, well, you encounter several Camerons throughout the level, and they can be beaten easily if you just level up your speed and flight characters. If not, just use the power types to kill them. But later on in Power Plant, there is a gold Cameron variant that you can come across, with these versions using their shell as a shield. I'd recommend flipping them over with the tornado attack and killing them afterward, though a fully leveled up speed character can basically one-hit them. While still on the topic of gold Camerons, the Chaotix missions here are ass, and I'd say these are the first 2 missions that really foreshadow how horrible they're gonna get. The mission in Grand Metropolis requires the Chaotix to track down and kill all the enemies in the stage. All 85 of them. And if you miss just one enemy, you'll most likely have to run through the entire level for a while, until you eventually find the egg pawn or flapper that you missed. I think these are the worst kinds of missions where you can't afford to miss anything. Otherwise, you're gonna be stuck in the level for much longer. Missions like these can make the Chaotix levels feel longer than the Team Dark levels. Thankfully for the mission in Power Plant, it's still not fun, but it's less cruel. This one has you hunting down just 3 golden Camerons, so it's not another assload of Batniks you have to go after like in the previous mission. I also like how Eggman calls them golden turtles, but it's like, come on, call them by their official name. Not focusing on the Chaotix, the set piece at the end of Power Plant where Team Dark and Team Sonic have to travel up this section to avoid the lava, it's pretty memorable, but it also made me paranoid to play it when growing up. And pretty interestingly, Team Rose and Chaotix don't travel here. Power Plant also has one of my favorite music tracks in the game. The music in Grand Metropolis sounds great too, but I just think Power Plant's music sounds way better and more intense. And while while I do love Grand Metropolis' music, I greatly prefer the remix of the music in that Mario and Sonic London 2012 game. It might just be my favorite version of the level music. It sounds fantastic and more, well, grand. Almost like a modern version of the level if it was brought back for generations. Before I move on, I did want to ask about something. In Sonic Forces, it would include a level that was plainly called Metropolis, clearly taking its name from the Sonic 2 level, but that level's aesthetic is completely white instead of green, which is a little confusing why it was called Metropolis. But here's my thing, what is this location meant to be? It's not an underground mechanical base like in Sonic 2, it's more of a futuristic city level like Grand Metropolis in Heroes, but they didn't call it Grand Metropolis, and it also doesn't really feature any of the green or blue scenery from the Heroes level. So what exactly is Forces Metropolis level trying to do? Does it want to be a successor to Sonic 2's Metropolis or Sonic Heroes Grand Metropolis? The next two levels are a bit of a mixed bag. Casino Park and Bingo Highway. Obviously they're the casino themed levels, and they both have good and bad aspects to them. The good parts easily come from the graphics. Holy crap, these levels are colorful. Seriously, I'd probably go as far to say these two are the best looking levels in the game. I also love that the egg pawns look unique in these levels. They're so shiny and colorful here. The bad, sadly, comes from the gameplay. Since these are the casino themed levels, they have these huge pinball machine sections that you have to roll through, where you can collect rings, some item boxes, and hop into slot machines to get a jackpot, and you can even roll Eggman spikes, which, just like the previous casino levels, is really annoying. Also, one personal gripe about the slot machine, but you can also roll icons of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. So if you get 3 Sonics or 3 Tails or 3 Knuckles, you get more rings. But personally, I think there should have been a bonus for if you roll Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Like, how come you don't get anything special for getting all 3 of them? They could have called it a Heroes bonus or something. I think that was a missed opportunity. Aside from that, what really kills the gameplay here is the pinball physics. They're not terrible, but a pinball game without proper physics can really make these sections a slog to get through. You can control the characters to move left and right on the pinball tables, but the controls are so tight that it makes turning really difficult. Plus, your character can even fall off the pinball table and lose a life. And in the PC version, it doesn't seem like they got the coding for the pinball table correct because your character can get launched off the damn board. Like one time I just shot up straight in the air. It's insane, and it never happened to me on the console versions. There's also an Easter egg in Casino Park where you can access a VIP room, which could potentially earn you more rings. But getting to the VIP room can be pretty tricky. You gotta get to an upper section on one of the pinball tables, activate a switch, and it'll disable this laser barrier that you can get past. However, if you're playing this on a standard TV, with how zoomed out the camera is, you can barely even see the switch. Team Rose's version of the level ends pretty early, so they're the only team that can't get in the VIP area, while Team Sonic and Dark are the only teams that have to activate this switch. Team Chaotix doesn't need to do that because SBO's tornado attack lets him turn invisible, allowing him to get past the laser barrier. How nice. Casino Park is where the pinball gimmicks mostly take place, but when you get to Bingo Highway, it changes it up by having you roll down these huge tables, while also obviously adding bingo elements, which has you collecting these numbers while rolling around. There's 9 numbers you can pick up, and when you get 3 down on the board, you'll earn a ton of rings. I even managed to get a perfect 9 while recording, so that was pretty neat. Bingo Highway also has the one section where it can shoot you straight up in the air, and then you basically skydive down to collect the numbers. I really like that set piece. Unfortunately, I think the worst part of Bingo Highway is the section at the very end. It has you rolling down this huge table, and the thing is, if you fall off, you die and you have to restart this entire part. One method I usually do before hopping into this section is switch to the speed character and slowly inch your way into the tunnel. That way the other 2 characters don't follow you, which means if you die in this section, it'll switch you back to the previous section as one of the other characters, sparing you a life. So it's kind of a decent way to mediate this issue. All in all, I think Casino Park and Bingo Highway are decent levels, but I don't think the concepts here were really executed the best. In comparison to, say, Casinopolis, it is cool that they at least attempted to do a proper 3D casino level, level, but I just wish aspects like the controls and pinball physics could have been better, and those kill planes during Bingo Highway are obnoxious. For the Chaotix missions, Casino Park has the boys needing to collect 200 rings, which can be a real pain in the ass if you collect over 100 rings or so, but then you get hurt, meaning you lose all the rings you're carrying and you basically have to restart the damn mission. And the Bingo Highway mission has you needing to collect 10 chips, and it is so goddamn boring that the only real amusing part of it, to me at least, was this brief back and forth with Charmy and Vector.
Chips? You mean potato chips?
Not those kind of chips, silly!
But just like the graphics, the music tracks in both these levels are great. Bingo Highway is especially really good. But I'd recommend listening to yet another remix that was made in the Mario and Sonic 2012 London game. Just like with the Grand Metropolis remix, it sounds fantastic and it is easily my favorite version of the level music. I like Casino Park's music too, I just think Bingo Highway has a better song, but here's something interesting. On the game's official soundtrack release, it included 2 different versions of Casino Park's music. We get the version from the final game, and also the original version of the song that June made. I'm not sure why this early version of the song is here, I guess June was just really fond of how it sounded. I still prefer the final version, but the original version's pretty cool too, so I'd recommend listening to it if you're a fan of Casino Park's music. And not to mention, Casino Park was another level brought back for Team Sonic Racing, which also means we got remixes of both Casino Park and Bingo Highway's music, which were done by June and a chiptune artist that goes by the name Torina. These were easily some of the best remixes off TSR, and I remember popping off when I found out June was remixing songs from Heroes. With how underrated I find this soundtrack, I just thought that was fucking awesome. One of the last things I'll mention before moving on is how there's a separate Bingo Highway remix on the official soundtrack release too. It's fine, just not as good as the original level music or the Mario and Sonic remix, but it's there if you guys want to check it out. Also, look at this absolutely gorgeous concept art for Casino Park. I love the pink colors here. It kinda reminds me of the early version of Casino Night from the Sonic 2 beta. Okay, next are the grind rail levels, Rail Canyon and Bullet Station. And I just don't like either of these two. The main issue is how there's a huge bottomless pit throughout the entirety of the levels. And since you're on grind rails for about 90% of the time, if you fuck up and fall off, you die. Damn, if only we could switch to the flying character while in the air. And when it comes to the grind rail controls themselves, they are far more simplified in comparison to how they were in SA2. SA2's grind railing had a very heavy emphasis on leaning on turns and maintaining momentum to keep up your speed. For Sonic Heroes, who gives a shit about momentum? Just keep tapping the B button over and over again. And don't worry about leaning during turns either, cause you'll never really lose speed if you just keep button mashing. Yeah, again, it's way more simplified. Heroes was trying to aim for the more casual gaming market, so maybe dumbing down the grinding mechanics was a good call. That's not to say this method was perfect either, since when it comes to switching grind rails, Sonic Heroes just does what SA2 did, where if you lean and press the jump button, the game will just shoot you to whatever direction you're pointing. And it somehow functions worse. So don't be too surprised if you decide to play these levels and whenever you switch grind rails, you can end up shooting off and right to your death. You know what's more shocking about this? This would end up being another gameplay function that the Shadow the Hedgehog game fixed. Yeah, the fucking Shadow game fixed both remapping the light dash and being able to switch grind rails much smoother. I'm speechless. In more positive aspects, the music in both these levels are still great, and I do really love the aesthetics here. Not to mention, look at this goddamn concept art, holy shit. Plus, I do like these quick sections in Bullet Station where you get launched into a cannon, and then you get shot out into the air, where you can pop item balloons and such. Those parts are pretty fun. But overall, Rail Canyon and Bullet Station are probably my least favorite levels in the game, and I never look forward to replaying them when I revisit Heroes. It can be a little anxiety-inducing being above a bottomless pit for the entire time. Also, the bobsled sections are really not fun, especially when you can't see the laser barriers coming your way, and you end up losing all your characters and dying because of it. But I will say, please track down the PAL GameCube version of Heroes and get it to run using the 60Hz option. These two levels can really highlight just how screwed up the 60Hz mode is on this version. Look at how fast these characters are moving in comparison. It's so fucking funny.
Also, what the fuck is going on with the sound mixing on the PC version? It makes certain background elements in this level really fucking loud.
Here we go!
Well, if I didn't think the levels were bad enough, when looking at the Chaotix missions, for Rail Canyon, the mission on screen says infiltrate the terminal station, i.e., reach the fucking goal ring. Straight up, all you have to do is just reach the goal ring, just like all the other teams. So this is easily the Chaotix's best mission. But for Bullet Station, they get right back to the bullshit by having you track down and destroy 30 of these things. Why? What story reason does Eggman have for making the Chaotix destroy all these capsules?
Capsules developed by Eggman are located throughout the base. Destroy them.
Tell me why you're making us do this! And even though I did talk shit about the bobsled section, for the Chaotix mission, it can actually come in really handy for destroying as many capsules as you can. Bullet Station is also one of the only parts of the game where you can control the flying character on their own, you know, without mods. Mainly because you need to activate 3 switches, so you gotta place the other characters down on each of them. It's a very brief part, but yeah, it's a pretty noteworthy thing I remember about this level.
And yes, I'm fully aware that Rail Canyon and/or Bullet Station are being brought back for the Sonic X Shadow Generations remaster. At the time I post this re-review, we haven't really seen too much of it, but I hope the levels are fun, and I also hope the remixes are good. The next 2 levels are a bit more favorable for me, which are Frog Forest and Lost Jungle. While I had issues with the last 4 levels, Frog Forest is easily one of my all-time favorite 3D Sonic levels ever. The platforming's fun, I love its sense of speed, and this might be my favorite looking level in the game. Green is my favorite color, so I definitely love the greenery and the giant frogs everywhere. The frogs can be used to cause rain, which can grow platforms for you to progress in the level. This is really cute. The frogs can also grow these little mushroom platforms, and in a really cute callback, you can bounce on them and they make the exact same sound effect from Mushroom Hill in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. That's adorable.
I also love the visual of the vine growing out as you're grinding on it. It's so memorable and cool. And those flower gliding sections where you fly in the air, and that one bit where you can hop off it to get a 1-up, I love it. While the obvious theme for this level is a forest with a bunch of frogs, early concept art for Frog Forest, apart from looking just as gorgeous as the other concept art, also featured dinosaurs? What the hell? The level music for Frog Forest is another one of my favorite songs in the game. Hell, probably the whole franchise. I want to learn guitar so I can learn how to play this. It is beautiful. Lost Jungle is also a solid level, but not as good as Frog Forest in my opinion. Part of the reason why is because of the badniks you can encounter. Lost Jungle is the first level where you can come across these huger looking egg pawns, known as egg hammers. They're giant robots with a huge hammer that they can swing at you. A main attack they can do is spinning their hammer around, and when they stop they start losing balance for a bit, which gives you an opening to use the Thunder Shoot to knock them over, and then defeat them using a power type. They're one of the more difficult enemies to fight, but seeing how this is near the last half of the game, it makes sense that they're here. I will say, the placement of Frog Forest and Lost Jungle is a bit weird. I personally find these levels easier than Rail Canyon and Bullet Station, so I feel like they probably should have swapped these levels. But at the same time, getting through those annoying grind rail levels and being sent to Frog Forest feels like a pretty nice reward. It's kinda like in Sonic 1 when you slog through Labyrinth Zone just to get rewarded with Starlight. Lost Jungle is also home to the Black Frogs, which unlike the regular frogs, their rain can actually cause platforms to disappear. disappear. It's a cool idea, though the character's remarks about the different colored frogs are pretty unintentionally hilarious.
Hey, there's that black frog again.
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 I can't believe this. Those black frogs are bad.
There he is again! That black frog!
But then again, maybe placing Lost Jungle at the end was pretty smart, because this level ends with a pretty insane set piece with this huge alligator. All you have to do is just jump at the right time while hopping to different vines. Don't just button mash like a madman or you'll die instantly. I used to think the inclusion of a realistic alligator was kind of funny seeing how we have Vector, but then I realized Vector's a crocodile while this is very clearly meant to be an alligator. Two completely different animals. In my defense though, unlike these characters, I don't see race.
There's that black frog again.
As much as I adore Frog Forest and everything in it, the absolute worst part of this level is the Chaotix mission. The main reason being the mission here doesn't make any fucking sense. It's a stealth mission where you have to avoid being caught by frogs. Yes, you have to carefully maneuver around every frog in the level, otherwise you'll have to redo the mission. This is pretty monotonous on its own, but when you get to Lost Jungle, the mission here involves finding 10 Chow in the level. When I first played this mission, I initially thought I still had to avoid the frogs since they're also in this level, but no! You can interact with the frogs here just fine, and even need to use them to spawn certain platforms like before. So why can't the Chaotix interact with them in Frog Forest, but they're just fine in Lost Jungle? What's the issue? Plus, I think the Chaotix Lost Jungle mission was sort of trying to explain why Team Rose suddenly attacks them, since they were collecting Chow and Team Rose were also trying to find Chocola Chow. I guess maybe they assumed that Team Chaotix also took Chocola while they were on their mission?
Now hand over that Chow nice and easy.
I bet you're the ones who took Chocolate Chow.
What?
It's not nice to tease my friends.
The pacing in this cutscene is still dog shit and terrible, but at least the game kind of tried explaining why they're fighting. Sort of. No, it still doesn't make sense.
I also forgot to highlight this, but what the hell is going on with Vector's voice in this cutscene? It's almost like Mark forgot what Vector sounded like.
Excuse me, miss. I was wondering if I could ask you something.
If it's about a date, it'll have to wait.
Date? You think this is a joke, you little brat?
Okay, getting back to positives, there's one really cute detail I love about how Lost Jungle ends for Team Sonic and Team Dark. For Team Sonic, their goal ring is surrounded by frogs, so it'll be raining during their results screen. And for Team Dark, there's black frogs surrounding the goal ring, meaning the darker rain's gonna happen during their results screen. I always love that detail, it's so cute. There's also a secret spot in Lost Jungle, where if you hop up this platform, you come across a frog and 2 flapper enemies. The frog makes it rain, which grows this mushroom, which sends you up to a vine, and also grows a branch out so you can get a 1-up. It's a pretty cool secret shortcut that I always use. No, I don't. I had no clue this part of the game existed until, again, Anthony showed me. Damn it! One last thing I'll mention before moving on. One funny thing I like doing is switching to the flight character and just have them zoom through the scripted speed sections. It looks so ridiculous, but I love it. The next 2 levels are another pair that I feel mixed on. They're the Haunted Mansion levels pretty much, Hang Castle and Mystic Mansion. Out of the 2, I think Hang Castle is a little better. This one has a fun gimmick where you can activate these switches and flip the entire stage upside down. Considering the past few times Heroes kind of fumbled cool ideas, it's nice that Hang Castle executed this pretty well. These 2 levels are also home to these witch-looking egg pawns, known as the Egg Bishop. Their designs look cool, but I recommend killing them first out of every other egg pawn since they can actually refill the other enemy's health bars. And there's another version of them known as the Egg Magicians, who can use an attack that can actually drain your rings if you get in close range of them. So these guys are a little more irritating to deal with. Hang Castle is also home to the only music track in the game composed by Tomoyo Otani, the future sound director of the franchise who also did a few songs in SA2. He actually did compose the instrumental track for Pumpkin Hill, so having him handle one of the Halloween themed levels in Heroes is pretty fitting. His music track is brilliant, and I love how it changes based on if the level's upside down or not. probably my favorite bit in Hang Castle is when you come across this area where you can see this Eggman statue in the background, but after you flip the level over, the statue becomes Metal Sonic. That's an amazing piece of foreshadowing on who the true villain is. So while I think Hang Castle is a pretty solid time, when it comes to Mystic Mansion, I don't know how to feel about this one. I think the level starts out just fine, but then it drags on a little too long, especially as Team Dark. The only time I didn't have an issue with how long this level was when I was playing as Team Rose. You know, since their version is shorter. The level also has some serious issues. One of the worst being the bobsled section, where you have to avoid all sorts of oncoming obstacles like the pumpkin heads and lasers. So if you're not paying attention, it's gonna cost you a lot of lives. The Egg Hammer Batnik is also back, but Mystic Mansion introduces this new armored version, known as Heavy Egg Hammers, where you can't really harm them normally. You have to remove the helmet they're wearing by knocking them over, leaving their head as the only opening to attack. I hate this version of the enemy. It takes way too long to kill them, and I've died so many times from this asshole. I almost always use the Thundershoot glitch to get past him, but what is probably the most infamous part of the level is when you're playing as Team Sonic. The ending of the level has you needing to activate these 3 switches to get to the goal ring, but when you activate the switch for the speed character, as Team Sonic, you're treated to a section where you have to homing attack on several pumpkin heads above a bottomless pit, and the big issue here is that the hitboxes on these pumpkin heads can be really inconsistent, so you can easily get screwed over here and lose a life, having to redo the entire section. It's only Team Sonic that has to do this. Team Rose never goes here, Team Chaotix has their own different mess that I'll get to, and Team Dark, in my opinion, has a slightly easier time. This part fucking sucks. Overall, I think Mystic Mansion is just a mixed bag. It really could have benefited from being shorter, and also could have done without these annoying design choices. The best part about the level is easily the music. While it doesn't do what Hang Castle did, where 2 different songs are played when you flip over the stage, the track itself is still really kick-ass, and it's definitely one of Jun Sonoi's best songs in the game. Also, here's one weird thing I noticed after playing all 4 versions. The start of Hang Castle includes a quick cutscene, but the sound mixing sounds pretty awful on the non-GameCube versions. The flames in the background don't appear to be part of a designated sound channel, so they're just blaring really loud in just about every version of the game, especially on PC. What the hell happened? The GameCube version sounds fine.
Sonic, you sure this is the right way?
I saw Shadow and Eggman head this way. This has gotta be the right way.
But it's so spooky here! Sonic, you sure this is the right way?
I saw Shadow and Eggman head this way. This has gotta be the right way.
But it's so spooky here!
When it comes to the Chaotix missions, fuck me, these are the worst ones. Hang Castle has you needing to collect 10 keys, and just like the other missions where if you miss just one of these collectibles, you're most likely gonna have to run through the entire level multiple times until you find all the keys. However, the mission in Mystic Mansion is easily the worst Chaotix level in the entire game. This level has you needing to put out 60 flames. 60! And more specifically, they have to be red flames, not the blue ones, even though the stage sorta taunts you by placing these blue flames at certain parts of the level, even though they don't count if you put them out. And some of the red flames can be hidden too, which is really fun. How is this worse than the 85 Batniks in Grand Metropolis? This is fucking tedious and boring. Mystic Mansion was already pretty mixed for me, but this mission easily makes it one of the most irritating Sonic levels I've ever played in my life. There is no way Azuka or anyone who tested this game thought this mission would be fun to play, let alone replay! After this re-review, I never want to touch this mission ever again. But if I could try to give one final positive to Mystic Mansion, the rotating graphics in the final area look freaky, but cool. I think the effect looks the best on GameCube, but on Xbox it looks a bit broken, and the PS2 version just uses this flat JPEG rotating around. It's pretty cheap looking. I think it was broken on PC too, but a modder fixed it. It looks way more trippy in HD. Next are the last 2 levels in the game, Egg Fleet and Final Fortress. Egg Fleet is another one of my all-time favorite 3D Sonic levels, and it's probably the one level where I don't mind being surrounded by a huge bottomless pit. This is mainly because that's the whole point of the level. You're high up in the air, going super fast and platforming to reach the goal. The opening cutscene for Team Sonic is also just one of my most favorite things ever. I love Ryan Drummond's delivery here.
Alright, Eggman, let's get this party started.
Just overall, the level itself is a lot of fun. And to me, I always loved this level because it felt like a 3D version of Flying Battery in a way, especially since it has you traveling across Eggman's airships. It's the same basic gimmick. There's just so much adrenaline I get from playing this level. The music is especially pretty kick-ass and really fits the action-packed platforming perfectly. Egg Fleet also has that one bit where you're supposed to use the Rocket XL to get past this one section, which will launch you straight in the air, but since the speed characters move insanely fast in this game, you don't really need to use the Rocket XL here. You can just hold up. It's literally the most useless move ever. When it comes to the final level, Final Fortress, it's not bad. I greatly prefer Egg Fleet, but I think Final Fortress gets the job done. I love the dark and stormy weather. The lightning effects really make it one of the best looking levels in the game. Plus, I just love how the level opens with Team Sonic jumping into a JPEG of the Final Fortress ship. I just think that's pretty funny. With that said, there are irritating parts. The worst parts of Final Fortress easily have to be the egg hammers, or more so the heavy egg hammers. They can seriously halt your progress unless, again, you're spamming the Thundershoot glitch. One other annoying Batnik you can encounter in both these levels is known as E2000, who have really rad designs, but they can be super obnoxious to deal with, especially since they have shields they can keep putting up. The red ones can be beat a little faster, but in Final Fortress you encounter a gold variant, the E2000R. These ones are tougher to deal with since they almost always have their guard up. Not to mention, both E2000s can shoot these massive lasers at you. I would recommend using the tornado attack to stun them. Also, fun fact, Cream and Cheese can one-hit kill the E2000s, which you'll never get to see or experience unless you install mods. One other annoying thing in Final Fortress are the grind rail sections. The first few are fine, but the ones that really cause issues are the final few, where you have to jump to different rails multiple times just so you can dodge these massive fuck you lasers being shot at you. And if you die, it's a pretty long way back. It's easily one of the more difficult parts of the entire game. Focusing on more positive things, I know some people can find the characters talking in game all the time to be exhausting, but I actually do appreciate when the characters are saying things that help build continuity. This happens in both Team Sonic and Team Rose's stories since they end up mentioning the egg carrier and other things.
This weather reminds me of our last attack on the egg carrier. You've been in battle before? What? You too, Mr. Big?
Doggy!
The last two Chaotix missions are thankfully not awful, but they're still kinda tedious. The Egg Fleet missions involves you needing to sneak past Eggman's enemies undetected, which you can do pretty decently using Espio's invincibility. It's not a horrible mission, it just takes a while. The last mission involves the Chaotix tracking down 5 keys. That way they can enter Eggman's base. That's it. It's not too terrible, and I'll gladly take this mission over the one in Mystic Mansion any day. Also, yeah, the Batniks can detect you here just fine, but not in Egg Fleet, but whatever, who cares at this point. So for the final stages in the game, Egg Fleet is a ton of fun, and Final Fortress is decent. But I will say, both these levels are probably the main two where I think the concept art showed a lot more interesting ideas. The concept art for Egg Fleet actually looks a bit closer to how Final Fortress turned out, which is pretty interesting. Not only that, but when looking at the concept art for Final Fortress, the level was originally depicted as being an underwater base. First off, good lord, this looks absolutely stunning. Second, could you imagine if they went through with this idea? I personally kinda wish they stuck with Final Fortress being an underwater base level. It actually would have wrapped up the game pretty well. Throughout the levels, there's a lot of fish-themed designs and areas you can discover. Not to mention, several of Eggman's flying airships bear striking resemblances to fish. So I think that theme was purposeful and really would have tied up the game nicely with Final Fortress being an underwater level. It's such a missed opportunity, but I'm guessing they had to ditch this concept due to time constraints, and maybe them just not figuring out how to translate this into a proper playable level. Of course, the underwater base concept will be made a reality in Sonic Advance 3's Ocean Base, and Sonic 06's Aquatic Base. Though less said about the latter, the better. But still, an underwater Final Fortress. What could have been. At the end of every second act, the game has you go through a boss fight with either Eggman or a different team. The team battles, which are kinda similar to the character battles in SA2, are bad. I guess the goal here was to switch between characters and attack the other team, until you eventually knock them off the battle arena. However, the combat is so bare bones that it feels like it takes way too long to defeat the other team. That is, until you discover you can just keep spamming the tornado attack as the speed character, and it'll basically end the team fights in seconds. There's absolutely no point to just fight the teams normally, normally. Just keep spamming the tornado move over and over again. Also, during the fights, what the hell is that noise Cream makes? Did Sarah Wolfwick turn into a dolphin for a second? Okay, moving on to the Eggman boss fights, they fare a bit better. Eggman has 3 different fights, with the first one being the Hedgehog. For this, you just chase Eggman down, and then hit him several times until the Hedgehog starts exploding. For the first boss fight, it's not too bad. The next Eggman boss occurs after Bingo Highway, and it's not really a boss fight. It's more about destroying all of Eggman's badniks that he sends after you. And you fight bosses like this 2 times, with Bingo Highways being called Robot Carnival, and the second swarm of enemies is after Mystic Mansion with the Robot Storm. While the Robot Carnival can be a bit dull, the Robot Storm is just awful. The main issue here is that unlike the Robot Carnival, you can get knocked off the platform you're fighting on. So if you're having a hard time beating this fight but you end up falling off because of an enemy hitting you, well, you gotta restart the entire enemy swarm. Doesn't matter if you're several minutes into the fight, there are no checkpoints. It's annoying, stupid, and somehow, Team Dark's Robot Storm isn't the worst one. That goes to Team Chaotix. Mainly because in their fight, there's a section that involves you needing to shoot yourself out of a cannon to a bunch of Eggman robots in the background. So you're gonna be aiming and shooting for a while. Not just that, but even after you destroy all the enemies, you can potentially get stuck in a really annoying loop where your character will be sent back, only to get sucked right back into the cannon over and over again. It's the worst thing ever. I would greatly recommend using the Thundershoot glitch as often as you can, because it will really help you speed through these lengthy enemy swarms. Looking at the other normal Eggman fights, after Bullet Station you fight the Egg Albatross. It's basically the Hedgehog but with extra layers since it's now attached to a battleship and a blimp. This boss can take forever, and it's made even worse with how every team needs to fight this damn thing. Again, just keep spamming the Thundershoot glitch if you want to plow through the boss fight faster. Yes, that's cheating, but most of the boss fights aren't fun, so who cares? When it comes to the last Eggman fight, being the Egg Emperor, this one is fine. You just gotta chase down Eggman again, and defeat him mainly using the Thundershoot move. He does have a shield, but if you level up your flight character enough, it won't really be too much of an obstacle. For a quote-unquote final boss fight, or at least the last fight for the main stories, it's not the worst thing ever, it's just kind of okay. I gotta say, Dean Bristol's voice clips during this boss fight are really entertaining. It just sounds like he was having a blast recording these battle cries as Eggman.
Charge! I won't go down that easy! Defeated? Impossible! No!
Also, while I was recording the Chaotix on the Xbox version, the game suddenly crashed.
Here we go!
That was a little strange. One other thing I'll say, the boss music here is pretty great like before, but I swear part of it was lifted from Green Hill Zone. Does anyone else hear it? Was that intentional? That's bugged me for years. I never got an answer to this. Oh, the Egg Emperor was also brought back for Sonic Generations 3DS. Okay, that's neat. A little random, but that's cool. The remix was pretty nice too. In fact, that remix was the first time I kinda discovered the Green Hill similarities. But not too much else to really say about this. So after you beat all 4 team stories, you're prompted to collect all the Chaos Emeralds. Otherwise, you won't be able to play the last story to finish the game. How do you collect the Chaos Emeralds? Well, this game goes back to using the special stages method that the classic games did, which is neat in concept. To get to the special stages, in the levels you're gonna find these golden keys in cages, which you can break open using the power type. However, you have to collect the keys in the even numbered levels to access the Emerald challenges, and you have to finish the level without getting hit, because getting hit will make you lose the key. There are usually multiple keys in the level you can pick up, but I'd highly recommend getting a shield since it'll actually help you keep the key if you get hit, or just get all the emeralds as Team Rose since their levels are the shortest and have less obstacles in them that won't lead to you getting hit. Collecting the keys is kinda similar to how you need to pick up a Chao key in SA2, except getting hurt and even dying in SA2 let you hold on to a key. I should also get this out the way, but the Chao Garden was not brought back. The Chao are still prominent in the game thanks to Cheese, Chocoa Chao, Chow, the various Chow missions, and in the bonus challenges. Yes, bonus challenges. As I said, only the even-numbered levels let you do an Emerald challenge, but collecting a key and beating an odd-numbered level lets you play a separate bonus challenge. The bonus challenges are fun, but they're not really the ones you should be going after.
This is also the one part of the game where you can see the Dark Chow, as a regular Chow drops a spear for you to collect, while the Dark Chow drops a spike bomb that can hurt you. These bonus challenges are mainly for points and extra lives. Decent fun, but again, they're not the main ones you should be going after. Moving to the Emerald challenges, the special stages in Sonic Heroes are, pretty controversial amongst most fans. By the looks of it, they basically took the half pipe from Sonic 2 and made it a full circle. Though, instead of collecting a certain number of rings and laps, all you really gotta do is just chase down the Chaos Emeralds and you'll collect them. So these stages are pretty simple. On paper. In practice, these levels can be fucking awful. The main issue here are the controls. It's really slippery, especially when you're moving super fast. The special stages give you a boost meter, probably the first time a 3D Sonic game gave you a boost, and you can add more to your boost by collecting these colorful spears. There's even certain spears with stars on them that can add even more to your meter. You can use the boost by holding B, not mashing B like a lot of fans do. I know, the button is pulsating, but all you really need to do is just hold the button. But even with the boost, these stages can be a complete pain to get through. It is way too sensitive when you're trying to move left and right, which can make it really easy to get smacked by spike bombs, or your character getting stuck on these shifting turns in some of the later stages. It is such a messy special stage that I usually just fill up the boost meter, and then just boost on the damn ceiling, hoping the characters will eventually reach the emerald. It even seems like the developers must have realized these weren't great either, because before you reach the very end of these courses, they'll randomly give you these huge lines of star spears to max out your boost, and then give you this huge chance to just shoot down straight to the emerald. Oh yeah, there's a fucking time limit! Why? The special stages are already challenging enough, why did you add a time limit? Were you purposely trying to ruin this? I love Sonic Heroes a lot, but it is far from being a perfect video game, and stuff like the special stages really hold it back. I don't mean to keep beating a dead horse, but these are fucking terrible. I would actually prefer playing the original half-pipe stages in Sonic 2. Again, it's easily one of the weakest aspects of Sonic Heroes. The best part is easily the music. Hell, both the bonus and Emerald challenges have different music, and they both sound good. The Emerald challenge music is honestly one of my favorite special stage themes in the entire series. So while the stages themselves really stink, the music is full of energy and I love it. Hell, the Complete Trinity soundtrack included an extended version of the theme too. It's another remix I recommend listening to because it sounds fantastic. These special stages were also weirdly brought back for Sonic Generations 3DS, acting as that game's special stages, which sounds like a terrible idea at first, but the controls here are way better, so you don't have to deal with shitty, slippery controls like in Sonic Heroes. And what a shock, the better movement makes these levels more enjoyable. Cash Cash also did a decent remix of the music, but for some reason, they remixed the bonus challenge music instead of the Emerald challenge music. Don't get me wrong, the remix still sounds good, but I do wonder if Cash Cash maybe just made a mistake and remixed the wrong song. But I also would have kind of liked to hear what their interpretation of the Emerald Challenge music would have sounded like, so it's a bit of a missed opportunity. But getting back to the original special stages, apart from the music, I guess another positive I'll give these stages are the graphics. I love how the pipelines are see-through, and the backgrounds can be extremely colorful and cool. I also love the 3D spears you can pick up, not just because they feel great to collect, but they do kind of remind me of the blue spears from Sonic 3. And with how much Heroes is paying homage to the Genesis games, maybe that was intentional. So, once you get through the hell of collecting all the Chaos Emeralds, there's another aspect in the game you have to get over which really stinks. It is probably the stupidest design choice in this entire game. Not only do you have to complete these horrible special stages, but you also have to make sure you play through every team story, which requires you to play through Sonic Heroes a full 4 times. The adventure games also had you do something like this, but at least Adventure 1 reduced the amount of levels between certain characters, and Adventure 2 kind of fixed this by having
both stories contain different levels, but Heroes does this probably the worst. While each team does provide slightly different changes to the levels to help differentiate them from each other, the levels themselves can still take forever to get through again and again, with the obvious exception of Team Rose. Whose idea was this? Like, was it all Takashi Iizuka's fault? Well, seeing how Shadow the Hedgehog would later up the ante by making you play through that game 10 fucking times just to access the last story? Yeah, I'm guessing this was completely his decision in Heroes. This was just not a good idea, and it's one of the main issues with Sonic Heroes that people who hate this game always bring up. I wish the requirement was just simplified to beating at least one team. Why do we have to play through all 4 teams? So you have no choice but to play the Chaotix missions, and instead of just sticking to Team Rose, which is for beginner players, you still have to play through Team Sonic and Dark, which are both of much higher difficulties. This feels confused, like this decision wasn't thought out very well. Obviously, I think the Shadow game did it way worse, but Heroes seriously loses points for doing this. But you've already heard about this aspect of the game being bad a million times, so I'll just move on to the last story. This is where it's revealed, quote unquote, that Metal Sonic was the true villain, and after he takes 12 years to transform, we finally get to battle him in 2 phases. The first phase is known as Metal Madness, which has you playing as teams Rose, Chaotix, and Dark in that order. The main hit points on Metal Sonic are these huge buttons. The buttons can change color based on which character type is unable to harm Metal Sonic. Metal Madness can also send several attacks at you, like finger missiles that can freeze one of your characters, in what looks like a 32x spear. He also swings his tail at you and can even shoot a flamethrower attack. If you die, you have to redo that particular section, and thankfully there are checkpoints between the teams, so if you made it to Team Dark but ended up dying, you'll just have to redo Team Dark, not restart all the way with Rose. Metal Madness is a decent first phase, if a bit repetitive since you're just doing the same stuff over and over again. The music here is fantastic. It's a really ominous and intense orchestral piece. It fits really well for the first phase of the final boss. I also love how this boss fight takes place in the dark, stormy weather. It's the perfect atmosphere. But if there is one aspect about this boss fight that always made me laugh, it's that, remember how all the character models look ridiculously shiny? And seeing how Metal Sonic is made of, well, metal, so wouldn't it make sense for his character model to be shiny too? However, on the GameCube and PS2 versions, he's just flat blue with no shine to it. But the Xbox version does have a reflective effect on his model, and it actually looks nice. The PC version also had the shiny effect, though they really overdid it here. I'm guessing this is another effect on the port that got broken, though there is a mod to fix this, and it makes Metal Sonic look closer to the Xbox version. So yeah, I think Metal Madness looks the best on Xbox. Once you defeat Metal Madness, he'll transform into his final form, Metal Overlord. It's basically Metal Madness, but now he has wings! So Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles use the emeralds to go super, or more so Sonic goes super while Tails and Knuckles get these super shields. This leads us to the true final boss of the game, where you're fighting Metal Overlord in the sky, and all you really need to do is just build up 5 Team Blasts to defeat him. Throughout the fight, Metal Overlord is sending multiple different attacks at you, like this crystal attack that you need a rocket excel into. Oh wow, the move is finally useful. There's also a few rare points where he'll dip below the clouds, and he comes back carrying one of Eggman's airships that he tosses at you. He also has a different form of the missile move from the last phase, which can freeze all your characters if you're not careful. Yes, this simple missile attack can freeze a super form, which is insane. How fucking powerful are his fingers? For the true final boss, Metal Overlord might be one of my favorite final fights in the series. It is genuinely a lot of fun to play as a super form here. You do have to worry about your ring count, but thankfully there are a decent amount of ring balloons nearby, so don't fret. And this should already be obvious, but yes, this is the only part of the game where you can play as a super form. That's to be expected in this era of 3D Sonic, but personally, I think Sonic Heroes really missed a big opportunity here. The design philosophy behind this game since conception was that it was trying to pay homage to the Genesis games, and starting with Sonic 2 and 3, those games let you play as a super form in regular levels. I really wish Sonic Heroes gave you the ability to do that after you beat the game, especially since it had special stages, which are a bitch to get through, so why not reward us by letting us play as a super form in regular levels? Even if it was just Sonic as a super form and every other character got super shields, I would have been fine with that. Or who knows, maybe a fan will make a mod for the PC version that fully realizes this idea. But getting back to the Metal Overlord boss fight, one of the main reasons why this is one of my favorite final bosses in the franchise has to be because of the music. Where Metal Madness had this epic orchestral track, Metal Overlord has a vocal theme, which was done by Crush 40. The song is called What I'm Made Of, and it is a kick-ass vocal track. It's pretty sweet that we got 2 separate Crush 40 songs just for Sonic Heroes, and both songs fit perfectly in their parts of the game. Sonic even makes a cheeky reference to the song with this cute line.
Man, he's tough!
Is he invincible?
It's not over yet! Let's show him what we're made of!
I love that. What I'm Made Of is not only in my top 5 Crush 40 songs, but, and this might be a huge hot take, I think this song is better than Live and Learn. I love Live and Learn, it's iconic and great and perfect for SA2, but I just prefer how much more energetic What I'm Made Of is. And it's an excellent final boss theme too, a very worthy successor to Live and Learn. Johnny Gioeli's vocals are incredible, and June's guitar solos are fucking excellent as always, and it might just be my favorite vocal theme in the entire game.
Trying to reach inside of me, trying to drain my energy. Let me show you just what I'm made of. Simple curiosity, trying to take a bite of me. Let me show you just what I'm made of now.
The only downside I have about the song is, how the fuck is it not in Smash Brothers? Seriously, this is like the perfect song for that game. They have Sonic Boom, Open Your Heart, Live and Learn, the Sonic Heroes theme song, fucking Supersonic Racing, Escape from the City, the E3 version of His World, and even Fist Bump, but not What I'm Made Of? How? Fuck you, Sakurai, you piece of shit Sonic hater. Wait, Night of the Wind is there? Okay, I take back what I said, this sort of makes up for it. But at the same time, where's With Me? That was also a great final boss theme. Sakurai, you idiot! Metal Overlord is a great final boss, and What I'm Made Of is easily one of Crush 40's best songs. I also really love the sign-off that Team Sonic does when you finally defeat Metal Sonic once and for all.
Yeah! We did it!
Phew, that was pretty tough.
Too bad it's all over! For you!
Why'd he say that like a bully? I always loved Sonic Heroes' closing cutscene, and it's also the only part of the game where we finally get to see Metal Sonic in his regular form, outside of his Neo Metal Sonic form. By the way, that's Ryan Drummond voicing Metal, which is fitting since, you know, he's Sonic. And to this day, this is the only game in the series where Metal Sonic had a speaking role, not to mention, he drops the infamous "It's no use" line, and this was 3 whole years before Silver the Hedgehog existed.
It's no use, but why can't I defeat you?
Yeah, eat shit, Sonic 06.
Because we're Sonic Heroes.
What the hell does Sonic mean by that? Wait, why are they referring to themselves as Sonic Heroes throughout the game? What was their sudden interest in deciding to do that? But for the last cutscene itself, it's pretty brief, but to me, it always felt like a very touching send-off to the original Adventure Era voice cast. It's one of the last times we'll ever get to hear these guys voice the characters, and I'll always cherish it. Also, that piano piece playing in the background, titled Event Finale, Adventure Must Go On, mwah, beautiful, cherry on top. Thank you for that, June.
Anytime you want a rematch, just let me know. I'll be waiting.
Hey, Sonic, wait up! Sorry to leave like this, but I can't let my Sonic get away!
Sonic sure has his hands full.
I guess I'm out of here too. I think I'll go hunt for someone else's tree.
She never gives up, does she? Oh, no, you don't.
Wait! Guess that's it for this case.
Guess so.
But what about our money?
Man, I almost forgot! That slime ball!
When it comes to extra content, there's obviously the multiplayer mode, which kinda had a lot to live up to considering how great SA2's multiplayer was. Heroes multiplayer is still pretty fun, but it really does pale in comparison. One minor gripe is that you have to unlock all the multiplayer modes by collecting the emblems? They function the exact same. It's just a little annoying that we have to get more emblems just to play all the multiplayer modes, which I didn't bother doing. I just downloaded a 100% save file off GameFAQs. That was the only way I was able to record footage of every mode. So thank you to the person who uploaded that save file to GameFAQs, and to my best friend Anthony for helping me to record all the multiplayer footage, just like he helped with SA2. There are 7 multiplayer modes in Sonic Heroes. First there's the Action Race, which lets you race on 3 of the main 14 stages. stages: Seaside Hill, Grand Metropolis, and Bingo Highway. They're cut down versions of the stages too, so it's really not designed similar to how SA2 handled it. The next mode is Battle, which lets you fight one another on the little battle arenas. So have fun spamming the tornado move against each other. You also might have noticed, this is the only part in multiplayer that runs at 60 frames, since it doesn't use a split screen. Every other mode runs in 30 across all versions, but there is a simple fix you can do on the PC version to get it to run at 60, if you were curious. Moving on to the other multiplayer modes, the third mode lets you race in the special stages, which I feel a little mixed on since I don't really enjoy playing these stages on my own, let alone forcing another friend to play them with me. The fourth mode is Ring Race, where you just gotta collect the most rings before time runs out, so the game mainly has you play the casino levels. Pretty fitting, and it's kinda fun, but I will say, the music track in this mode is really short, but it's personally one of my favorite songs in the game. It's really rockin'. The fifth mode is Bobsled Race, where you get to race each other in the bobsleds. It's decent. Really not as good as the kart race mode in SA2 though. Next is Quick Race, which is probably the least interesting mode in multiplayer. You just race each other on really short sections taken from 3 levels. It's kinda boring. Really, the most interesting part of this mode is the music. It's another short track like with Ring Race, but what's pretty cool about the song is that it actually contains a brief remix of Balloon Park from Sonic 3. And this was 8 whole years before June made that kick-ass remix in Generations 2, so it's almost like a neat precursor to that. The final mode in multiplayer is Expert Race, which is similar to Action Race, but now you get 3 more levels: Rail Canyon, Frog Forest, and Egg Fleet. Anthony and I only played through Egg Fleet, so I think this was probably a sign that the two of us were just getting sick of playing the game's multiplayer. I am kinda sad we didn't race in Frog Forest, but Anthony did show off the cool metal skin that the characters can use, so that was nice of him. Thanks bro, these alternate skins look sick. All in all, Heroes multiplayer is a good time, but it almost feels like a last resort for you to go to if you're maybe at a sleepover and none of your friends brought over SA2 Battle. I also just hate the split screen. It's so shitty and squashed looking. If Sonic Heroes ever gets a proper HD port, I think the wider resolution and frame rate boost would really do the multiplayer wonders. Looking at other extra stuff, Sonic Heroes has their own version of emblems. Probably the last main game in the series to use this concept, not counting the medals in Sonic 06. In total, there are 120 emblems in Sonic Heroes, 60 less than SA2, and 10 less than SA1. You can earn emblems by beating the levels normally, but there's also a challenge mode, which gives you more missions to do, which in turn gets you more emblems. The extra missions usually involve just beating the level in a certain amount of time for Team Sonic, defeating a certain number of enemies for Team Dark. Wait a fucking minute. This is literally the Chaotix mode. Seriously, you're killing a certain number of enemies, Team Rose has you collecting 200 rings over and over, and Chaotix is just their regular missions, but with just another dumb detail added to them like, oh, collect 10 more Hermit Crabs instead of what you got before, or defeat all the enemies again, but now you're under a time limit, and even other pointless shit like how in Power Plant, instead of destroying 3 golden Camerons, now you have to destroy 5. Wow. Great missions, guys. And even more of a reason why Team Chaotix's story should have been optional and not mandatory to finish the game. Now, I've collected every emblem in both adventure games multiple times, and across multiple versions of those games too, but I have yet to collect all the emblems in Sonic Heroes. Like, I love this game, but not that much. The game also already makes you play through every level 4 times, so doing that mixed with needing to play these missions in every level with every team again? No, I don't think I will. At least not now. This re-review's taken long enough to get finished. But I think this would also require getting A ranks in every level and mission too. The ranking system in Sonic Heroes kinda gives me the most whatever feeling. Like, when I play SA2, or any other game with a ranking system, I get a B or something and I always feel like, oh man, I should try again, I could probably do better. But when I play Heroes, if I get something like a C, I just don't give a shit. Like, it really doesn't affect me that much. The levels are also way too long for me to justify restarting them, so maybe that's part of the reason why I don't care. Seriously, if you're one of those fans who plays this game, dies on a level, and goes, "Aw man, I died, I better restart so I can get the A rank," as in you are resetting about 6 to 7 minutes of progress just for a stupid A rank, you're gonna spend like 30 minutes in one level. If you do this, you're a fucking psycho. Someone also left a comment on my SA2 re-review, which addressed the misconception about the ranking system, which myself and a lot of other people in the community have had for years. According to user Archie7896, getting hit and losing rings doesn't really affect your rank at the end. That's the way it actually was in SA2, and this got carried over to Sonic Heroes. So back when I said one of the only ways to get an A rank is by making sure you don't get hit, turns out that doesn't really matter. Just, you know, don't die. Along with making sure you still pick up items and destroy enemies, which does make a difference to your ranking since it builds up points. Losing rings doesn't lose points either, so I guess me and most of the fandom just made a mistake. I'll blame Johnny for that. Yeah, fuck it, let's blame Johnny. What the fuck, Johnny? How dare you spread misinformation about this stupid children's video game? And thank you, Archie7896, for pointing this out. Now please keep being a good sport and don't get cancelled horribly in the future so this part of the video doesn't age horribly. While I didn't 100% the game myself, I did at least want to show off what happens when you get every emblem. So not only did I get a 100% save file off GameFAQs for the GameCube version, but I also found a 100% save file for the PC version too. Actually, I think the save file was provided to the community by fellow Sonic content creator, Premi Deremi. That was pretty cool of him to share this. And last I checked, I'm pretty sure Heroes is his favorite Sonic game. So Prem, if you're watching, especially this far into the review, thank you for doing this public service so fans like me didn't have to. So what's the reward for getting all the emblems? Well, it's not a bonus level or a character skin. Instead, it's a new mode, Super Hard Mode, where the game has you play through all 14 levels again as Team Sonic, but now with level layouts and gimmicks being rearranged, and most of the enemies are harder. Yeah. It's a fine challenge. I don't really have a whole lot to say here, but it's not a terrible mode. You can also quit and resume the levels during this mode, which is nice. However, the moment you get a game over, then you gotta start all over at Seaside Hill again, which sounds pretty unfair, but it's Super Hard Mode. What were you expecting? Continues? Do you get a reward for finishing Super Hard Mode? I mean, you get a screen at the end thanking you for playing the game. That's it. You're not ranked or anything either, mainly since at this point in the game, the rankings don't really matter anymore. But that was Super Hard Mode, I guess. Not the best reward ever, but it's better than nothing. And that was Sonic fucking Heroes. Do you really want me to keep going on with this game? Knowing how horrendous the game production was, it's become pretty painfully obvious to me just how rushed and uneven this game is. But despite its flaws, like forcing you to play the game 4 times, those horrible special stages, and certain gameplay elements that could have been executed better, for fans like me, Sonic Heroes is genuinely charming to revisit. The art direction is fantastic, the soundtrack is great, the cutscenes have very weird pacing but are still very entertaining, the Adventure Era voice casts are honestly at their best here, the multiplayer is decent, the final boss is a lot of fun, the Crush 40 songs are once again charming, and I just can't bring myself to hate Sonic Heroes. I don't usually revisit this one unless I'm in the right mood. I especially love replaying the PC version with all the mods, including the ability to play in proper widescreen and whatnot. It's probably the closest thing to an HD port of the game we're gonna get, especially since I don't think a Sonic Heroes remaster is happening anytime soon, mainly because Sonic X Shadow Generations isn't out yet. At the moment, Sonic Heroes has yet to be ported or made backwards compatible to current systems, and the PC version has yet to be added to Steam, which is really strange. Like, it's literally right here for Sega to put on stores. But when it comes to the console versions, it should be noted that the PlayStation 2 version was made available on PlayStation Network, but for whatever reason, it never came to the American PSN store. To be expected, this is still the worst version of the game, but it's on PS3 if any of you have this console, and have a way to purchase the game outside the US. Personally, I think the main console version that should have been made backwards compatible at this point was the original Xbox version. It is playable on 360, but the game emulates pretty horribly on that console, especially the jittery frame rate on the FMVs, which could really give you a headache after a while. Plus, the loading screens and some of the graphics are broken. So yeah, if you're gonna play Xbox Heroes, make sure you're playing it on the original console and not the 360 because the emulation isn't too great. And I don't want to hear comments from people who are just like, I grew up playing this game on 360 and I still loved it. Good for you, you're like one step above the people who played the PS2 version and still love the game. Like, that's great, but you're still missing out on the better versions. The most obvious solution to this would have been making the original Xbox version backwards compatible on the Xbox One and the Series X/S, since both those consoles have a better emulator. But to this day, none of the original Xbox Sonic games were added to the backwards compatibility program. That's such a damn shame because with better hardware, the Xbox version of Sonic Heroes easily could have become the best console version if it was playable on Series X. It's such a missed opportunity. While I am pretty disappointed that we haven't gotten a recent port of Sonic Heroes, I will say, I do think a Heroes remaster of some kind will likely happen soon, especially with how frequently the game gets trending because of fans desperately wanting Sega to remaster it. Whether it's going to be a full remake from the ground up, or a simple port of the main game, we'll have to wait and see, but nothing's official yet. I've personally been waiting over a decade for an HD Sonic Heroes, ever since SA2 got its HD port in 2012, despite that version's flaws. Who knows if and when Sonic Heroes will finally get the love and respect from Sega that it deserves, but for me, it'll always be a Sonic game I'll hold near and dear to my heart, and I'm glad I got to revisit it again to give it a more proper analysis. Also, no stupid ass rating at the end that doesn't really match up to how I feel about the game, you know, like last time.
I'll give Sonic Heroes a 6.5 out of 10. Yeah, the rating looks low, but I still say go play this game if you're interested. It's a ton of fun.
A 6.5? You fucking idiot.
I joked about this earlier, but Sonic Heroes really does feel like the end of the Dreamcast era, despite never being playable on that console. Well, until some crazy Sonic fan decides to decompile this game just to port it there. It's obviously still up for debate if this game even belongs in the Dreamcast era, but I think it has its place. With all things considered, we'd never really get a Sonic game in the future that quite captured the look or feel of Sonic Heroes ever again. Which is both good and bad if you really think about it. Sonic Heroes is a charming little game, and it's crazy to think it's 20 years old now. So until we get the eventual HD remaster, remake, whatever the hell it'll be, and if it'll be a decent version, or a completely bastardized one at launch similar to Color's Ultimate, I guess go play Sonic Heroes on your GameCube/Wii, or your original Xbox, or track down the PC version and mod it, and avoid the PS2 version. Thank you all for sitting through this incredibly lengthy re-review of a weird, but charming 3D Sonic game from an era of gaming that I'll always cherish. If you're watching this in the probably 6 to 7 hour Dreamcast Era compilation video, you're a saint. Thank you for supporting my content. Now please go outside, Mom misses you. I'm gonna head out for now and also stop wasting all your time with my constant rambling about this stupid blue rodent and his colorful set of friends. Also, Sega, please don't butcher this game horribly when you guys inevitably do this Sonic Heroes remaster. I know you guys watch my videos. I begged you guys multiple times to put Dreamcast Sonic in a future game, and then you just casually announce he's gonna be a skin in Sonic X Shadow Generations? He looks proper too! I'm glad Dreamcast Sonic is coming back. Also, fuck you, SADX! I win! Okay, I'm done. I'll see you all in the next review, and thanks for watching.
All right! Our next adventure awaits us, so there's no time to waste. Yeah! We're Sonic Heroes!
Oh my god, I almost forgot to mention this, but in Sonic Lost World, that game's invincibility music is the Sonic Heroes theme. I don't know why this is the case. My main theory is that Sonic Lost World came out in 2013, which was the 10th anniversary of Sonic Heroes, so maybe someone at Sonic Team thought, oh, we should pay homage to it. So they just slipped in the theme song there. It's weird. I don't get it. Whatever. Good night.
Now let's hear that awesome theme song.
Sonic Heroes, Sonic Heroes, something and something. I forgot the song, except the word Sonic Heroes, Sonic Heroes. Jimmy is a talented singer, we all know. What?